Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Met the Daughter of Might. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Everyone wants to be a hero, except for one person. It wasn't that they didn't believe in justice, they did. But it was hard to believe in anything when the person they were supposed to trust the most seemed to forget they existed. Born into a secret that was never meant to be spoken, their mother always claimed it was to protect them, to keep villains and the press at bay. She insisted that if anyone ever discovered their true identity, peace would be forever lost. The man who kept them hidden did so out of care, or so she said. They wanted to believe that. Yet even as a child, it was clear that this was not the whole truth. To the world, All Might was a hero. To them, he was a ghost. All Might had been present during their early years. They remembered how it felt to be carried in his arms, the sound of his laughter as they fell asleep on his chest, and the warmth in his eyes when he would say they were destined to shine. They believed him. For 4 years he was there. Not every day, not always in person, but he made an effort. Until one day he didn't. It began with small things, fewer visits, missed birthdays, excuses about patrols and villain attacks. Then the silence grew louder until eventually, there was nothing. No calls. No letters. No more words of pride. All of it because they were quirkless. At 6 years old, the diagnosis came. The doctor kindly explained that it was too late for a quirk to suddenly appear. It was rare but not impossible. Still, he advised their mother not to get her hopes up. Hope became a joke in their household. Their mother held their hand throughout the appointment, whispering that they were everything to her, no matter what. But the man who was supposed to be their father stood in the corner, looking lost, as if the world had crumbled because of them. After that, he began to fade away quietly, like a bad memory he didn't want to confront. By the time they turned 10, they stopped asking where he went. By 12, they stopped saying his name out loud. By 14, they stopped checking the news to see if he was alive. But it didn't matter, he was everywhere. And he found someone else, Izuku Midoria. The name was impossible to ignore. They never saw him in person, only in pictures, interviews, articles, and magazine covers. One photo burned itself into their memory, All Might and that boy standing side by side, both smiling as if they had found exactly where they belonged. Midoriya was the same age, scrawny with messy green hair. Nothing special, except for the way he looked at All Might. That look was familiar. It was the same way All Might used to look at them. They didn't understand what made Midoriya so important, so worthy of being trained and seen. Whatever it was something they didn't possess. The part that hurt the most? No one knew they existed, not in the media, not in the hero world, not even Midoriya. Only their mother and the man who no longer called himself their father knew of their existence. He made sure they were hidden, protected, as he would say. But really, they felt erased, like a part of his life he wished he could undo. Then something changed. It happened on a day filled with clouds, humidity, and noise, as if the sky couldn't decide whether to cry or scream. They had just finished school, the same school they had to fight to remain in despite the bullying that worsened. Being quirkless made them an easy target, and being quiet and invisible only made it worse. They always took the back roads, through alleys and sidewalks that no one cared about. They enjoyed the quiet until they weren't alone. He wasn't a villain, just a man with a knife and a shaky voice who thought they looked easy to rob. But when he lunged at them, something snapped. A roar erupted, like wind tearing through concrete, and the world exploded around them. The man flew backward as if struck by a truck. They stood still, shaking and breathing hard, their hands glowing, crackling with energy. Sparks danced across their skin like lightning. Time seemed to stop. For the first time in their life, they felt strong. They didn't tell anyone, not their mother, not the police, not even the teachers who asked why they looked like they had walked through a storm. For the first time, they had something that was theirs. After 16 years of being labeled the quirkless mistake All Might abandoned, they weren't about to give anyone else something to take away. They had power. Power like his. And no one could know. Especially not him. The afternoon began like any other. The air was thick with heat, clinging to the skin and making the school uniform feel heavier. With earbuds in, the music was just loud enough to drown out the world while keeping the senses sharp. After all, this was Midoria, a place of heroes and chaos in equal measure. Turning down the familiar street on the walk home, lined with corner markets and vending machines that often swallowed coins, the sun dipped lazily in the sky, painting the horizon in shades of orange and pink. Just another Wednesday. Then everything changed. An explosion shattered the air, shaking the ground beneath. People screamed, glass rained down from windows, and sirens wailed from every direction. The earbuds were ripped out as the sky darkened with smoke. In moments, the entire block descended into chaos. Frozen in place, the heart raced against the ribs, desperate to break free. The crowd surged, panic setting in fast. People ran, some dragging their children, others shouting into their phones. But not you. Looking up revealed the Nomu, a massive creature, easily 3 times the size of a normal human, its body misshapen and crawling with muscle. Its skin was blotched and oozing a dark fluid, twitching unnaturally. The eyes were wild and empty, locked onto someone. And then they appeared. Endeavor and Hawks, the number 1 and 2 pro heroes, stood amidst the wreckage like gods of war. Endeavor was a terrifying sight, all fire and fury, while Hawks stood beside him, wings stretched and blades ready. The cocky smile was gone, replaced by razor-sharp focus. Even they looked shaken. The Nomu lunged with alarming speed. Endeavor countered with a wall of fire, while Hawks zipped in, feathers slicing through the air but nothing seemed to stick. The creature regenerated, absorbing every hit as if it were designed for battle. They were losing. Breath caught in the throat, the crowd gasped, some cried, and others recorded the scene on their phones. A few heroes formed a blockade, urging everyone to retreat, but their voices were drowned out by the roar of battle. And you? You stood still, hands clenched, heart pounding, power flickering beneath the skin like a storm waiting to be unleashed. Training had been a secret for months, every night after your mother fell asleep. In old parking lots, on rooftops, in abandoned parks, you pushed past your limits learning control, speed, and power. You'd punch through stone and split the air with your voice, all while hiding it. This power wasn't just a quirk, it was a curse tied to a name you couldn't say out loud. But now you had a choice. Flee or fight. Your legs made the decision before your mind could catch up. Dropping your bag, you took 2 steps back and then ran. A hero shouted for you to stop, but it was too late. Leaping into the air, muscles tensed, heat surged through your veins like a match to gasoline. Time slowed as the Nomu twisted, sensing you midair. Its arms swung wide, claws extended. But you didn't flinch. Pulling back your fist, you punched. The impact was earth-shattering. A sonic boom cracked through the city like lightning. The Nomu's body slammed into the concrete, creating a sound that made everyone stop. Dust exploded outward, blinding and deafening, but when it cleared, the Nomu lay still. Silence fell. Breathing hard, your arms still smoking from the strike, adrenaline and pain coursed through you. Knees began to shake, vision swam, and then you looked up. Cameras surrounded you. News drones, civilian phones, the crowd, heroes, everyone was staring. They had seen everything, your face, your power, your quirk. And worse, they recognized the resemblance. Panic set in. Heart racing, vision narrowing, you turned to flee back into the crowd. But strong arms caught you mid-step, yanking you back with trained force. Endeavor. He wasn't shouting or angry, he looked confused, calculating. He demanded to know your name, but you couldn't speak. You struggled, breath short and chest tight. Hawks watched you with narrowed eyes, his tone serious as he asked where you learned to punch like that. The world spun, noise became distant. You barely noticed the cuffs being placed on your wrists, a formality, mostly. You weren't resisting anymore, floating somewhere far away as they loaded you into a police van, surrounded by flashing lights and too many questions. The adrenaline faded, replaced by fear. You had revealed yourself to everyone. In the interrogation room, you sat in a cold metal chair. The gray, sterile environment felt oppressive, with a buzzing light flickering overhead. 5 officers, 2 detectives, and one government official surrounded you, firing questions like bullets. They wanted to know where you received your training, who your guardian was, how long you had this quirk, and who you were working with. You said nothing, your jaw locked tight, not out of defiance but out of terror. You had never meant for this to happen. You weren't a vigilante or a villain, you were just tired of hiding, of feeling powerless. Now they treated you like a threat. One officer leaned close, stating you would have to register your quirk and explain how a civilian developed something that matched all mites on a genetic level. Your eyes snapped up. There was the real reason they were scared. They saw the similarity. The punch, the force, the smile you didn't realize you made when you struck. You looked like him. The man you hadn't seen in years. The man who left you behind. Just when your hands began to shake, when you thought they would lock you away or call your mother, the door slammed open. A familiar voice broke the silence, commanding everyone to leave. It was deeper now, rougher, laced with exhaustion and quiet fury. All Might. Not the symbol of peace or the laughing giant from the posters, but Toshinori Yagi, the retired version. His body was thinner, eyes shadowed, hair tied back and graying at the ends. Everyone froze as he stepped into the room like a storm, and no one dared to stop him. He commanded again, and the officers filed out one by one, confused but obedient. Only a few dared to glance back, and none spoke. Now it was just you and him. He closed the door behind him, and the silence that followed felt suffocating. Your hands curled into fists, and your heart thundered in your chest. His eyes met yours for the first time in years. The silence between them was louder than the explosion that had brought the city to its knees. He stood there tall, broken, older than she remembered. The weight of everything he had become and everything he had failed to be clung to him like a second skin. His face was lined with exhaustion, his frame thinner than ever. But those eyes, they were still the same. Blue, bright, tired, filled with things he had never said. She didn't move, didn't speak. She just stared, waiting, hoping he wouldn't say the one thing she was terrified to hear, that he cared now that she had a quirk. All these years, he said quietly, his voice hoarse. And this is how I find out. His eyes dropped to the floor. He continued, I saw the footage. That punch. That power. Those. Yours? She cut in, her voice flat. Yeah. I noticed. He flinched. She wasn't yelling, not yet. But the venom in her tone made the air sharp. Still, he didn't argue. Didn't deny it. Just stared at her, jaw trembling slightly. How long? He asked softly. A few months, she replied. Started late. Guess I'm a late bloomer. He took a shaky breath. You should have told me. She laughed. It was bitter and hollow. Told you? You haven't spoken to me in years. Why would I tell you anything? There was the anger. It rose in her throat like fire, slow at first, but blistering. You only came because you saw the video. Because the media caught my face. Because suddenly the kid you forgot about is interesting again. His face crumpled. That's not. Don't, she snapped, her voice rising. Don't lie to me. You left. You left and you never came back. I was trying to protect you, he said, taking a step forward. From the villains, from the press, from everything. You were there until I was 4, she hissed, tears burning the corners of her eyes. You held me. You picked me up from school. You read me stories. She swallowed, her voice cracking. And then, I was quirkless. And you started visiting less and less. And I knew. I knew I never stopped loving you, he said, his voice shaking now. Never. You stopped showing it. She cried, the dam breaking. Tears streamed down her face, hot and furious. You stopped coming. You stopped calling. It was 14 and I waited on my birthday, and you never showed up. I thought maybe you got caught in traffic. Maybe a villain fight. I waited. I blew out candles without you. And then I saw you. In the papers. He closed his eyes. Smiling, she spat with Midoria. She said the name like it hurt to breathe. That boy. That boy around my age. The one you suddenly had time for. Toshinori looked away. He's not. Don't say he's not replacing me, she snapped. Because you looked at him like he was the best thing that ever happened to you. You trained him. You trusted him. You stood by his side while I spent years thinking I meant nothing to you. He took a deep breath, then another, before finally whispering, "I didn't know how to be your father after I failed you." She froze. He looked at her now, eyes glassy. "I couldn't face you. When they said you were quirkless, I panicked. Not because I didn't love you. Not because you weren't enough. But because I thought I ruined your life." She blinked, confused. "I knew what having me as a father meant. What the villains would do if they found out. And if you didn't even have a quirk to protect yourself." He ran a hand through his hair, shoulders shaking. "I thought keeping distance would keep you safe. I told myself it was the right thing. That it was noble. But in reality, I was scared. Scared you'd look at me and ask why you weren't like me. Scared you'd grow up hating me." She laughed again, this time soft and tired. "Well, congratulations," she said bitterly. "That one came true." He stepped closer, then paused, giving her space. "I saw you in that fight," he said. "You were incredible. You did what I would have done. You saved people. And all I could think was, that's my daughter. But only now, right?" She whispered. "Only now that I'm strong. Now that I'm someone you can be proud of." His face fell. "Oh," he said, voice thick. "I was proud of you before. I just didn't let myself show it. And that's on me." She looked away, her voice breaking. "I needed you. I needed my dad. And you chose the world over me. I regret it every day," he said, stepping forward again. "There hasn't been a night I haven't thought about you. Every photo. Every birthday. I watched from a distance. But I was too much of a coward to step back in." Her eyes snapped to his. "Then why not?" He swallowed. "Because I saw your strength. And realized you didn't need me as a hero. You needed me as a father. And I was done waiting." Silence stretched again. The anger still burned. But beneath it, there was something else. Love buried under years of silence. "I thought I'd be angry forever," she murmured, hugging her arms to her chest. "But all I really wanted was for you to show up. Even if it was too late." He stepped forward, slowly, cautiously. "I can't undo what I've done. But if there's anything I can do now." She didn't let him finish. She rushed forward and slammed into him, arms wrapping tight around his thin frame. He froze for a moment. Then his arms came around her, holding her like he never wanted to let go again. She sobbed into his chest, and for the first time in a decade he cried too. "You left me," she whispered. "I know. You replaced me." "No," he choked. "Never. I hated you. I deserve that. But I missed you more. I missed you every day," he whispered into her hair. The two of them stood there, a broken pair stitched back together in the middle of a sterile interrogation room. Two people who had let too much time pass. Who had made mistakes. Who had been shaped by guilt and silence. But still father and daughter. Still blood. Still love. Even in all the mess. "I don't know where we go from here," she said, voice raw. "Forward," he whispered. "One step at a time. Together." The first week was chaos. Reporters crowded at their front door. Paparazzi snapped blurry photos of her walking down the street. Strangers recognized her face in stores, whispering when they thought she wasn't listening. The second week was exhaustion. She stopped responding to texts. She didn't open social media. She barely slept. Her brain kept replaying that moment, her fist connecting with the Nomu, the silence after the crash, the cameras, the shouting. The third week was numb. She hadn't gone back to school. She couldn't. Every time the thought crossed your mind, your stomach twisted. It wasn't fear, not exactly. You weren't afraid of people. You were afraid of being seen by them. You sprawled across your dad's couch like a starfish with attitude, muttering about how if one more person called you All Might's miracle daughter, you would punch a wall. Toshinori glanced at you sympathetically while stirring sugar into his tea. He gently reminded you that people were just amazed by what you had accomplished. You snapped back, sitting up and expressing your frustration. You didn't want to hear about how amazing it was. Just 3 months ago, you had felt invisible, quirkless, and now, suddenly, you were seen as something extraordinary. Toshinori looked like he wanted to argue but chose not to. You added softly that you weren't going back to school that week, not with everyone treating you like a brand new toy. You muttered about how fake everyone seemed, how one punch had changed everything, making you visible in a way you never wanted. He offered that you had saved people, which counted for something, but you rolled your eyes, feeling that they only cared now because you were interesting, now that you were his daughter with a quirk. He didn't deny it, and you appreciated his silence. Then he suggested another school you could attend, and you narrowed your eyes, hoping he wouldn't say it. But he did. You groaned, feeling a mix of dread and uncertainty. Your father smiled sheepishly, insisting it wasn't a bad idea, but you firmly stated that you weren't going to UA. When he asked why not, you hesitated. There were many reasons, but the biggest one was the thought of Midoria being there. That name still stung, not because you hated him, you didn't even know him, but because he had something you never got: time, trust, attention. Your father had chosen him, and every photo of them together, every video of All Might cheering him on, felt like a punch to the chest. You weren't even sure if Midoriya knew about you or the truth of your father's identity. You hated how your dad looked at him, how he never looked at you that way. You wondered if you could face him, if you would just be a shadow again, if they would see you as a fraud trying to cash in on a name you barely carried. You realized your dad was still talking about the dorms and their safety, but your thoughts were spiraling. You suddenly asked if you would be behind, noting that it was halfway through the year and everyone had already had months of training. Tashinori gently interrupted, reminding you that you had years of surviving on your own, training your quirk in secret, and learning to control it without guidance. That meant something. You looked away, feeling that it didn't mean you would be good enough. He reassured you that you didn't have to be like everyone else, you just had to be yourself. You exhaled, contemplating what it would look like if you went to UA. He explained the hero course, the most intensive program with training, rescue drills, and internships. You frowned, asking what would happen if you hated it. He told you that you could transfer, and that the general studies, support, and business courses were all excellent options. You crossed your arms, deep in thought. You didn't respond, but his words lingered in your mind. They didn't magically fix everything or erase the anger from years of feeling left behind. But maybe this was your chance to understand why your quirk had suddenly appeared. Perhaps it was an opportunity to stand on your own, to stop wondering and start living. After a long silence, you decided to try the hero course, stating that you would give it a shot and switch if it didn't work out. He smiled, proud but not pushy, and you felt a weight lift off your shoulders. You asked if he would help you pack, and he offered to help you shop, insisting you wouldn't only bring hoodies and sarcasm to your dorm room. You snorted, laughing despite yourself. That night, as you lay in bed staring at the ceiling, nerves hit you again, but this time they were fueled by hope and everything else tangled with it. Midoriya would be there, and you would see him, maybe even train with him. You still didn't know if you could look him in the eye without breaking, but perhaps you didn't need all the answers right now. Maybe it was enough to start asking the right questions. You were going to UA. Not as Tashinori Yagi's daughter, not as some quirkless mistake, but as UYN. And maybe that would be enough. The gates of UA loomed ahead like the mouth of an enormous, slow-breathing beast. Polished, towering, and timeless, they made you feel small. Even with your father walking quietly beside you, hands shoved into the pockets of his civilian coat, the lump rising in your throat was hard to shake. You were just a girl with a suitcase and a name that felt foreign. People were going to stare. They always stared now. And these people? They would be stronger, smarter, and trained. Heroes in the making. You clenched the handle of your bag tighter. As you both walked through the courtyard, Tashinori spoke gently, reminding you that no one expected you to have it all figured out today. You didn't respond because you didn't believe him. Even if they didn't expect it, you expected it from yourself. How could you not? You were All Might's daughter, and for the last 3 weeks, that name had been splashed across every newspaper, social feed, and hero analysis board in the country. Speculations and theories surrounded you. Some people called you a miracle, others a publicity stunt. Buried in all that noise was you, a girl who had been lied to, forgotten, and left behind, now expected to make friends with those who had once overlooked her. Tashinori slowed as you reached the steps to the dorms, and you stopped too. The building was massive, up-close red brick walls stretched tall and proud, with wide windows and glass panel doors. It resembled something out of a prestigious boarding school. Above the entrance read, 1A Dormitory. Your new home. Your stomach flipped. When he asked if you were all right, you nodded, but your voice didn't come. You didn't feel all right. It was as if you were standing on the edge of something unknown. The doors opened with a soft click, and suddenly, you were inside. Warm lighting and polished floors greeted you, revealing a clean but lived-in common space with couches, a kitchen area, and a hallway leading deeper into the dorms. It was surprisingly cozy and quiet, but not empty. You heard footsteps from the back hallway and a girl's distant, light laughter. You tensed, and Toshinori noticed, giving your shoulder a light squeeze. He reassured you that you didn't have to introduce yourself right away and suggested you settle in first. Your room was on the second floor, room 2C. You followed him up the wide stairs, your suitcase bumping behind you. He led you down the corridor, past framed team photos of past classes and little hero-themed decorations pinned to doors. You saw names Todoroki, Azui, Kaminari, Midoria, and quickly looked away. The name sent a fresh bolt through your chest. Just seeing it made you want to turn around and leave. You weren't ready to see his face, not yet, not until you could stand on your own. You reminded yourself that you were here for you, not for him. Your room was near the end of the hall. 2C, a clean, untouched door with a blank nameplate waiting for your handwriting. Toshinori stepped aside, allowing you to open it first. You took a breath and pushed the door open. Inside were white walls, wooden floors, a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. It was simple but clean, untouched, like a blank slate. The air smelled like fresh paint and new beginnings. Your father commented on how it wasn't bad, noting it was a bit smaller than his UA dorm but nicer than the agency rooms. You didn't respond, you were too busy trying to imagine your life here. You wondered if you could survive in a class where everyone had been training since day one. Could you learn to keep up? To work in a team? Could you look Midoriya in the eyes without asking him why he got your father's time while you had to fight for scraps? Why everything changed only when you finally became useful? You let out a slow breath, admitting quietly that you didn't know if you could do this. Toshinori sat on the edge of your bed, reassuring you that it was okay not to be perfect and that you just had to try. He bluntly stated that you probably wouldn't fit in right away, maybe not for a while, but fitting in wasn't the goal, growing was. You blinked at him and he smiled. He shared that most of the kids here had felt like outsiders at first. Midoriya had struggled to talk to anyone without stuttering, and Todoroki wouldn't even look at people. Bakugo, he noted, had always been a bit of a disaster. Despite yourself, you snorted, and he grinned. He reminded you that there was no perfect hero or perfect student, just people who kept showing up. You let your suitcase fall to the floor and sat beside him, asking if they would hate you. Toshinori looked at you with soft eyes and a serious expression. He honestly replied that he didn't know, but if they did, that would be their mistake, not yours. You stared at the floor, feeling the weight of everything you still didn't know and hadn't been told. You still didn't understand what Midoriya meant to your father or why he had looked at him with such pride and hope. But maybe it was time to stop trying to compare paths. Maybe it was time to walk your own. You finally said you would unpack and told him he could go. He gave you a look that was part amused, part reluctant, but you nodded, assuring him he had done enough. He smiled and stood, walking to the door. Before he left, he paused, calling your name. You looked up as he expressed his pride in you, not because you were strong now, but because you kept going even when he hadn't. You didn't speak, you didn't trust yourself to. So, you just nodded. When he left, the room felt bigger without him. You stood in the middle for a moment, unsure of what to do next. Unpacking felt weirdly personal, like nesting in a place you weren't sure would keep you. But you unzipped your suitcase anyway, placing one hoodie at a time into this new space. You weren't ready to meet the others yet, but maybe soon. Maybe tomorrow. You weren't sure if it was the uniform, the hallway, or the fact that you had barely slept, but everything about that morning felt wrong. Like you were playing dress-up in someone else's life. The UA uniform was crisp, perfectly pressed, and somehow made you feel both official and exposed. The corridors buzzed with energy as students chatted, ran, and laughed, while the walls pulsed with pride, each banner and poster whispering that greatness begins here. You felt like an imposter in a room full of future legends. Even your shoes squeaked too loudly on the tile. It was your first official day in Class 1A. Technically, you were being introduced today, not expected to participate in any intense training just yet. You were just meant to show up, observe, and settle in. But you already knew this was going to be the hardest day since the Nomu fight. You could feel it in your spine. When you reached the classroom, the door was already half open. You could hear voices, a guy laughing loudly, a few girls teasing someone. Normal stuff. Comforting even. Or it should have been. But for you, it felt like a battlefield. You stood outside for a full 30 seconds before walking in. The moment you did, the noise stopped. Just like that. Dead silence. Eyes. So many eyes. You didn't look at anyone. You didn't need to. You could feel them scanning you, whispering in their heads, already forming opinions. You took a seat near the back, not too far to look antisocial, but far enough that no one would try to strike up a conversation. You hoped. The desk felt colder than it looked. Izuku walked in a second later, his eyes half-lidded and scarf trailing behind him. His presence alone shifted the energy in the room from awkward curiosity back to a respect that felt like fear. He greeted the class dryly, mentioning that a new student was joining them today, and advised against asking stupid questions. A few nervous chuckles followed, but no one spoke. You didn't either. You just stared straight ahead, your hands locked together under the desk to hide how tightly your fists were clenched. Izuku turned his gaze on you and welcomed you to Class 1A. You nodded stiffly and managed a quiet thanks. Silence fell again, lingering a beat too long before he turned to the board and began writing out the day's lesson plan as if nothing had happened. For the next hour, you tried to focus on the structure of hero law, combat regulations, and anything other than the people around you. You caught a few whispers and side glances, but nothing outright cruel. Still, it didn't feel like kindness. It felt like everyone was trying to figure out where to place you: threat, ally, or mystery. Then, during a short break between lessons, it happened. You turned your head just enough to glance at the far left corner of the room, and your eyes met his Izuku Midoria. His head was tilted, brows slightly furrowed in confusion. His warm green eyes, familiar from headlines and videos you had once tried to avoid, were now looking at you not like a fan, not like a rival, but just like a person. You froze. Every noise in the room dulled, and for a moment, it felt like it was just the two of you. Then something strange flickered across his face: recognition, sadness, regret. You looked away first, turning back to your desk with your stomach churning. You didn't want to see sympathy in his eyes. Not from him. Not after everything. You didn't speak to him, and he didn't speak to you, but the silence between you felt louder than any conversation in the room. Lunch at UA was nothing like lunch at your old school. It wasn't sad cafeteria trays and buzzing fluorescent lights. UA's dining hall resembled a polished lounge. The food smelled amazing, and the students were loud, not in a mean way, but with confidence. Everyone here carried themselves like they belonged. You walked in feeling as if your feet were too heavy for the floor. You barely made it 10 steps before a pink blur practically jumped into your path. Mina Ishido, whom you recognized from news clips, greeted you with bubbly energy. She scanned you with open curiosity and immediately recognized you as the new kid. You nodded, keeping your arms folded tightly against your chest. Mina grinned, recalling your impressive performance during the Nomu fight. Some students nearby turned at the mention of it, and you shifted your weight, feeling uncomfortable. You quietly remarked that you had just done what you had to do. Mina tilted her head, insisting that your actions were still insane and inviting you to sit with her group. You glanced past her, spotting familiar faces: Kaminari, Jairu, Kirishima laughing at something on a phone screen. They looked normal, comfortable, everything you weren't. You politely declined, saying you would grab something and eat outside. Mina didn't press further and waved goodbye as she bounced back to her group. You let out a breath you didn't know you were holding. Taking your food out into the courtyard, you sat under a quiet tree, away from the noise. Didn't want to be rude, but you weren't ready to engage either, not yet. Everyone's friendliness felt like it had strings attached. Were they curious, impressed, threatened, or just waiting for you to mess up? The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur of lectures, support course introductions, and schedule talks. You barely spoke unless addressed, nodding and avoiding eye contact, following the rhythm of the class like a ghost. At one point, Even Bakugo gave you a long, unreadable look across the training field but didn't say a word. You couldn't tell if that was a good thing. After class, while grabbing your bag, Izawa motioned for you to stay for a moment. You froze, shoulders stiffening. Once the rest of the class had filed out, you approached his desk. He didn't look up immediately, scribbling in a notepad before finally meeting your eyes. He simply stated that you were doing fine. You blinked, surprised, and questioned him. He reassured you that everyone felt overwhelmed on their first day, especially transfer students with headlines attached to them. You looked down, expressing that it didn't feel like you were doing fine. Izawa raised a brow, explaining that discomfort was normal. You hesitated, leaning your weight onto one foot, and asked why he had let you in. You acknowledged that while he had seen you fight, you felt behind compared to others who had trained for half a year. He didn't smile, but there was a softness in his voice when he answered. He explained that you weren't there to be anyone's clone, you were there to be yourself. And the choice between someone still finding their pace and someone running in circles with no direction was clear. You swallowed hard, feeling a lump in your throat. Izawa paused for a moment, understanding who you meant. He then expressed his expectation for you. You were taken aback, unsure of how to respond. His words lingered with you throughout the evening. As you returned to the dorm common area, you attempted to make a quick exit to your room. However, halfway up the stairs, you heard a voice call your name. You froze mid-step, your heart sinking. Turning around, you saw Midoria standing at the base of the stairs, his backpack slung over one shoulder and a nervous expression on his face. His voice was softer than you anticipated as he asked if you had a moment. You stared at him, 100 thoughts racing through your mind. Why did he receive the version of your father that you never had? Why did he get the training, the mentorship, the sense of belonging? What made him so special? You opened your mouth to speak but then closed it again. Instead, you turned back to the stairs, stating that you weren't ready to hear what he had to say. You walked away, leaving him behind. You didn't know if he stood there for just a moment or for what felt like an eternity. You couldn't bring yourself to look back, fearing that if you did, you might not be able to hold back your emotions. You weren't ready to cry in front of someone who seemed to have taken your place in your father's life. Not yet. They were never truly in love, but there was something deep and quiet that lingered between them for years. They met at UA, both younger and rough around the edges in their own ways. Mayo, my mother, was not in the hero course. She was studying in the support and media stream, often tucked behind a camera or notebook, always observant but never flashy. Toshinori Yagi was vibrant, full of life and dreams he had yet to figure out how to pursue. Their paths crossed frequently late nights in the library, group projects, and study sessions that often ended with her urging him to get more sleep. They were not best friends, but they shared a comfortable honesty. My mother often remarked that he never pretended with her. He was simply Toshinori, not All Might, and that authenticity made their connection feel dangerous. Years passed, UA came to an end, and they went their separate ways, she into local journalism and he into the realm of legends. However, life has a peculiar way of bringing people back together. They encountered each other again one night, years later, at a pro-hero gala. He appeared different, burdened by responsibility, his smile less effortless, yet his eyes softened when he spotted her across the room. They engaged in conversation for hours, hidden away from the crowd's noise, and for that night, it felt as if nothing had changed. It was unplanned and not romantic, not the result of a confession, but rather two individuals who had carried too much for too long, seeking something warm to hold on to, even if just for a few hours. The next morning he was gone. There was no note, no contact information, just the lingering echo of something that never truly had a name. She didn't chase after him. When she discovered she was P-Arginine, she didn't go to the press, didn't plead for help, and didn't reach out to him, not at first. When she finally shared the news, he was silent. Not angry or dismissive, just stunned. He offered financial support, assistance, and even the option to disappear completely if that was her wish. But she never asked for anything. She simply requested, "Be there if you can. But don't promise me something you might break." For a time, he made an effort. He showed up, held me, and smiled as if he could embrace the role of a father. Yet the truth was he never fully stopped being All Might long enough to be just Toshinori again. And when he learned I was quirkless, he didn't walk away. He merely stopped moving toward me. You stood on UA's outdoor training field with your fists clenched at your sides, the sun beating down on the back of your neck. The class murmured in anticipation, stretching, bouncing on their heels, and flexing their quirks in the air as if it were all just a game. To them it kind of was. But for you, this was survival. Aizawa's voice cut through the chatter, instructing everyone to pair up for training with live opponents, emphasizing the need to push limits without causing injury. You swallowed hard, fully aware of the stakes, the weight of your name pressing down on you. You were All Might's daughter, whether they knew it or not, and this was the first time your class would witness your quirk in action. For most of them, it was curiosity. For you, it was a statement. You scanned the field, searching for someone to pair with, determined not to be left standing awkwardly. Just then, a voice called out behind you. It was Midoria. You stiffened but turned to face him. His expression was calm and serious, yet there was something in his eyes that made your chest tighten, a familiarity that reminded you of someone else. He asked if you wanted to pair up, and your first instinct was to decline, to walk away. But instead, something inside you tightened, a challenge, a voice urging you to prove him wrong. You raised your chin and agreed. The class formed a ring around you both, and you stood at opposite ends, Aizawa watching from the sidelines with a lazy but alert gaze. You rolled your shoulders, forcing the tension out. This wasn't about him, it was about you, your strength, your training, your right to be here. Midoriya stretched slightly, muttering observations under his breath that you couldn't quite catch. Then Aizawa called for the match to begin. You launched forward without hesitation, a shockwave cracking beneath your feet as your quirks surged through your body like lightning. You felt the familiar burn in your muscles as you reeled your fist back, aiming for his torso. Midoriya dodged with incredible speed, the air shimmering around him. For a moment, you thought he had used his quirk defensively until he moved again, causing the earth beneath him to crack. Your eyes widened as you recognized that energy, that movement, that power. He had a quirk like yours, like All Might's. You didn't have time to process it before he retaliated, lunging forward with a burst of green energy pulsing off his fist as he aimed for your shoulder. You blocked just in time, sliding back on the dirt as the crowd gasped. You launched again, faster this time, delivering a spinning kick toward his head. He ducked and flipped back, then charged, his body moving with almost identical momentum to yours. It felt like fighting your own reflection, except he was sharper, cleaner, and more experienced. You gritted your teeth and slammed both fists down into the dirt, sending a shockwave that fractured the field. He stumbled back slightly, but you rushed him again. He was already recovering, already smiling. Not in a cocky way, but as if he was genuinely challenged, as if this meant something to him. And that made it worse. He was enjoying this while you were breaking for it. Your fists burned, every cell in your body surged with energy, too much to hold, not enough to win. You could feel the raw, overwhelming force of your quirk pulsing in your veins, demanding to be used, screaming to be seen. And you unleashed it again and again. Each punch carved craters into the training field, each leap shattered the air behind you like thunder. Yet he dodged. Barely, straining, but he did. Midoriya wasn't stronger than you both knew it. But he was smarter, more controlled, trained. Every move he made had intent, a rhythm, a pattern. While you lunged with raw fury, he danced with practiced grace. The worst part was that he didn't look down on you. He looked challenged, as if this mattered to him, as if you mattered. That made your chest twist into knots. You dug your heels into the cracked ground, panting hard, sweat dripping into your eyes. Your body ached, not from damage, but from the toll your power took on you. He stood across from you, bruised and breathing heavily, one sleeve shredded, his freckles streaked with dirt. He acknowledged your training, saying you were amazing. The moment YN left the training ground, her steps were frantic and uneven, the world around her blurring into a haze of frustration and disbelief. Her fists still tingled with the residual energy of her quirk, but all the energy she had was now soaked in a cold, burning rage. She didn't stop walking until she reached the familiar doors of All Might's office. The hallway was quiet, the usual buzz of activity muted. Gripping the doorframe with white knuckles, she pushed inside without hesitation. All Might looked up immediately, surprise flickering across his face. YN interrupted him, her voice trembling yet steady as she demanded to know why he had chosen Midoria. Confusion clouded All Might's eyes as he asked what she meant. YN stepped further into the room, her frustration boiling over as she pointed out that he had given his power to Midoria while she had been left in the dark, alone and ignored. All Might sighed, leaning back in his chair, his usual smile replaced by a seriousness YN had rarely seen. He explained that there was something she needed to understand about One for All. YN's heart skipped a beat at the mention of the quirk. She struggled to comprehend the concept of One for All being unique, passed from one user to another, carrying the strength and will of each previous holder. It was not just power, it was a legacy. She froze, disbelief washing over her as she questioned how it could be passed down. All Might explained that One for All was different from other quirks, created from the combination of multiple quirks, building power as it was passed down. YN clenched her fists, feeling the weight of betrayal. She accused him of giving his power to a random boy while she had been left waiting for a quirk that never came. All Might tried to explain, but YN's anger erupted as she reminded him that she was his daughter, and he was supposed to protect her. Instead, he had left her feeling like nothing. All Might's eyes softened as he expressed his regret, explaining that he had stayed away to protect her from the dangers that came with his life. YN questioned whether he understood what it felt like to be left behind, to watch him choose someone else, and to feel invisible. As tears welled in her eyes, she demanded to know why he had picked a stranger over his own daughter. All Might's face crumpled with regret as he admitted he was scared of losing her to the dangers associated with One for All and scared of failing her as a father and a hero. YN closed her eyes, feeling the weight of his words. For a moment, her anger faltered, but it was not enough to heal the years of loneliness and hurt. All Might stepped closer, apologizing for his mistakes and assuring her that he had never stopped loving her. YN shook her head, backing away, unsure if she could ever forgive him. Without waiting for a reply, she turned sharply and left the office, the door closing behind her like a barrier between two worlds. In her dorm room, silence enveloped YN, broken only by the low hum of the open window and the occasional rustle of fabric as she shifted beneath her blanket. She hadn't moved much since the match, her uniform still on, minus the gloves and jacket discarded by the door. Her fists ached from clenching too tightly, and though her eyes burned, she hadn't cried. Crying meant acceptance, and all she had was rage. She wanted to leave, to walk out the front gate and never look back. Let them figure out their legacy without her. Let All Might find someone else to disappoint. Perhaps that was all she had ever been, a reminder of a mistake, a complication he couldn't afford to keep. Staring at the ceiling, her mind spiraled, her heart pulsing with grief, bitterness, and envy. Then came a soft, hesitant knock. She didn't move, assuming it was Izuku or, worse, her father, coming to offer empty platitudes and promises he couldn't keep. The knock came again, followed by the sound of the handle turning. YN muttered for the visitor to go away, but the door creaked open anyway. Midoriya stood there, lingering in the doorway, unsure whether to step in or apologize. His green eyes searched the room before finding her. YN turned her face to the wall. Midoriya's voice came quietly as he asked if he could come in. When she didn't respond, he stepped inside, closing the door behind him. The silence grew heavy once more. He began to explain that he wanted to check on her, but YN let out a sharp, bitter laugh, accusing him of gloating after winning with the quirk All Might had given him. She noticed him flinch at her words. Midoriya insisted he hadn't come to fight but had sensed something was off during training. YN sat up, finally facing him, and questioned whether he understood what she was feeling. He remained silent, waiting for her to continue. YN stepped closer, her voice rising as she pointed out that he had everything: the quirk, the spotlight, the legacy, while she felt like she had lost everything. Midoriya's hands trembled slightly at his sides as he insisted he wasn't her enemy and wasn't trying to replace her. YN demanded to know why All Might had chosen him, and silence hung in the air. Her voice wavered as she expressed the pain of feeling inadequate, of wondering why she wasn't good enough for her father. Midoriya finally spoke, revealing that he had once been quirkless and had idolized All Might because he represented hope. He had wanted to be like him, even when others said he couldn't. He looked up, meeting her gaze, and explained that All Might had never mentioned her until after he had received the quirk. YN's breath hitched as she processed his words. Midoriya stepped closer, slowly, hoping to bridge the gap between them. YN never wanted to take his place. She only wished to help others and prove herself worthy of what had been given to her. She felt a pang of frustration at how sincere he sounded, how lost he appeared. He would never understand what it felt like to be left behind, she thought to herself. Midoriya lowered his head, acknowledging her pain. He admitted that while he couldn't relate to her experience, he understood the weight of expectations that felt impossible to meet. They stood in silence, transformed from enemies to two kids caught in the aftermath of someone else's dream. Finally, YN let out a long, weary breath. She told him to leave. Midoriya nodded, respecting her wishes without argument. He stepped back, his hand lingering on the doorknob as he offered a final thought. If she ever wanted to talk again, he would be there. With that, he departed. YN stared at the empty space he had once occupied, her heart racing. Perhaps, just perhaps, he wasn't the villain in her story. Yet, she still wasn't ready to forgive him. It had been 3 weeks since the dorm room confrontation with Midoriya, and YN could finally say this much: she was still here. She hadn't packed her bags or marched up to the principal to quit. Sometimes, she thought about it on long walks back from class or during the quiet lull between training sessions. But those thoughts no longer had claws. They passed like clouds, heavy, but distant. YN had found a rhythm. She wasn't best friends with anyone yet, but people were talking to her now. They sat beside her at lunch and invited her to study groups, which she half pretended to groan about but secretly appreciated. Mina Ishido, with her bubbly energy and unfiltered charm, had made it her mission to pull YN out of her solitary phase. Kyokager was subtler, more chill and sarcastic, but YN liked her music and the quiet comfort of someone who didn't demand too much. And then there were the boys. That part still threw her off. Kaminari had tried to flirt with her once in the hallway and ended up electrocuting a vending machine. Zero had offered her a can of peach soda during sparring drills and nearly tripped over his own tape while trying to play it cool. Even Tokoyami, in his brooding, gothic way, had complimented her form during combat exercises, which Mina immediately dubbed a poetic power move. YN didn't know what to do with the attention. Most of her life, she'd been invisible or worse, mocked. Now people were looking at her like she belonged. She didn't fully trust it yet, but she wasn't pushing it away either. Midoriya was the only one she still kept her distance from, not out of rage anymore. The heat of that first confrontation had cooled. What remained was something quieter, more complicated. She still caught him watching her sometimes in class, his green eyes thoughtful, as if he wanted to say something. She always looked away first. They hadn't spoken since that night. It was easier this way. Safer. The hallway buzzed with energy as YN approached Class 1A's homeroom that morning. Posters littered the walls, each one more chaotic than the last. UA School Festival 2 weeks away. Support course is building a giant robot? General Studies is putting on a play. Inside, the classroom was a noisy blur of voices and moving chairs. Bakugu was shouting about decibels. Kaminari was holding a glitter-covered guitar like it was a newborn. Even Todoroki looked vaguely intrigued by the chaos. Mina beamed and waved YN over, excitedly announcing that they were picking their school festival project that day. YN slid into her seat, eyebrow raised, and asked if there was no haunted house this year. Jaira chimed in that it was too basic and that they needed something to lighten the mood since the public still thought they were all doom and gloom after the last villain attack. Mina then gestured grandly to a questionable whiteboard list, declaring they were doing a concert/dance party. YN muttered her agreement, but when Kaminari piped up about her being a part of it, she flatly refused. Jaira smirked and revealed that he wanted her to dance. YN blinked in surprise, and Mina pleaded with her, insisting she had the perfect vibe: strong, mysterious, and secretly adorable. A few others nodded in agreement, even Todoroki giving her a slow thumbs up. YN frowned, feeling overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. The next week passed in a blur of rehearsals and classes. Being part of a hero course didn't excuse her from learning choreography. Mina was a relentless dance captain, turning every lunch break into a makeshift dance session. YN stumbled over steps at first, muttering under her breath, but slowly began to find her rhythm. She didn't hate it. There was something freeing about moving without thinking, letting her body express what her words couldn't. Plus, it gave her an excuse to laugh when Shiro tripped over a stage wire or when Kaminari spun too fast and face-planted into a pile of glitter. Sometimes she even caught herself smiling. Evenings were quieter. She'd walk the dorm halls with Jairu, sharing earbuds and swapping stories. They talked about music, quirks, or sometimes nothing at all. Once, Jairu gently asked if she missed him. YN didn't have to ask who she meant. She shrugged, saying she missed the idea of him. That was all she said, and Jairu didn't push. The festival posters grew flashier each day. Rehearsals picked up, and the school buzzed with an energy that was more than nerves, it was hope. And YN, somehow, was part of it. She wasn't ready to call this place home, not yet. But as she stood on stage during one of their late-night practice runs, lights low and music thudding softly through the gym walls, she let herself believe it could be. Maybe, someday, almost normal. The dress rehearsal ended in chaos. A speaker blew out during Mina's big solo. Kaminari danced the wrong way again, and Aoyama's aerial moment went spectacularly wrong when the Hsussvsh rope snapped midlift, sending him crashing into Shiro like a glitter cannon. YN sat on the edge of the stage, water bottle in hand, watching the debris settle as Jairu rubbed her temples and muttered under her breath. Despite the chaos, Mina remained optimistic, insisting they would fix everything before morning. YN wasn't so sure, but she had learned something important these past few weeks. Class 1A didn't crumble, it adapted. Midoriya stood near the back, brows furrowed as he inspected the snapped rope in his hand. It looked cleanly frayed, too much tension from the lift. He muttered to himself, already planning a solution. YN watched him for a moment longer than she intended. He glanced up and their eyes met. For once, she didn't look away. That night, she couldn't sleep. She had grown used to the dorm noises, the creaking pipes, Kaminari's late-night gaming, Ida yelling about curfew, but tonight, something pulled at her. A tension she couldn't name. Maybe it was nerves about the performance. Maybe it was the subtle way Midoriya had started nodding to her in the hallways, smiling when no one was looking, never pushing, never prying, just being there. Around 6 a.m., her alarm hadn't even gone off yet when her phone buzzed. Midoriya messaged her, apologizing if it was weird and letting her know he was heading out to grab a new rope for Aoyama's lift, the one that had snapped. He asked if she wanted to join him if she was up. YN stared at the message, her finger hovering over the reply button. Then she decided to respond, telling him to give her 5 minutes. They walked through the sleepy city just as the sky began to brighten, orange spilling over the rooftops like watercolor. It was quiet and peaceful. The world felt like it was holding its breath before the big day. Midoriya carried a duffel bag slung over one shoulder, while YN wore a hoodie over her pajamas, her hair pulled into a lazy bun. They didn't talk much at first. It was a comfortable silence that felt shared. Eventually, YN asked if he was always up this early. Midoriya gave her a sheepish look and explained that he and All Might usually trained before classes as part of their routine. YN glanced at him and inquired if All Might ever taught him how to rest. Midoriya laughed and admitted he was still working on it. When they reached the hardware store, it wasn't open yet, and they had 20 minutes to wait. Midoriya frowned as he checked the time, mentioning that Hsussvsh had stopped him on the way out and given him some new support gauntlets. YN whistled at the sight of the shiny gauntlets, and Midoriya praised Hsussvsh, calling her terrifying but amazing. YN smirked and leaned against the wall, suggesting they train while they waited. Midoriya looked surprised but agreed, and they jogged to a nearby park. In the park, surrounded by trees and benches, Midoriya slipped on the gauntlets and flexed his fingers, warning YN that he hadn't fully tested them yet. She encouraged him not to break his arms again, as it was annoying to watch. With a laugh, he launched into motion, and they began a light training session focused on footwork, dodges, and small bursts of power. YN worked on refining her control, trying to channel her strength without damaging the sidewalk, while Midoriya observed quietly, offering helpful comments. As they trained, their conversation flowed easily, and for the first time, YN forgot who he was to her father. She simply saw Midoriya the awkward, earnest boy who fought fiercely but carried himself like someone still learning what it meant to have power. On their way back to the hardware store, Midoriya suddenly slowed, gripping the strap of his duffel tightly. YN asked what was wrong, and he pointed across the street where two figures had emerged from a small cafe. One was tall, wearing a top hat and a neat coat, while the other was a girl with bright hair holding a camera. Midoriya's face went pale as he recognized the tall figure as Gentle Criminal, a villain who had expressed intentions to sneak into the school festival. Without hesitation, Midoriya took off running, and YN followed closely behind. He shouted Gentle's name as they crossed the street, catching the villain off guard. Gentle, startled and holding a teacup, feigned innocence, but YN quickly dropped into a stance beside Midoriya, warning him that they knew his plans. Gentle sighed dramatically, claiming he had hoped to enter peacefully to record a statement about the system's injustices. Midoriya, however, firmly stated that Gentle wouldn't get anywhere near their school. Gentle turned to his companion, La Brava, and mentioned they might need to delay their broadcast. As she prepared her camera, Gentle surged forward. Midoriya reacted first, intercepting Gentle's blow with his gauntlets, absorbing the shock of the villain's elastic energy. YN leapt behind, aiming for Gentle's knees, but he twisted midair with unnatural grace, sending her skidding backward. YN shouted that he was manipulating the air, and Midoriya confirmed that he used elasticity, urging her to be careful. The fight unfolded quickly, with YN hitting the ground twice, once catching herself with a palm slam that cracked the pavement. Midoriya was faster and more precise, weaving between attacks as if he had rehearsed the entire fight in his mind. Yet, Gentle remained elusive, bouncing off walls and using the air around them like a trampoline. YN suggested they trap him, asking if Midoriya could corner him. He nodded, sweat beading on his brow, and they moved in sync. Midoriya surged forward, creating a shockwave from his gauntlets that forced Gentle to dodge back. YN leapt over him, landing at the mouth of the alley and cracking the pavement under her feet. She shouted for Midoriya to act now. He unleashed a burst of power, enough to slam Gentle into the ground without causing harm. Disoriented, Gentle crumpled to one knee. La Brava rushed toward him, but YN blocked her path, warning her to stay back. The girl trembled, tears in her eyes, expressing her desire for Gentle to be remembered. Midoriya's expression softened for a moment, showing recognition and empathy, but he remained focused. He stepped forward, cuffs in hand, and secured Gentle with calm precision. Minutes later, the police arrived, alerted by a silent signal Midoriya had triggered during the fight. YN leaned against a wall, panting as she watched the sun rise over the city. Midoriya stood beside her, and they shared a moment of silence before YN complimented him on how he handled the situation. He returned the compliment, expressing gratitude for her presence. YN looked at him, seeing not the symbol's successor or the chosen one, but just Izuku. She quietly agreed that she was glad to be there. As the sun fully rose, the school festival buzzed with life. Students flitted in and out of booths, music tested on speakers, and colorful signs flapped in the wind. Amidst the excitement, Class 1A was in a state of panic. Jiru shrieked at Midoriya as soon as he entered the gym, demanding to know why he was late. He breathlessly waved a rope, claiming he had a new one. YN stepped in behind him, hands in her hoodie pockets, hair wind-tangled and cheeks flushed from their earlier sprint. She muttered an apology for getting sidetracked, which was one way to describe their encounter with a villain at sunrise. Aoyama gasped dramatically from across the room, lamenting that they almost lost the lift for his moment. YN shot him a flat look, teasing that he would have sparkled just fine on the ground. The tension broke as laughter filled the room, and rehearsal resumed. Final adjustments were made, costumes zipped, wires taped, and lights checked for the 100th time. YN slipped away to the changing area, running a hand down the front of her sleek black and silver outfit, which featured sharp-cut panels and luminescent thread that would catch the light on stage. Her part wasn't flashy in concept, just dance. But it mattered, because it was hers. Mina peeked around the curtain, her face sparkling with strategically placed glitter. YN adjusted her boots, feeling a little nervous. Mina grinned, assuring her that she was going to be amazing. YN rolled her eyes but smiled back, knowing that Mina had trained her and believed in her. The gym filled quickly, more than they expected, students from other departments, families, and even a few heroes in training from other classes. Excitement crackled in the air. Backstage, YN bounced lightly on the ball of her feet, sensing the shift in energy, the breath before the plunge. Jiru stepped up to the mic, thanking everyone for being there and dedicating the performance to anyone who had faced a rough year and was still standing. The lights dimmed, the crowd roared, and the music hit. YN danced like she was made for the stage. The bass pulsed beneath her skin, guiding her every move, sharp, fluid, electric. She spun across the stage in perfect sync with Mina and the others, hitting each mark with ease. Despite never having danced in front of a crowd before, she felt alive under the lights and sound, letting go of resentment, loneliness, and the weight of her history. For the first time in a long time, she was not defined by her lineage or past struggles. She was simply YN, and the crowd loved her. Somewhere in that sea of people, she spotted All Might, disguised in a hoodie, arms crossed awkwardly, eyes locked on her. Next to him stood her mother, giving a small nod of pride. YN froze for a moment, nearly missing her next step, but she pushed through, feeling the significance of being seen. The final chorus exploded into fireworks and light. Jiru nailed the last note, Aoyama soared, and Bakugo nearly blew out the side of the gym. The crowd screamed, and the performance ended with thunderous applause. YN, sweating, breathless, and exhilarated, grinned widely. Later, as the post-show glow simmered into laughter and sore muscles, YN found herself near the vending machines, peeling off her performance gloves. She heard footsteps behind her. It was Midoriya, still in his concert gear, hair sticking to his forehead, smiling softly and a little shyly. He held out a bottle of Ramun, telling her she was amazing. YN raised an eyebrow, teasing him about how he said that to every girl who could dance well. Midoriya chuckled, saying he only said it to those who had saved the festival with him that morning. She took the drink, thanking him and complimenting his performance as well. They stood in comfortable silence for a moment, and then Midoriya softly mentioned that she looked happy up there. YN admitted she was, realizing she hadn't just performed, she had been herself, free from the shadows of her past. Midoriya offered to talk more if she ever wanted to, and YN met his gaze, feeling a new calm instead of old anger or the ache of being forgotten. She agreed to think about it, and they both smiled. The first time they were paired for training, they nearly destroyed the field. This time, no one flinched. Izawa announced the combat partners for the morning's one-on-one drills, calling out Midoriya and YN. They locked eyes, and this time, Midoriya didn't look away. He nodded, and so did she, feeling a calm hum of focus. As they stepped onto the platform, surrounded by their classmates, YN rolled her shoulders and encouraged Midoriya not to hold back. He grinned faintly, assuring her he wasn't planning to. Izawa crossed his arms and signaled for them to begin. This fight wasn't about power, it was something closer to a dance. YN moved first with a feint to the left, followed by a spinning kick that Midoriya narrowly dodged. He slid beneath it, sending a shockwave toward her legs. She leapt over it, landing lightly before coming back swinging. Their movements had rhythm now: punch, dodge, step, counter. Midoriya flowed, adjusting and trusting his instincts. YN felt a strange sense of pride as she noticed his improvement. They clashed again, exchanging blows, dust kicking up around them. Each hit was a lesson, each counter an adaptation. For the first time since arriving at UA, she didn't feel like she was chasing his legacy, she felt like she was standing beside it. The fight ended in a draw. Izawa called time when they were both panting, bruised, and grinning from adrenaline. YN collapsed onto the grass beside Midoriya, chest heaving, sweat dripping down her temples. She remarked that it was the first time she had enjoyed fighting someone, and Midoriya laughed, feeling honored. They sat in silence, the sun warming their skin. YN noted that he hadn't been holding back, and he confirmed that he wasn't anymore. When she asked why, he hesitated before quietly admitting that he wasn't trying to prove anything to her. YN blinked, realizing how far they had come. YN thought that if she stayed quiet long enough, maybe he would stop looking at her as if she had stolen something from him. Her jaw tightened, but she remained silent. Midoriya continued, speaking softly now. He realized that she wasn't mad at him because he had won for all. She was hurting, and he understood that now. He needed to stop treating her like she was about to explode. She turned her gaze away, the wind ruffling her hair as the sounds of other students sparring drifted across the field. She quietly expressed that she didn't hate him. Midoriya smiled slightly, acknowledging her words. They sat in the grass for another minute, feeling the sweat dry and the bruises settle. When she nudged him with her shoulder and asked if they could meet at the same time next week, Midoriya looked surprised but nodded, saying he would like that. She stood first, brushing dirt from her pants, and as she walked off the field, she felt lighter. The weight she had carried from him and her father was gone, leaving only the soreness in her muscles and a strange flutter in her chest that hadn't been there before. She didn't know what it was yet, but it didn't scare her anymore. It all started with a heat wave. Classes dragged on, sweat poured down, and even Bakugo looked like he was about to explode the air conditioning unit in the dorm common room. So when Mina stood up on the couch and shouted, "Beach Day," as if it were a divine revelation, no one argued. The next morning, a convoy of swimsuits, sunglasses, and half-broken umbrellas made its way to a quiet, private stretch of coast that UA had cleared for student use. The sun was high, the ocean sparkled, and for the first time in weeks, no one spoke of quirks, villains, or legacy. It was all about sandcastles, watermelon, and music blasting from Jairu's portable speaker. And there was sunscreen, lots of it. YN stood near the shoreline in a black swimsuit under an oversized linen button-up, her toes in the surf, sunglasses perched on her head as she watched Kirishima launch himself into the water with a roar, declaring it a manly cannonball before splashing down. She couldn't help but smile. It felt nice and easy, her shoulders weren't tense for once. No one was staring at her like she was a problem child or the hidden heir of a symbol. She was just a girl at the beach. Then Kaminari approached her dramatically, smirking with water glistening on his shoulders. He teased her about ignoring his natural charm, gesturing to himself as if to emphasize his point. YN raised an eyebrow, calling him out on it being his quirk. He feigned shock, claiming she had been paying attention. She laughed, genuine and carefree, and lightly shoved him back into the water. He emerged dramatically, calling her ruthless, and she responded that she was just making sure he stayed grounded. Soon after, Mina and Jairu pulled her into the water, and for the first time in a long while, YN didn't hesitate to splash back, scream when the cold hit her legs, or dive under a wave, coming up laughing with seaweed in her hair. After a particularly intense splash battle with Uraraka, Mina looped an arm around her and remarked that she was glowing. YN joked that it was probably just sunburn, but Mina insisted it was due to friends, healing, and boy drama. YN stumbled over her words, her ears turning pink, especially when she spotted Midoriya sitting under an umbrella with Todoroki, sipping water and doodling in his notebook. Their eyes met, and he smiled a small, bashful, warm smile. For the first time since the chaos of the past few months, her chest didn't tighten, it fluttered instead. She quickly looked away, her face burning, while Jairu, floating nearby, gave her a knowing smirk. Later, after food, volleyball, and an enthusiastic game of burying Bakugo in sand, the sun began to set. Most of the class was scattered along the beach, some still swimming, others roasting marshmallows at a small fire Kaminari had insisted on building for the aesthetic. YN wandered toward the edge of the rocks, a towel around her shoulders and sandals dangling from one hand. She hadn't noticed Midoriya until he spoke, commenting on how nice it was. She glanced over and saw him sitting on a flat rock, arms resting on his knees, watching the waves. YN sat beside him, not too close but not far either. She softly agreed that it was nice and then admitted that she never thought she would feel this normal again after everything with her father, the power, and the attention. She had felt like she was stuck in someone else's shadow. Midoriya understood, and they sat quietly, the sunset painting the ocean in gold and lavender. He fidgeted with the hem of his shirt and expressed how glad he was that she came to Yue. It wasn't just because she was strong. It was because it had been good getting to know her, the real her. YN stared at him, surprised, and slowly smiled, saying she was glad she came too. Hands weren't touching, but the space between them didn't feel heavy anymore. The wind picked up as the sun sank lower, brushing salt and warmth against YN's skin. The laughter of their classmates, the distant music, and the occasional shout faded behind them, muffled by the soft crash of waves. Midoriya sat quietly beside her, his legs pulled up, chin resting on his arms. The ocean breeze made his hair flutter slightly, and his eyes glinted with the reflection of the sky. He didn't fill the silence or force anything, and YN appreciated that more than she could express. Still, something tugged at her chest, prompting her to glance at him. She quietly asked if he meant it when he said he was glad she came to Yue. Midoriya nodded, affirming that he did. She questioned why, revealing her vulnerability and admitting that she had been a nightmare when she arrived. He laughed softly, explaining that she had been angry, which wasn't the same thing. YN looked away, recalling how she had hated him for being everything she wasn't: chosen, wanted, powerful. She had hated that her father had given something to him that she would have begged for, thinking he had taken it from her. Midoriya didn't flinch at her words. Instead, he admitted that he used to believe that too. What? YN was taken aback by Midoriya's sudden confession about One for All. He shared his feelings of inadequacy, revealing that for a long time, he believed he didn't deserve the power bestowed upon him. He felt it was a mistake, that he wasn't strong or smart enough, and that All Might had chosen the wrong person. Midoriya continued to gaze at the waves, his voice low and sincere. He recounted his past as a quirkless individual until he was 15, watching others perform feats he could only dream of. He had pretended to possess a quirk to avoid the pitying looks of his peers. Then one day, All Might had told him he could become someone like him. He chuckled softly, though the humor didn't reach his eyes. He had thought it was a miracle, but the weight of that gift soon became overwhelming. As YN listened, the sound of the waves enveloped them, creating a cocoon of privacy. Midoriya's voice was raw as he spoke about how people perceived him now, as if he had always been the hopeful one with all the answers. He revealed the truth of his struggles, broken bones, mistakes, and near-death experiences. Each time he faltered, he feared it would be the moment he failed All Might, the moment he proved he was never meant to be his successor. YN felt a lump in her throat. This was not what she had expected: his guilt, his fear, the quiet desperation in his tone. She had thought she was the only one burdened by All Might's legacy, but here was Midoriya, grappling with it as well. They simply bore their struggles differently. She observed him closely, noticing the tremor in his hands, the tension in his shoulders, and the exhaustion in his eyes that no amount of power could mask. Her voice trembled as she spoke, admitting that she believed All Might had left her behind because she wasn't enough. Yet here was Midoriya, who had everything she desired, and it had broken him too. Midoriya turned to her, his eyes wide, and for the first time, there was no barrier between them, no bitterness, no envy. Just shared pain and a common history. He nodded slowly, acknowledging their mutual hurt, albeit in different forms. YN looked down at her hands, feeling the weight of her struggles. She whispered about the time she spent trying to figure out who she was without All Might, still searching for her identity while feeling the pressure of comparisons to someone she no longer recognized. Midoriya's silence lingered for a moment before he gently reassured her that All Might was proud of her. YN clenched her fists, expressing her belief that All Might didn't truly know her. Midoriya's calm intensity held her gaze as he insisted that All Might was trying to understand. He added that she didn't have to forgive him yet, but he believed All Might was scared too. YN remained silent, her throat tight and her heart racing. The honesty of the moment felt overwhelming, yet Midoriya's hand rested on the rock beside hers, barely touching but signifying his presence and choice to stay. She admitted her uncertainty about what she was doing, to which he replied that he felt the same. They sat together, side by side, as the sun dipped below the ocean, and for once, neither felt alone. Saturdays at UA were typically filled with noise, someone always yelling about curry, Kaminari's games blaring, and Bakugo inevitably causing an explosion by noon. However, this morning was peaceful. YN stood at the dorm entrance in her favorite hoodie, bag slung over her shoulder and earbuds in, waiting for the sleepy fog to lift. The sky was clear, and the air was crisp. For once, it felt like a normal weekend, free from the weight of legacy and pressure. As she adjusted her backpack strap, she heard footsteps approaching. It was Midoriya, jogging up to her in his pajama shirt, his hair tousled from sleep. He greeted her with a friendly smile, asking if she was heading out. She nodded, explaining that she was going to see her mom. Midoriya smiled genuinely, noting that it had been a while since she last visited. YN joked that her mom might think she had joined a cult, prompting a chuckle from Midoriya. Then, with a hint of hesitation, he offered to walk her. YN paused, surprised by the gentleness of his offer. He didn't press her for an answer, allowing her the space to decide. She declined, saying it was just a quick train ride and that she would be fine. Midoriya accepted her response with a subdued smile, asking her to text him when she arrived. Rolling her eyes playfully, she couldn't hide her smile as she agreed, teasing him by calling him Dad. Midoriya blushed, rubbing the back of his neck and explaining that he just wanted to ensure her safety. A warm feeling fluttered in her chest as she looked at him a moment longer than intended, thanking him by name. She turned to walk toward the gates, casually waving over her shoulder as he watched her until she was out of sight. The city felt different to her now, not because it had changed, but because she had. After months at UA, filled with fights, failures, and small victories, YN finally felt like herself again. There was no more hiding, no more shame. Her mother's apartment remained unchanged, the hallway still smelling of old paint, the elevator creaking as it always did. But when the door opened, the familiar scent of curry powder and lavender enveloped her like a warm hug. Her mother beamed, pulling her into a tight embrace and commenting on how she looked taller. YN playfully insisted she was the same height, but her mother narrowed her eyes, questioning if there was a boy in her life. YN rolled her eyes, stepping out of her shoes and trying to deflect the question. Her mother, undeterred, continued to tease her about the boy who had walked her to the dorms after the concert. YN's phone buzzed, and she glanced at the message from Midoriya, asking if she had made it to the train safely and hoping her mom wouldn't roast her too hard. She smirked and quickly typed back, joking that if she vanished, it would be because her mother buried her under laundry. Her mother leaned over her shoulder, surprised to see it was Izuku. Midoriya. YN startled, exclaiming in disbelief. Her mother's knowing hum indicated she had her suspicions about the boy. YN felt her face heat up as her mother commented on how cute he was, leading to a playful back and forth about her feelings. YN insisted she didn't have a crush, but her mother pointed out that she seemed to enjoy his company, care about his opinion, and smile at his texts. YN groaned into a throw pillow, lamenting her choice to come home, while her mother laughed and ruffled her hair, clearly enjoying the moment. YN felt a sense of normalcy as she spent the afternoon chatting, enjoying takeout, and watching an old movie with her mother. It was as if the outside world had faded away, and being All Might's daughter was merely a distant headline. As the sun began to set, YN stood to leave. She pulled on her jacket and assured her mother that she would text when she got back. Her mother nodded, walking her to the door, reminding her to be careful. YN promised she would and rolled her eyes playfully at her mother's suggestion to bring Izuku next time. The walk home was quiet, with the streets mostly empty and the orange glow of the sunset casting long shadows. As she passed a closed bookstore and a shuttered cafe, her phone buzzed with a message from Midoriya, inviting her to a movie night with Kaminari. YN smiled, her thumb hovering over the reply button when suddenly, she felt a sharp whip of air behind her. She turned, but there was nothing. Her breath caught in her throat, and then she felt a sting, a pinprick against the side of her neck. Cold. She slapped her hand there, her fingers brushing against a small dart. Heart pounding, she pulled it out, but the world began to tilt. Her knees buckled, and she heard footsteps approaching calm and purposeful. An unfamiliar voice remarked that she was smaller than expected, followed by another voice that playfully questioned whether All Might would cry. YN tried to move, to scream, but her limbs were going numb, and her vision blurred. Her last thought was of a face, green eyes and freckles belonging to Izuku. Then, everything faded to black. Midoriya was busy setting up for movie night in the common room, placing popcorn bags on the table as Kaminari and Kirishima argued about which movie to start. Mina was dragging Siro from the kitchen, and laughter filled the air. But YN hadn't texted him yet, which was unusual. He checked his phone repeatedly, growing increasingly concerned. She always replied, even if it was just a thumbs-up emoji or a sarcastic comment. Midoriya's smile faded as he typed a message asking if everything was okay and if she was almost there. After sending it, he waited, but an hour passed without a response. As the sun fully set, he felt a growing sense of dread. He stood abruptly, catching Mina's attention. When she asked if he was okay, he quickly said he needed some air and stepped into the hallway. He called YN's phone, but there was no answer. Panic began to rise within him as he tried again, only to reach voicemail. Then, someone picked up, but it wasn't YN. A man's voice, casual and cruel, informed him that she was a little tied up right now. Midoriya froze, his heart racing as he whispered, asking who the man was. The response was a mocking chuckle, and the man suggested they were just going to take a peek at what made the daughter of a legend tick before the line went dead. Midoriya's blood ran cold, and without thinking, he dashed past the elevators and into the teacher's wing. He burst into All Might's office without knocking, declaring that they had taken YN. All Might, who had been grading papers, immediately recognized the urgency in Midoriya's expression. "Who did?" All Might asked, standing abruptly. Midoriya's voice trembled as he explained that someone had answered her phone and mentioned wanting to know what made her tick. All Might's demeanor shifted, and he activated the distress beacon on his desk, calling for Aizawa to meet him in the security office regarding YN. Meanwhile, far from YN blinked into darkness, feeling heavy and disoriented. Her wrists were strapped down to a cold, tilted surface, and tubes were inserted into her arm, one containing a thick green substance. Machines surrounded her, beeping and humming, while voices echoed in the room. A tall man in a lab coat leaned over her, inspecting her vitals. It was Dr. Ujiko, who remarked on her unique genetic makeup. YN struggled to lift her arm but found her body unresponsive. The doctor assured her they weren't going to hurt her, at least not permanently. Another voice chimed in, a woman's voice that was light and teasing. Toga lounged in the corner, twirling a needle between her fingers. YN growled, threatening to retaliate, but Dabi stepped into view, his eyes cold and calculating. Ujiko dismissed her fears, expressing excitement over her potential as a missing link in their research. YN's heart raced as she defiantly stated that they wouldn't get what they were looking for. Ujiko smiled coldly and pressed a button on a machine, causing her arm to sting again as heat flared beneath her skin. She bit back a cry, feeling pain bloom like wildfire under her skin. Her body was hot, then cold, then burning again, and she lost track of how long she had been strapped down. The lights overhead buzzed endlessly, never dimming or changing. The restraints pressed into her wrists, and her throat felt dry from silence or perhaps from screaming, though she couldn't recall if she had. Every few hours, they returned. Dr. Ujiko, calm and clinical, arrived with his files and machines, muttering about evolutionary anomalies. Toga sometimes spoke to her as if they were friends at a sleepover, while other times she simply watched her with wide, curious eyes. Dabi lingered in the background, always smirking as if daring her to break. They were studying her, not just her quirk, but her cells, nerve response, blood type, and the peculiar way her muscles reacted to energy output. Ujiko even mentioned residual quirk coding, which meant nothing to her, but it twisted her stomach. He had said she wasn't one for all, but she was something new. They kept her drugged just enough to dull her quirk. She could feel it, the strength was still there, buried under layers of cotton and rust. The harder she tried to reach it, the further it slipped away. But YN wasn't weak. Not anymore. Even strapped to a metal table, cut open and half-conscious, she refused to let them win. Midoriya hadn't slept for 24 hours. He hadn't eaten. He sat in the security room with Aizawa and All Might, reviewing every camera UA had access to city feeds, alleyways, subway stops. Nothing. Just a brief flicker of her walking past a train station, then darkness. He muttered for the 20th time that he should have walked her home, gripping the arms of his chair. Aizawa told him to stop, insisting it wasn't his fault. Midoriya argued that he had sensed something was wrong and should have acted. You trusted your friend, Aizawa reminded him. Midoriya's voice cracked as he admitted he had lost her. All Might stood silently beside him, his hands shaking, knuckles white. Finally, he asserted that she was still alive. If they wanted her dead, they wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Midoriya snapped back, questioning how that was supposed to make him feel better. Silence fell until Hound Dog's voice cut in through the comms, announcing they had traced her last ping to the city outskirts, to an abandoned sector and an old biotech warehouse. Midoriya shot up, declaring he was going. Aizawa stepped in front of him, reminding him he was a student and that they would handle it. Midoriya insisted he wouldn't sit idly by while they did to her what they had done to Bakugo or worse. Aizawa warned him he was too emotional and would get himself killed. Midoriya, dead serious, asked Aizawa to teach him how to survive. All Might placed a hand on Aizawa's shoulder, firm but not forceful, expressing his trust in Midoriya. Aizawa, though not convinced, nodded once. YN had lost track of time. The lights never changed and the pain never ceased. Only the voices shifted from Ujiko's obsessive mumbling to Toga's airy humming to Dabi's slow drawl, always dripping with disdain. But they had gotten careless. Ujiko had changed her dosage that morning, likely increasing it, but the reaction had backfired. Her head was clearer now, not fully, but enough to think and plan. As soon as the room cleared, she focused on her breathing. She clenched her right fist, trying to break free from the restraints that bit deep into her skin. They were just medical-grade leather, not indestructible. Her wrists were slick with sweat, and blood had dried in the creases of her skin. She twisted her hand, feeling pain lance up her forearm, and then she heard a snap. The buckle on the right strap gave way. Her arm fell limp off the table, and she froze, breath caught in her throat. No alarm sounded. No one was there. She had to move. With trembling fingers, she fumbled for the left strap. It was tighter and harder to reach, but she managed. Another snap and her hand was free. Every inch of her body protested as she sat up, blinking through the harsh fluorescent lights. The IVs tugged at her arms, but she yanked them out, feeling blood well at the sights. She staggered off the table, her legs feeling like jelly, knees almost giving out. The room swam, but she pressed on, not knowing where she was going just away. She stumbled down the corridor, lined with peeling metal doors and flickering red bulbs, the cold and narrow hallway feeling like a repurposed underground facility. Everything in her wanted to collapse, but she pushed forward, half dragging herself along the wall, vision dimming, chest burning. She turned a corner and ran straight into Dabi. He caught her by the shoulders, barely needing to brace himself. She stumbled, her heart racing as ice coursed through her veins. He drawled, amused, that it hadn't taken long for her to escape. She instinctively tried to punch him, but he caught her wrist and twisted it, sending white-hot pain shooting up her arm. He remarked on her recklessness, stepping in close, his breath brushing her cheek. She spat at him not to call her that. He smiled, slow and cruel, and commented on her fire, pressing her back against the wall. She attempted to knee him, to shove him, but her body was too weak. Dabi grabbed her chin, tilting her face toward him and whispering that she thought her father would save her, but he wouldn't. His hands slid along her jaw possessively, and she shivered, bow rising in her throat as she demanded he not touch her. He leaned in, his voice low, stating she was interesting, not quite All Might, not quite Deku, but unfinished, untapped, raw. He suggested they could change that. Her stomach turned as she whispered that she would kill him. Dabi chuckled, stepping back slightly, watching her like a cat with a wounded bird. He then grabbed her arm tighter and began dragging her back toward the lab. She kicked, bit, and screamed, but it was futile. He was stronger, and she was too far gone. As he threw her back onto the table, strapping her in again with practiced ease, his voice was almost bored. He remarked that she could have made this easier on herself. She glared at him, teeth clenched, insisting she would never break. Dabi simply smiled, declaring that was what made it fun. Midoriya ran like the world was on fire, through the trees and back roads, past rusted fences and long-abandoned city signs. He barely noticed the others behind him: Izuku, Present Mike, and a handful of pro heroes, all part of the team. But the moment the warehouse came into view, he stopped waiting. He didn't even hear Izuku calling for him to slow down. "She's in there. She's in there. She's in there." The front of the biotech facility was old, caved in at some points, a patchwork of scaffolding and steel beams. But it didn't matter. Midoriya didn't hesitate. He smashed the lock on the front gate with a blast of air pressure from his gauntlet and bolted inside. The halls were too quiet. A scream. Not loud but hoarse. Frantic. Wyan. His heart plummeted and surged at once. He moved without thinking, following the sound down the narrow corridors, past shattered glass and flickering lights. He rounded the corner and saw her, strapped back to a chair, eyes wide, bruised, blood on her lip, dried trails down her cheeks, her wrists raw from the restraints. Wyan. Someone stepped in front of her. Dabi. Of course it was Dabi. He casually pushed himself up from where he had been leaning on the table, a smirk on his face. He remarked that he didn't think they would have a reunion this fast, noting how the kids really couldn't stay away. Midoriya didn't respond. One look at Wyan, her broken expression, the cuts on her arms, the sheer fear in her eyes, and the fire in his chest exploded. He charged. Dabi met him head-on. Flames roared between them, licking across the walls and scorching the floor, but Midoriya dodged through them, his movements sharper than ever. He blasted forward with a burst of one for all, the force shaking the rusted hallway. His fist connected with Dabi's ribs hard. The villain grunted, sliding back a few feet, but he quickly retaliated, spewing blue fire in a wide arc. Midoriya shielded himself with another burst of air pressure, but the heat still scorched his sleeves. Dabi snarled, his voice cracking with something close to rage, claiming that Midoriya didn't even know what she was. He warned that Wyan was a ticking bomb and that her quirk wasn't what Midoriya thought. Midoriya roared that he didn't care, she was his friend. Dabi laughed, but there was blood in his mouth now. Midoriya ducked under another blast, jumped high, and slammed a full-powered kick into Dabi's chest. The villain went flying, crashing through the metal lab cabinets, crumpling into a heap of smoke and sparks. Midoriya didn't wait to see if he was down for good. He ran to her. She was still strapped and still shaking, barely breathing. "Wyan," he said softly, yanking at the leather bindings, assuring her that it was him and that she was okay. Her voice was barely audible as she whispered his name. He blinked hard, confirming that it was him and that she was safe. The last strap came loose. The moment it did, she collapsed into his arms. She didn't cry, not yet, but her whole body trembled like it wanted to. Midoriya held her tighter, one arm cradled around her back, the other under her knees. She was light, terrifyingly light, and she felt cold through her clothes. He whispered that he was taking her home and that no one would ever hurt her again. Behind them, the pro heroes finally stormed the corridor, Izuku in front, his scarf already dragging the unconscious Dabi into containment. But Midoriya didn't let go. Not when the medics rushed in. Not when All Might burst through the door, wide-eyed and pale. Not even when she passed out in his arms from exhaustion. He didn't let go. Aftermath, later that night. They had gotten her to a UA medical wing hours ago. Midoriya sat outside the room, elbows on his knees, face in his hands. Blood was still crusted on his shirt. Her blood. Izuku stood nearby, quietly giving updates to the other teachers. The doctors had said YN would recover. No major organs damaged. No permanent nerve damage. But the emotional trauma? That was another story. The door creaked open behind him. Recovery girl stepped out, sighing. She said YN was awake and had asked for him. Midoriya's heart jumped. He stood slowly, legs stiff, every muscle sore. Inside, the room was dim. Quiet. She lay in the bed, bandaged and pale, eyes heavy-lidded but clear. When she saw him, her lips trembled, acknowledging his presence. He told her he had promised he would come. For a moment, they just looked at each other. No words. Then she admitted she was scared, so scared that she thought she would never see him again. Midoriya's throat tightened, confessing that he thought he lost her. Her fingers brushed his wrist weakly. She reassured him that he didn't. He hesitated, then laced his hand through hers, promising he wouldn't let go. The soft beeping of the heart monitor was the only sound filling the room. Morning light filtered through the thin hospital curtains, casting pale gold stripes across the white sheets tucked around YN's body. She lay still, awake, eyes fixed on the ceiling. The stiffness in her arms, the aches in her legs, the bandages, the bruises. They were manageable, bearable. But the silence was not. Then came a knock. So tentative. The door creaked open before she answered. She didn't turn to look. She didn't need to. All might. He stepped inside like the floor might crack beneath him. Not in his towering, heroic form, just the small, gaunt version of Toshinori Yagi. Exhausted. Older than she had ever seen him. For a long moment he stood in the doorway, unsure if he had the right to come in. Then he asked if he could sit. She nodded, barely. He crossed the room and took the seat beside her bed, folding his hands between his knees. He apologized, his voice rough with guilt, admitting he should have been there. YN didn't speak. He continued, expressing regret for not walking her, for not insisting she was safe at UA. He acknowledged that he was wrong. She swallowed, blinking up at the ceiling, feeling raw. She whispered that she kept waiting for someone to come. He acknowledged her feelings. She turned her head then, looking at him for the first time. His face was pale, his eyes red-rimmed. But it was the way he looked at her, like she was breakable, like she might vanish if he blinked, that made her throat tighten. She confessed that she thought she was going to die. A beat passed. He murmured that he felt the same way every second she was missing. Silence swelled between them, full of all the things they couldn't say. Finally, All Might reached into his coat and pulled out a thick folder. Manila, labeled with the League symbol now crossed out with a red marker. He explained that he didn't come just to say sorry, they had found something. He set the folder down on the table next to her, then gently opened it, turning the pages with care like he didn't want to hurt her more than she had already been hurt. He explained that these were the doctor's notes from the one who experimented on her. He was recording everything: her vitals, her reactions to stress, and how her body responded to her quirk under pressure. The scientists had reviewed the data. She watched him, quiet but tense, and asked what they found. He paused and tapped the first page of highlighted text, lowering his voice. They discovered something unusual, anomaly in her quirk's behavior. YN blinked, curious about the nature of this anomaly. He took a breath and explained that her quirk wasn't just a power-enhancing ability like his. It was something more reactive and unstable. The doctor referred to it as a quasi-volatility loop, a term that wasn't formal but captured the essence of the issue. She urged him to be straightforward, and he looked her in the eye. He explained that her quirk drew power from her physical state, but instead of maintaining a sustainable level, it kept pulling more energy the longer she was under physical stress. This led to rapid spikes in power that were uncontrollable. YN stared at him, realizing the implications. He confirmed that her quirk fed on her adrenaline, and when it did, her cells began to deteriorate. During her captivity, the doctor noted rapid degeneration in her muscle fibers and nervous system during her escape attempt, even though she had barely used her quirk consciously. Her body was absorbing and releasing energy faster than it could recover, which explained why she felt as if she had been through a furnace. She clenched the bedsheet, processing the information. If she used her quirk too much, she would become tired, but it was worse than that. He leaned forward, folding his hands, and explained that if pushed far enough, she could experience cellular collapse, leading to internal issues that she wouldn't notice until it was too late. Her breath caught in her throat as he placed a gentle hand over hers. He acknowledged her powerful gift but warned that it was also dangerous, like a bomb with a cracked fuse. The more power she used, the more it accelerated. Tears welled in her eyes, not from fear but from exhaustion and the weight of understanding what had been troubling her since her quirk first appeared. She had always sensed something was wrong. Using her quirk felt unstable, like trying to hold a lightning bolt. He assured her that they would find a way to stabilize it, emphasizing that she was not alone in this journey. They had resources, specialists, and she would train to learn control, to breathe with her quirk rather than fight against it. But she wondered what would happen if she didn't manage to control it. He hesitated before responding with a chilling honesty that if she didn't, the next time she faced a real battle, she might burn out before it even ended. Her chest tightened with the weight of his words. She felt a mix of emotions, wanting to scream and laugh at the same time. All the time spent questioning her worthiness to inherit his quirk now felt overshadowed by the realization that her own was slowly harming her. She pressed a hand to her stomach, feeling as if she could sense the damage. It felt like a curse, but he firmly corrected her, calling it a challenge, a dangerous one, yes, but one she had already survived more than most could dream of. She remained silent, and he squeezed her hand, reassuring her that she would never be alone in this fight. The dorms looked the same, which was perhaps the strangest part. The bright paint on the walls, the faint scent of microwave popcorn in the common room, and the distant music from someone's phone upstairs all felt normal. But she was not. YN stood in front of the dormitory doors, gripping her jacket sleeve tightly, her knuckles turning white. A slow breath escaped her, and her pulse thudded in her throat. Recovery Girl had advised her to take her time, to give herself space, but she didn't want space. She wanted home, despite her fear of how it would feel to walk through that door. She didn't hear the footsteps behind her until someone gently called her name. Midoria stood a few feet away, dressed casually, his hair tousled by the wind. His warm, wide eyes reflected relief, and he spoke softly as if afraid too much sound might hurt her. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. He stepped forward slowly, giving her time, not hugging or touching her, just looking at her with relief. He acknowledged her return, and she whispered that she guessed she was back. He reassured her that she didn't have to do anything she wasn't ready for, offering to let her see the dorms from outside or return to her room if she preferred. But she wanted to go in, and he nodded, smiling softly as he held the door open for her. The room fell silent when she stepped inside, the quietness making her chest ache. 12 heads turned, conversations abruptly halted, and a slice of toast fell from Kaminari's fork, hitting the floor with a soft thud. No one moved. Then Mina gasped, her voice barely above a whisper, expressing disbelief that she was really back. The moment broke as Mina rushed toward her, arms wide open but stopping just short of a hug, her hands hovering awkwardly as she asked if it was okay to embrace her. YN nodded weakly, and Mina pulled her into the gentlest hug she'd ever received, expressing her relief and how she had cried during her absence. Next was Jairu, who offered a nod and a shoulder pat, a perfect blend of cool and kind. Shiro, Uraraka, and Tokoyami followed, with Ida bowing deeply, making her want to laugh and cry simultaneously. Kirishima gave her a respectful fist bump, and even Todoroki offered a faint nod, simply stating that they had been worried. Only Bakugo remained at the back, arms crossed, looking uncomfortable. When their eyes met, he scowled and muttered just loud enough for her to hear that it took her long enough to return. Strangely, that might have meant the most. Laughter filled the room later, with Kaminari trying to make her smile by offering to carry her books for a month for medical reasons, while Mina threatened to bake her a welcome-back, trauma queen cake. Jairu quickly dismissed the idea, but she appreciated the thought. They didn't inquire about what had happened, not directly, and she was thankful for that. She wasn't ready to share, but she was grateful for their silence. Later that night, after the excitement had faded and everyone retreated to their rooms, YN found herself standing in the hallway outside her own. The doorknob felt heavier than it should have. Then she heard footsteps approaching. She didn't need to turn to know it was him. Izuku approached her, his voice warm and quiet as he expressed his concern for her well-being. She didn't respond immediately, instead focusing on the doorknob before looking back at him. She asked him to stay for a bit, just until she fell asleep. Midoriya's face flushed slightly as he agreed to her request. Lay down, she didn't cry or tremble, but when he sat beside her bed, close yet respectful of her space, something within her chest began to loosen, just a little. She pulled the blanket up to her chin and let her gaze drift to the side, where his hand rested on his thigh, clenched slightly as if unsure what to do with it. Yet, his presence filled the room with warmth. She softly mentioned that she had heard he was the first to notice her absence, and he admitted that something had felt wrong when she hadn't responded to his messages. She thanked him, expressing her gratitude for being the first person who didn't let her disappear, for coming after her without hesitation. He looked as if he wanted to argue that anyone would have done the same, but they both understood the truth of the matter. He confessed that he couldn't stop thinking about her, that he had replayed their last conversation in his mind, worried about her safety and feelings. She acknowledged that she had felt scared. A silence enveloped them before she asked if she could share something. His eyes met hers, filled with encouragement. She hesitated for a moment before revealing that All Might had visited her that day. He had shared information about her quirk, explaining that it was not only strong but also unstable. Midoria frowned as she continued, explaining that her quirk reacted to stress and adrenaline, growing stronger under pressure without any limit, potentially leading to her body breaking down. His grip on her hand tightened, just enough for her to feel his support. She stated plainly that she could die, not from a villain or in a fight, but simply from pushing herself too hard. He didn't respond immediately, but when he did, his voice was soft yet fierce as he assured her that it wouldn't happen. He promised they would figure it out together, that he would help her train and manage her abilities. She wouldn't burn out while he was there. In that moment, something within her shifted in the best way possible. Her lip trembled, not from fear but from relief, not just because of his words but the conviction behind them. Without thinking, she intertwined her fingers with his, and he didn't pull away. Their hands fit together, held in that delicate, unspoken space where everything could change without needing to be voiced. She closed her eyes and whispered for him to stay. He assured her that he wasn't going anywhere, and he remained by her side. Not when the lights dimmed, not as her breathing slowed and sleep began to take her, and not even when the hallway fell silent, wrapped in the night like a comforting blanket. He stayed, hand in hand, a promise neither of them was ready to articulate but one that was already understood. It was late afternoon when YN finally agreed to meet. The message All Might had left was simple. There was a spot near the old training grounds where they used to go when he was still just a man named Toshinori. He would wait there until sunset, ready to talk if she came. If not, he would understand. She almost didn't go. But something in Midoriya's eyes from the night before, soft, unsure, genuine, had cracked something inside her, and she needed answers, even if they broke her all over again. The old training grounds were quiet, mostly overgrown with weeds curling through the cracks in the pavement. A half-collapsed punching dummy leaned against the fence, a reminder of who All Might used to be. YN saw him sitting on the bench, a thermos in one hand and a manila envelope resting beside him. He wore a plain hoodie and jeans, looking more like a man than a myth. He stood as she approached, hesitant and unsure. He quietly expressed his gratitude, but she didn't respond, choosing instead to sit down on the opposite end of the bench with her arms crossed. She made it clear that she wasn't there for apologies, and he nodded in understanding. Silence stretched between them until he slowly reached for the envelope. He revealed that he had kept it for years, filled with pictures, notes, and letters he never sent. YN hesitated before opening it. Photos spilled out, her first birthday, a messy drawing she had made at age 5, and a crayon version of All Might labeled, "My Dad," in shaky handwriting. She stared, her throat tightening. He admitted that he never stopped caring but acknowledged that he had stopped showing it, which he recognized as his mistake. As he looked out over the treetops, he recalled the day they said she was quirkless. He had panicked, fearing that someone might find out and use her against him. He had made enemies, real ones who would do anything to hurt him. He convinced himself that staying away was safer, believing that if the world didn't know about her, it couldn't touch her. But the truth was he was afraid of failing her, of loving her and still losing her. YN gripped the photo of herself at age 6, missing her front teeth and smiling proudly in a school uniform. She realized he had chosen to give that power away to someone else, not her. He admitted that he did it because he didn't want to curse her. She looked up sharply as he explained that one for all wasn't a blessing but a burden that could break the body and shorten lives. He had seen what it did to him and didn't want that for his daughter. He looked at her, his eyes rimmed red, and confessed that if he had given it to her, he wouldn't have been able to bear watching her suffer or disappear as he had. Silence enveloped them again, the wind rustling the trees as the sky faded into gold. He acknowledged that she might never forgive him but wanted her to know that it wasn't because she wasn't good enough. It was because he couldn't bear the thought of her becoming like him. YN remained silent for a long time, wanting to hate him but beginning to understand that his fear was fatherly, twisted by years of responsibility but real nonetheless. She finally spoke, admitting that she didn't know if that made it better, but at least now she understood. He nodded, saying that was all he could give her. Standing with the envelope clutched in her hands, she declared that she wasn't ready to be his daughter again, not yet. Toshinori smiled sadly and promised to wait as she walked away. The first thing YN noticed when she woke up was the warmth beside her bed, not from sunlight or the thick dorm blanket but from the quiet, steady presence of Midoria, who had fallen asleep in the chair. Still in his hoodie from the night before, his head tipped forward, chin resting against his chest, hair a complete mess. One hand was loosely tangled with hers, their fingers laced in a way that made her stomach flutter. She stared at him for a moment, marveling at how someone could look gentle even while unconscious. The peace was short-lived when the door flew open with a bang, and Mina's voice echoed through the hall like a war horn. She burst in, accompanied by Kaminari, grinning mischievously. Mina teased about interrupting something scandalous, causing Midoriya to jerk awake with a strangled gasp, nearly toppling out of the chair. YN quickly pulled her hand back, feeling embarrassed. Mina continued to tease, pointing out the scene of Sleeping Beauty and her knight holding hands in the dark. Midoriya's ears turned bright red as he stammered an explanation, insisting he was just watching over her for protective reasons. YN buried her face in the pillow, wishing to disappear. Kaminari chimed in, calling the moment cute and heroically romantic, which made Midoriya choke again. YN decided it was time to leave, throwing off the covers and urging Midoriya to follow her before they started writing fanfiction. Mina gasped, declaring it was too late for that. The training grounds were quiet in the early morning haze. YN stood at the center of ground gamma, arms folded tightly across her chest. The air smelled of metal and dust, and the sun had yet to fully rise, but Aizawa was already waiting for her. All Might stood a few paces back in his true form, leaning heavily on a walking stick. YN wasn't sure if that was for his sake or hers. Aizawa noted her presence without looking up from his clipboard, stating that she was late. She admitted to feeling nervous, to which he responded that it was a good sign, indicating she was taking the situation seriously. Taking a shaky breath, she asked if he truly believed she could control her power. Aizawa finally looked at her directly, not cruelly, but with a sense of gravity, and replied that she didn't have a choice. His words landed heavily in her stomach. All Might stepped forward gently, explaining that this training wasn't about unlocking more strength but about preventing her body from turning against itself. They were there to find a pressure valve for the power before it overwhelmed her. YN found his reassurance somewhat comforting, though she noted that nothing about this would be simple. The first phase of training focused on threshold testing. YN engaged in high-impact movements, jumps, strikes, and rapid sprints. They monitored her vitals after every round, and everything seemed fine until frustration took hold during a balance drill. When she lost her balance and crashed hard, the surge of emotion triggered her power. Strength flooded her limbs, and her muscles tightened as she instinctively slammed her fists into the ground, cracking the concrete. All Might called for her to stop, and Aizawa activated his quirk, cutting off the power like a circuit breaker. YN collapsed to one knee, panting heavily, her head spinning. She looked at her hands, which were shaking and swollen, with blood from her scraped palms running down her wrists. Aizawa noted that her adrenaline had spiked and she had lost control after a minor emotional trigger. YN gasped that she knew, and he emphasized the need for her to learn to suppress the flood before it began. When she asked how, he flatly stated that it wasn't about intent but about regulation. The second phase of testing involved calming agents. Recovery Girl had provided two options: a light sedative pill designed to reduce emotional surges but potentially dull reaction time, and a support patch developed by Hsussvsh, which would sync with YN's heartbeat to deliver microbursts of tranquilizing signals directly to her nervous system when her pulse spiked. They tried the pill first, which worked to some extent. She didn't flare up, but her reflexes felt sluggish during a simulated combat round, making her feel as if she were fighting underwater. The patch provided more freedom, allowing her to complete most of the routine without a spike. However, once the patch was removed, she experienced another flare, activating her quirk mid-swing and nearly shattering a reinforced dummy. She fell back, her hand already bleeding from the recoil. Feeling defeated, she muttered that she didn't want this anymore, shaking as she expressed her frustration. All Might, kneeling beside her with a towel in hand, gently pressed it to her wrist. He shared that he hadn't wanted one for all either and hadn't known the cost it would bring. He encouraged her to shape her power around who she was, not what she thought a hero should be. Tears brimmed in YN's eyes as she worried about whether she could ever control her power. All Might reassured her that they would keep reshaping it together, every day, until it listened. Later that night, a soft knock at her dorm door jolted YN from her restless half-sleep. Her body was still sore from training, and her wrists were wrapped in gauze from the earlier flare-up. She opened the door slowly to find Izuku standing there in sweatpants and a half-zipped hoodie, a towel draped over one shoulder. His eyes flicked to her bandaged wrists before meeting hers, and he asked if she was awake. She blinked and admitted she wasn't really awake. Izuku smiled sheepishly and suggested they spar. YN raised an eyebrow, questioning if he wanted to break the rules and risk getting hurt by her in the same night. His ears turned pink as he explained that he thought it might be good to practice without pressure, just the two of them, without Izawa watching or any talk of side effects. YN hesitated, recalling her earlier loss of control. She murmured her concerns about what would happen if she lost control again, to which Izuku confidently assured her that he would stop her if needed. They made their way to the outer training ring behind the dorms, technically off-limits after hours but far enough from the buildings that no one would hear them. The moon hung full and soft in the sky, and the stars blinked above as if watching. They stretched quietly before starting, with YN moving cautiously, testing her reactions under pressure. Midoria matched her rhythm, always reading her breath, until he landed a clean hit to her side, triggering the surge within her. Feeling a flicker of energy in her spine and a pull in her gut, she trembled, worried about hurting him. Izuku quickly reassured her to breathe, insisting she wouldn't hurt him. His unwavering trust in her stopped her cold. No one had ever expressed such confidence in her after everything she had been through. She stared at him, this boy with tired eyes and scarred hands, who had every reason to be afraid of her but wasn't. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and focused on the ground beneath her feet, the sound of his breathing and the stars above. Slowly, the heat in her limbs began to dim. The power receded like a wave. When she opened her eyes again, he was still standing there, arms down, no guard up, just watching her with that same steady gaze. He asked gently if she was okay, and she nodded in response. The grass, 1:30 a.m. They collapsed side by side in the soft grass, limbs sprawled, breath still catching. YN stared up at the stars. Her muscles buzzed, but it was quieter now, as if the storm inside her had passed, if only for a while. She expressed her gratitude quietly, thanking him for trusting her. He smiled up at the sky and remarked that she was easy to trust. She teased him about his confidence, suggesting he should be scared of her, but he simply replied that he wasn't. A heavy, warm silence settled between them for a moment. Then she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. She shared her experience of being taken, revealing that she had lost track of time in the constant light. She had felt anger instead of fear, believing that if she burned hot enough, she could scare them into letting her go. However, Dabi had enjoyed watching her struggle, wanting to prove that she could scream and fight yet still feel powerless. Izuku listened intently, waiting for her to continue. She recalled how he had touched her face, not in a creepy way, but as if she were an object, something broken that he could poke at, as if she were no longer a person. The quiet stretched between them, and her hand found his, lacing their fingers together fully. She admitted that she hadn't really told anyone about her experience. He reassured her that she didn't have to, reminding her that she had survived it and was still here, still herself. Tears burned at the back of her eyes as she expressed her frustration that the memories still lingered in her mind. He comforted her, saying they wouldn't stay forever. They lay in silence for a long time after that, fingers intertwined, stars above, the night holding them in soft stillness. It wasn't technically a date. That was what YN told herself when she texted Midoriya that morning, inviting him to join her in town. Just two friends, off campus, casual. Totally not a date. Even if she had changed her shirt twice and actually brushed her hair properly for once. Even if he had replied almost too quickly with enthusiasm. Even if he showed up at the front gate in a hoodie and jeans, looking nervous and awkward, trying hard to pretend like this wasn't a big deal. They walked side by side into the city. The weather was warm, not too hot, not too cold. The trees lining the sidewalk were in bloom, petals floating down like lazy confetti. YN glanced up at the clear blue sky and expressed her disbelief at being allowed to go off campus, eat real food, and wear actual clothes. Midoriya laughed, reminding her that their teacher had only agreed because she had just survived a villain kidnapping and her training had been intense. YN smirked, playfully suggesting that this was her trauma reward. Midoriya insisted that she had earned it. YN dragged him into several shops, some practical, some not. Midoriya held the shopping bags without complaint, even when she ducked into a tiny boutique for 20 minutes and emerged with only a single hoodie. She made him choose between colors, claiming that blue brought out his eyes, and he only blushed slightly. They continued walking shoulder to shoulder along the sidewalk, their arms occasionally brushing against each other, neither moving away. They eventually found a quiet cafe tucked between a bookstore and a flower shop, filled with mismatched chairs and hanging plants, with soft jazz playing overhead. The place was warm, sunlit, and half empty. YN carried their drinks to a window table while Midoriya juggled both sandwiches, muttering about not spilling sauce on his hoodie. As they sat down, YN leaned back and exhaled, noting that it felt strange not having to look over her shoulder, not being in a hospital or a training room, just sitting and drinking iced coffee. Midoriya smiled, agreeing that it had been a while since things felt this way. YN took a sip of her drink and observed him over the rim of her cup, commenting that he always looked like he was thinking about something important. Midoriya was surprised to hear this, admitting that it was hard for him to turn his brain off with everything going on: training, intel, plans for tomorrow. He even overthought simple tasks like brushing his teeth. YN grinned, finding it exhausting, but Midoriya reassured her that right now, it wasn't so bad. Their eyes met, and for a moment, neither looked away. YN playfully flicked a sugar packet at him, teasing that he was getting mushy. Midoriya caught it midair with a smile, playfully blaming her. YN insisted that she was the least sentimental person there, but Midoriya reminded her of the time she had teared up over a dog in a sweater. She defended herself, claiming that was different. Just then, the bell above the cafe door jingled as a tall boy stepped inside, maybe 16 or 17, with pale hair and an average build. Something about him felt familiar. He blinked at YN and then did a double take, recognizing her from their middle school days. YN's heart raced as he introduced himself as Hajime Riku, a classmate from Sakanaji Middle. Recognition flickered in her mind. She remembered him as a quiet, soft-spoken kid, quirkless like she had been. Hajime asked what she was doing around there, and she explained that she was taking a break from her elite prep school. He complimented her, and Midoriya's expression tightened slightly. YN introduced Midoriya as her friend, and Hajime casually inquired if they were dating. YN nearly choked on her drink, while Midoriya blushed furiously, trying to clarify that they were just friends. Hajime laughed, claiming he was just joking, but YN noticed that Midoriya's smile was strained. As Hajime continued to talk, YN sensed something off. His eyes didn't match the ones she remembered, and his laughter felt different. There was an intensity in the way he looked at her, as if he were studying her, waiting for something. Eventually, Hajime left, waving goodbye and saying he might see her around. Midoriya watched. him go until the door shut behind him, then cautiously asked if YN knew him well. She explained that they had been in the same class and that he had been quirkless back then, keeping to himself. Midoriya took a moment before expressing his concern that there was something strange about Hajime. YN frowned, asking what he meant. Midoriya hesitated, finally saying that Hajime smiled too much. YN laughed, suggesting that he was just being observant, but Midoriya admitted he might also be a little jealous. She found this fair and reassured him to be careful. Yet, even as she said it, a chill ran down her spine. Hajime's smile had not been fake, it had been interested and hungry. The day had gone better than she expected. YN had almost forgotten what it was like to feel normal. A warm drink, a wandering walk through the city, and a quiet conversation with someone who wasn't holding a clipboard or analyzing her vitals brought her a sense of peace. Izuku had even made her laugh, a genuine laugh, reminiscent of the carefree kid she used to be. As they left the cafe, YN slung her hoodie over one shoulder and let the sun warm her face. It felt good, like the kind of day she would cherish in her memories. A few steps ahead, Izuku animatedly discussed the new UA Tech Lab, waving one hand while the other held their bag of snacks. She allowed herself to linger behind for a moment, soaking in the atmosphere. That was when she heard her name. It was Hajime, the boy from earlier. He had left the cafe 20 minutes ago but was now hurrying back down the sidewalk toward her, waving something in his hand. He informed her that she had dropped something. YN blinked in surprise as he held out a small keychain, a little rabbit charm that had fallen off her bag. She hadn't even noticed it was missing. As she reached to take it, someone bumped into her from behind at that exact moment. Her arm jerked forward, and she caught the edge of a sharp corner on the cafe's brick wall. She winced, pulling back quickly. A tiny scrape opened on her forearm, and a few drops of blood began to surface. Hajime reacted immediately, reaching into his pocket and offering her a neatly folded napkin. Without thinking, YN pressed it to her skin, feeling a bit flustered as she thanked him. He asked if she was okay, and she nodded, already backing away. She assured him she had experienced worse. Turning to catch up with Midoriya, who had paused further up the sidewalk and was looking back at her, she called out that she was fine, just having bumped her arm. Hajime gave a polite wave as she turned away, saying he hoped to see her around. She waved back over her shoulder without looking, unaware of him pocketing the napkin or the way his smile shifted into something colder as he vanished into the crowd. Meanwhile, Toga held up the stained napkin in gloved fingers, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She whispered that YN had bled for her, finding it precious. Dr. Ujiko, focused on his equipment, instructed her to get it into stasis, noting that it should be enough for synthesis. Toga pouted, wishing he would ask how she obtained it, but he simply assumed there had been some deception involved. With a playful twirl in her Hajime disguise, she returned to her true form, giggling. She remarked on YN's newfound strength, expressing a desire for her, claiming that her blood now burned like lightning. Ujiko finally looked up, intrigued by her words, and suggested they see if they could bottle the storm. Sunlight spilled across the common room floors of the Class 1A dorms, golden and warm, stretching through the wide windows like a soft exhale. It was rare a weekend with no patrols, no surprise drills, no stress-inducing visits from pro heroes. Laughter. A hum of music from Mina's phone. The sizzle of pancakes in the kitchen. A quiet sense of normal. YN hadn't known how much she needed it until now. She sat on the couch, legs tucked underneath her, a bowl of popcorn in her lap and a hoodie 3 sizes too big draped around her frame. Mina had thrown on a rerun of some old hero soap opera, but no one was really watching, just lounging, teasing, enjoying the quiet. Kaminari waved a spoon dramatically, claiming that Jairu had cried during the last episode. Jairu protested, insisting it was allergies, but Mina nudged YN, seeking support for her playful accusation. YN smiled genuinely, recalling the undignified sound Jairu had made. Jairu rolled her eyes, though amusement danced in her expression. Somewhere near the back of the room, Todoroki was flipping through a magazine upside down. Kirishima had fallen asleep with his head tilted back over the arm of a chair, mouth open like a lazy goldfish. It felt normal, like she belonged here. But that realization came with another, heavier one. YN's gaze drifted toward the kitchen. Izuku was standing at the counter, sleeves rolled to his elbows as he poured tea into mismatched mugs. His hair was still sleep messy, and he was talking softly with Ida, hands gesturing animatedly. He looked good. YN caught herself staring again. It had been happening more and more lately, these quiet moments where the weight in her chest didn't feel like anger anymore, just a slow burn, a tug, something warmer. And she hated how much she liked it. The tea must have been for everyone, but when Izuku crossed the room, he handed a mug straight to her first. He mentioned it was chamomile, which helped with stress or sleep, and she interrupted him, taking the mug with a light brush of fingers against his. He smiled, a little crooked, and noted that she seemed happy today. YN confirmed that she was, and something flickered between them. Mina noticed, and YN could feel the spark of realization in her friend's eyes. Later that day, after half the dorm had decided to nap and the other half got distracted trying to prank Izawa, YN wandered outside. The courtyard was quiet, cloudy now, with a light breeze that made the trees rustle softly overhead. She needed the air, a break from the way her heart kept doing strange things every time Izuku looked at her. As she stepped into the shade of the trees, she heard footsteps behind her. Izuku approached, looking softer outside, without the usual tension in his shoulders. He asked if she was okay, and she replied that she just needed some quiet. He nodded and fell into step beside her. They walked in silence for a while, listening to the wind, the birds, and the occasional shout from Kaminari in the distance. Then out of nowhere, Izuku remarked that she seemed different lately. YN blinked in surprise, and he quickly clarified that it was in a good way, as if something had changed. She hesitated before admitting that she had been trying to let people in a little more. Izuku noted that she had let him in, and it wasn't a question or a demand, just a soft observation. YN nodded slowly, acknowledging that he was especially included in that. They stopped at the edge of the training field, where the grass met the start of the forest. The sun peeked back through the clouds, casting a golden glow. YN hesitantly asked if things had been different, whether All Might would have chosen her if he hadn't met Izuku first. Izuku blinked, acknowledging the unfairness of the question but understanding why she asked. He assured her that All Might had always seen something in her but had been afraid to place that burden on her. He believed she would have been an amazing successor but emphasized that she didn't need to be anyone's second choice. YN felt a tightness in her throat as he continued, affirming that she was already incredible and more than enough as herself. The wind shifted, and YN quietly expressed her fear that everything could fall apart at any moment. Izuku looked up, and she stepped a little closer, revealing that the scariest part for her wasn't the villains or her quirk, but the thought of losing him. Something in his expression changed, and he reached out gently, taking her hand. He assured her that he wasn't going anywhere, and their fingers interlocked. For a moment, the world stood still, just two people standing in a patch of sunlight, pretending that the war outside hadn't touched them yet. YN looked at their hands, then at his face, and confessed that she thought she was falling for him. Izuku blinked, eyes wide and cheeks pink, before smiling, not his usual awkward smile, but a quiet, certain one, as if he had been waiting to hear that. He admitted that he thought he already had. Neither of them moved for a moment, then YN stepped closer, resting her forehead lightly against his. He didn't pull away. They stood wrapped in golden light and warm air, breathing in sync as the world beyond the trees faded. YN whispered that she was scared, and Izuku murmured that he was too. But in that moment, she felt safe. His hand squeezed hers, affirming that she was. She leaned in just a little more and kissed his cheek, soft and real. When she pulled back, Izuku looked stunned, flushed, and happy. So was she. It started as a casual suggestion, one that All Might tossed out over breakfast in the faculty lounge, seemingly harmless. He mentioned to Izawa that both YN and Izuku Midoriya were improving, but not in the same way. He believed they needed time alone together, just the three of them, in a quieter setting where they could focus. Izawa had raised an eyebrow, questioning whether it was a sparring match or a therapy session. All Might had chuckled, though there was a hidden weight in his tone, suggesting it might be a bit of both. By the end of the week, YN and Izuku were summoned privately and instructed to keep the outing quiet. A field facility had been cleared, one of UA's more remote training zones, nestled far outside the city, surrounded by dense trees and fenced-in hills. The area featured abandoned factory walls and broken-down machinery, providing a quiet, empty, and isolated environment. YN had agreed instantly. She enjoyed training, relishing the control it offered her. Even though her quirks still came in fits and starts, she was beginning to understand its rhythm. Izuku had agreed too, though he always seemed to flush when she glanced his way, as if he wanted to say something more but never found the right moment. The car ride was long, quiet, and warm. The windows were cracked, allowing the scent of pine and earth to drift in as they left the city behind for winding back roads. All Might sat up front with the driver, while YN and Midoria shared the back seat, close enough that their shoulders occasionally brushed during turns. Izuku was half buried in his notebook, and YN teased him about planning for spontaneous quirk detonation. He smiled faintly, explaining that while he couldn't plan for everything, he could prepare for the likelihood of it. She laughed softly, calling him a nerd, which he didn't take as an insult. She found it kind of cute. The moment hung between them, charged and unspoken. When they arrived, the clearing was wider than YN had expected. Tall trees surrounded it, their limbs swaying lazily under a pale sky. The remnants of old factory buildings added a haunted beauty to the landscape. YN stretched her arms overhead, breathing deeply. This place felt like a memory, quiet and untouched. All Might approached them, carrying a small duffel bag. He shared that this had been one of his favorite training grounds when he was younger, back when he had more spring in his step. Midoriya grinned, noting that it was still in great shape. All Might teased that it would be in even better shape once they had their turn to train. He opened the duffel to reveal water bottles, first aid supplies, and neutralizing bands, just in case things got out of hand. He explained that their goal for the day was simple: control and collaboration. Both wielded variations of One for All but were on different paths. It was time to see where their paths intersected. YN nodded, her heart racing as she glanced sideways at Izuku, who was already looking at her with a nervous smile. She quickly looked away, ready to begin. They started with coordination drills. Midoriya was technical, fluid with his footwork, while YN relied on raw power, still learning to hold back but faster and stronger than before. They moved in tandem, mimicking each other's punches, switching stances to the rhythm of All Might's claps. After 20 minutes, All Might announced it was time to push each other. YN rolled up her sleeves, and Izuku stepped onto the cracked concrete opposite her, bouncing lightly on his feet. He expressed concern about hurting her, but she smirked, assuring him he wouldn't. He launched the first attack, a blur of green lightning, as he closed the distance with a swift jab. YN dodged, countered, and swept his legs, causing him to land with a thud, laughing breathlessly. They traded blows, dodging and blocking, their rhythm electric. All Might encouraged them from the sidelines, mostly letting them go. Sweat clung to YN's skin, her heart racing. There was a moment when Izuku pinned her. Against a rusted beam, their arms locked and faces inches apart. She should have pushed him off, but she didn't. Neither did he. His eyes searched hers, filled with something unspoken and real. Then All Might shouted about spacing, and they broke apart, startled. They collapsed under the shade of a tree, panting and nursing their bruises while sipping water. All Might sat a few meters away, pretending not to notice the tension between them. Izuku glanced at her, then quickly looked away, commenting that it had been a good match. YN agreed, telling him not to apologize for getting too close. She added quietly that she didn't mind, causing his face to flush as he hid behind his water bottle. Leaning back against the trunk, YN watched the sunlight flicker through the leaves overhead. Her chest felt tight, but for the first time in a long while, she wasn't afraid of it. After their break, they returned to drills. All Might had dialed the energy down, assigning separate focus exercises, not sparring, just movement and reaction. He reminded them to push their limits carefully and to inform him immediately if either of their quirks spiked. YN moved toward one of the broken factory structures, practicing precise bursts of strength by punching through rusted sheet metal but stopping before cracking the support beam behind it. Izuku wandered toward the edge of the clearing, where old training dummies lay half-buried in weeds, testing new mobility combos at 5% and 8% power. All Might stood between them, occasionally nodding or frowning when a punch went too wide or a kick lacked form. But mostly he watched them with pride. These were the two halves of him: Midoria, the boy with his quirk, and Yn, the girl with his blood. They both carried burdens they hadn't asked for, yet they bore them with grace and fire. They were growing and he was proud. The air around them had gone still, not heavy, not dangerous, just peaceful. Midoria straightened up from a series of rapid strikes, sweat beading along his forehead. His breath came in short bursts and his legs ached. Yet, he smiled to himself. He could feel the progress he was making. He turned to glance toward Yn, ready to ask how her targeting was going, when he noticed her standing perfectly still about 30 meters into the treeline. Her back was turned, and her shoulders were stiff. Midoria frowned, calling out to her, but received no answer. He took a step closer, asking if everything was okay, but still, there was no response. She remained motionless, as if she weren't even breathing. A slow, creeping chill settled over him. This wasn't like her. They had spent enough time together recently training, talking, laughing beneath the stars that he recognized her body language almost instinctively. This stillness and silence were not characteristic of her. He took another step forward, calling her name again. Suddenly, a twig snapped behind him. Midoria turned sharply and froze. Yn stood 10 feet behind him, towel in hand, a confused expression on her face. She asked why he was walking into the trees, noting that All Might had just called for a cooldown. Midoria opened his mouth to respond, but no sound came out. Slowly, he turned back toward the figure he had just seen in the woods, only to find it gone, vanished without a trace, leaving only the faint rustle of wind in the branches. His heart began to race. That wasn't possible. Yn stepped closer, her expression shifting to concern. But before he could respond, the wind howled, and a blur of movement struck him from the side with incredible force. He didn't have time to brace himself. The impact sent him crashing across the gravel path. The air knocked from his lungs as he hit the ground shoulder first. Pain shot through his ribs as he rolled to a stop against a crumbling slab of concrete, dust exploding around him. Stars burst behind his eyes, and the world rang like a bell. A groan escaped him as he pushed up on one elbow, feeling the raw scrape on his left arm and the unsettling sensation in his ribs, not shattered, but definitely cracked. Then he saw her, the fake Yn. She stood where he had been moments ago, dust swirling around her ankles. Her face was identical to Yn's, but something was off. Her shoulders were rigid, her head tilted unnaturally to one side, and her smile was too wide, too slow, and entirely devoid of humanity. He breathed out, questioning who she was. The clone blinked and tilted her head the other way, like a curious child examining something strange. She stepped forward, her movements fluid yet disjointed, as if she had just learned to walk. Behind her, the real Yn came running, shouting in alarm as she skidded to a stop, her eyes locking onto the imposter. Midoria gasped, trying to rise, warning her to back off, but the clone didn't wait. She lunged at Yn. Yn met the charge head-on. Their bodies collided in the center of the training zone, a ripple of pressure blasting outward as fists met forearms and feet scraped against the asphalt. Sparks flew from the raw impact of their quirks colliding, even from the clone. It was like watching a mirror come alive. Yn dodged a right hook and landed a punch in the clone's ribs, but the fake didn't react like a person. She didn't grunt or recoil, she just moved again, faster, sweepingYn's ankle. They rolled through the dirt in a blur. Midoria forced himself up, wheezing as his vision tilted sideways while he staggered toward them. But he didn't get far before another voice called out, sharp and urgent, All Might. The former symbol of peace descended from the ridge above with startling speed, landing between the girls in a gust of wind, arms outstretched to block the clone from advancing. His face was drawn tight with fury, but fear shone behind his eyes. He ordered both of them to get behind him. YN hesitated only a moment before obeying, dragging Midoriya back by the arm. She urged him to come on, but he protested, insisting he could still fight. However, his knees buckled again, and she told him he couldn't. All Might shifted his stance as the clone straightened, brushing dust off her shirt as if unfazed. He studied her, his jaw clenched. He quietly noted that she wasn't a Nomu too smooth, too calculated. When YN demanded to know what she was, All Might didn't answer. Instead, the clone lunged again, not at Midoriya or YN, but at All Might. He caught her punch, but it took effort. His body strained, every muscle groaning under the pressure of old wounds and fading strength. The knee dipped, and his shoulder protested, but he held her back for a moment. Yet, it wasn't long before the clone's fists smashed into his palm, freezing them in place as the air trembled and dust lifted from the ground. His knees nearly buckled under the pressure. She was incredibly strong. And not just strong, she was familiar. The way she moved was too reminiscent of YN. The momentum behind her punch, the angle of her hips, the flicker of power in her legs, he recognized it. She fought like YN, but without hesitation or restraint. He gritted his teeth, muttering to himself that she wasn't her. He pushed back hard, forcing the clone away with a wide sweep of his arm, sending her skidding backward across the broken concrete. The moment of distance allowed him to breathe, but now he felt the dull throb in his ribs from where the old surgery scars screamed and the sharp, stabbing pain in his side that hadn't flared this badly since Kamino. He could barely breathe, clenching his jaw, determined not to collapse, not now, not with them watching, not with her watching. He knew he was past his prime and running out of time, but he didn't think it would come to this again. YN stood just beyond the broken ridge, her chest rising and falling quickly, mouth parted in fear. He couldn't meet her eyes. She had already seen him fail once, and he had sworn never to let that happen again. But here he was, facing failure once more as the clone lunged. He ducked just in time and caught her under the ribs with a quick uppercut, sending her staggering but not down. Not even close. All Might stumbled backward, his breath ragged. Every heartbeat felt like a cannon blast in his chest. The clone came at him again, this time faster and more cunning. Her foot hooked behind his knee, twisting it, and she spun, her elbow catching his shoulder. The impact sent a jolt of pain up his arm, causing him to fall to one knee. Her foot rose to meet his face, but something interrupted her movement. A flicker, not of mercy, but of instability. Her movements stuttered for a moment, glitching like static. All Might stared at her, and in that brief pause, he noticed it, her skin flickering, her fingers twitching, as if her body was rejecting her from the inside out. His eyes widened in realization. She was unstable. She wasn't just copying YN, she was trying to become her, but it wasn't working. Her cells were breaking down already. It didn't matter yet. She still had power, enough to threaten them all, and he had nothing left. The clone struck again, delivering a straight punch that All Might barely caught. The second punch cracked into his ribs, causing him to gasp as his vision swam. Then came a final elbow to his chest, and the world tilted. He hit the ground on his back, gasping and coughing, red blooming in the corner of his vision. From somewhere distant, he heard YN scream his name. He felt he had failed both of them this time, and he wouldn't get back up. Her voice broke as his body hit the ground, a hollow crash echoing through the empty field. Without thinking, she ran. Midoriya lay curled near the rubble, clutching his side, still conscious but barely. YN screamed again, sliding to her knees beside him. Blood was everywhere. His chest barely rose. Her father, the man who had abandoned her but tried to make it right. His eyes cracked open for just a moment. He whispered for her not to let the clone win, and then he was still. YN stood up slowly and deliberately. The wind howled around the cracked concrete, rusted metal whistling from the old scaffolding. Dust rose in spirals as the clone stood across from her, silent and waiting. Same face, same hair, same scars, but the expression was wrong, too still, too cold. YN clenched her fists and declared that the clone was not her. The clone smiled and claimed to be her. The first punch came fast, too fast. YN barely dodged it as the air split with the force of the clone's knuckles. She rolled, twisted, and came back up with a shockwave-powered kick that the clone blocked easily. Then they were moving, fists and feet flying, shockwaves erupting. Cracks formed in the earth beneath them, and every blow lit up the field. Each strike felt like hitting herself, as she knew every move the clone made before it happened because they were her moves, her instincts. But that wasn't the worst part. It was the words. The clone circled her like a predator, taunting her about her past, about the pain she still felt. Yan didn't respond, but the clone continued, revealing her deepest insecurities and regrets. The clone struck again, and Yan hit the ground hard, skidding across gravel. The clone stood over her, eyes bright and empty, accusing her of seeing everything she wasn't when she looked at Midoria. Yan coughed, blood in her mouth, hands shaking. The clone raised her hand, crackling energy surging through her arm for a final blow. But Yan didn't move or flinch. She stared up at herself bruised, bloody, beaten and breathed deeply. She acknowledged the clone's existence and expressed her sorrow for letting those negative thoughts win. Slowly, she got to her feet, one leg shaking, lips split, hair tangled with dirt and blood. She apologized for still feeling abandoned, angry, and not enough. The clone's lip trembled for just a moment, but Yan declared that she wouldn't let the clone speak for her anymore. With determination, Yan threw everything she had into her next punch. Power surged through her, not wild or unstable, but focused. For the first time since her quirk awakened, it didn't burn, it lifted. The clone tried to block, but it was too late. Yan's fist collided with her chest, and the shockwave shattered the space between them. Dust exploded and the ground split. The clone screamed, a sound that was raw and desperate. She began to flicker, her body breaking apart at the seams as the stolen cells couldn't hold. In her final moments, she choked out that she had been Yan, but then she was gone, a cloud of ash, nothing more. The battlefield was quiet now. The clone was gone, reduced to ash scattered across the fractured earth. But the damage remained, not just the destruction across the training field or the torn-up terrain, but the sight of the two people she cared for most collapsed and broken. All Might was the first to go. He was wheeled away in silence, the medical team moving as quickly and gently as they could. Yan stood off to the side, fists clenched at her sides, a storm brewing behind her eyes. She didn't speak, not even when they passed. He had barely been conscious, but his fingers twitched toward her when their eyes met. He tried to say something, she could see it forming behind his lips, but she looked away. She couldn't. Not right now. Then it was Midoria. Izuku was in worse shape than he admitted. She could see it in the way he struggled to sit up. The moment he was lifted onto the stretcher, he looked for her. She was already there, crouched beside him. Quietly, she wrapped the bandages around his ribs tight, yet gentle. He tried to speak once, his voice breaking her name like it was something fragile. Yan softly cut him off, telling him not to talk right now, that he was healing. He tried again, but she shook her head. He needed to rest, and although his eyes flickered with hurt, he didn't argue. Still she stayed. As they wheeled him away, she walked beside him, her hand on the edge of the stretcher, never quite touching his but never far. She remained until the nurse finally made her stop at the infirmary doors. Only then did she let herself breathe. The dorm was dark. Everyone else was asleep or pretending to be. But not her. Yan lay wide awake, staring at the ceiling. Her body ached, and her hands trembled when she tried to hold a glass of water. Her throat still carried the ghost of ash and blood. But none of it compared to the silence in her chest. No matter how hard she tried to forget it, she kept hearing what the clone had said, the things she didn't want anyone to know, especially not him. It was just past 1 a.m. when the knock came. So, 2 taps. Her heart jumped. She sat up slowly, the blanket still around her shoulders. Another knock. She didn't even need to ask, she opened the door. Midoria stood there, hair messy, one arm still wrapped tightly in bandages, shirt rumpled from the infirmary bed. He looked a little breathless as he asked if he could come in. She hesitated, then stepped aside. He sat on the edge of her bed while she sat cross-legged on the other side, the blanket still draped around her like a shield. The room was quiet, just the hum of the heater and the wind brushing against the windows. Neither spoke for a while until finally, Izuku said it. He admitted he had heard everything. She froze as he looked up, explaining that he had been awake for some of it. He hadn't meant to eavesdrop, he was just trying to stay alive. YN swallowed hard as he continued, acknowledging that while the words hadn't come from the clone, they were real for her. She couldn't meet his eyes as she whispered an apology, saying she didn't want him to hear that. But he was glad he did. His admission made her look up. He was relieved to know what she had been holding in and wished he had seen it sooner. She blinked rapidly, her throat tight as he leaned forward, cautious yet certain. He confessed his love for her, his words soft and true, without hesitation. He acknowledged the messiness and complications of their feelings but expressed his desire to stay and help her through it. YN opened her mouth, but for once, words failed her. Instead, she reached across the space between them and took his hand warm, familiar, steady. Her eyes burned as she admitted her feelings too, finally letting it out. She had loved him for a while but had been too scared to say it, afraid it would ruin what they already had or that she wasn't allowed to have something good. He squeezed her hand, assuring her she was allowed to have everything good. She leaned forward, their foreheads touching, and then, finally quietly, gently their lips met. It wasn't rushed or desperate, it was soft, like a promise. When they pulled away, she didn't let go. She curled up against his side, their hands still laced together, her head resting against his shoulder. Neither of them spoke again, for now after a long time they didn't need to. Sleep came easier after that, and this time, she didn't dream of clones or ash or shadows. Just warmth. The world had gone quiet again. Not peaceful, just quiet. Dust floated through the air like ash, thick and choking. Somewhere in the distance, crows cried out into the gray sky. The earth was cracked, burnt, torn apart as if the very ground had felt the weight of what had just happened. YN stood still, her heart pounding behind her ribs as if it were trying to escape. They were loading all might onto the stretcher. He didn't fight them. He couldn't. His eyes were barely open, skin pale, breathing shallow. She saw the way his chest rose only slightly and every rise looked like it might be the last. He was her father, her teacher, the man she had spent half her life resenting, and now she couldn't imagine losing him. She didn't say a word. When they wheeled him past her, his gaze flicked to her face, glassy and distant. But there. He tried to move his hand, tried to say something. Her lips parted but no sound came. When his mouth moved, whatever word he meant to say, she turned her face away. She couldn't hear it. Not now. Not if it was an apology. Not if it was goodbye. Then came Izuku. Midoria was already bloodied, arms bandaged in haste, trying to sit up when the med team reached him. He was too dazed to fight them, but he still looked for her, eyes wild and searching. And there she was, at his side before they even finished buckling the stretcher. She didn't say much. Just reached for the nearest roll of gauze and pressed it firmly to the shallow gash beneath his ribs. She urged him not to talk, avoiding his eyes, insisting he was healing. He protested, but she quickly reassured him that he wasn't okay and that it was fine. He fell silent, but not because he wanted to. She knew he wanted to ask if she was okay, to tell her it wasn't her fault. He had heard things the clone said and probably didn't know how to bring them up. But she couldn't do it. She couldn't hear any of it right now. What if she looked him in the eye and admitted she meant those things? What if he said, "I heard you," and then never looked at her the same again? She didn't think she could survive that. So instead, she focused on the bandage, on the bleeding, on the tasks at hand, and stayed quiet. The med team gave her a gentle but urging look. He had to go now. So she stepped back, but not before gently tucking the edge of the blanket around his shoulders and whispering that he would be okay. When he looked at her, eyes wide and confused and hurting, she only nodded and watched them take him away. She stood there long after the stretchers disappeared down the hill, wind brushing her cheek, her fists still trembling. Couldn't stop thinking about that thing, the clone. Her clone. What was it? A weapon? A living memory? A walking wound? She had felt her fists connect with its skin, heard it speak her thoughts, her deepest thoughts. And when she looked into its eyes, she didn't see rage. She saw herself twisted, lonely, abandoned, still crying in the dark. That terrified her more than anything else. The hallway was still. Moonlight slanted in through the windows, catching dust in the air and turning it silver. Wyan hadn't moved from her hospital bed in hours. Not really asleep, not really awake. Just lying there in the dark, listening to the quiet hum of machines, the distant beep of heart monitors, and the relentless sound of her own thoughts. She couldn't stop replaying the fight, the clone, and what it had said. A knock at the door broke the spiral. Just one. Then a pause. Then the door cracked open. Midoria stood there, half in shadow, hospital hoodie loose on his frame, eyes uncertain. Her heart stopped. He didn't speak, just waited, watching her, waiting to be told to leave. She sat up slowly, wincing, and told him he shouldn't be out of bed. He stepped inside anyway, closing the door behind him and admitting he couldn't sleep. She nodded, acknowledging she felt the same. He stood there awkwardly for a moment, unsure of what to do with his hands, then finally walked over and sat down in the chair beside her bed. Silence fell between them like a curtain. He broke it first, admitting he heard what the clone said. Her breath caught. He quickly added that he knew it wasn't her, but parts of her feelings she maybe didn't say out loud but still felt sometimes. Wyan didn't look at him. She stared down at her hands. She explained that was why she didn't want him to talk earlier, not out of anger, but because she was scared of what he might say. If he looked at her differently after hearing all of that, she didn't think she could handle it. When she finally turned her head, he wasn't looking at her with disgust or pity, but with something soft, something real. He told her he didn't think any less of her. If anything, he thought more. She asked why, and he explained that she had gone through things that would have broken anyone else, yet she was still here, still fighting, still trying. She admitted she didn't feel strong and that she didn't even know who she was while fighting that thing. It knew things she hadn't even admitted to herself. He suggested it might be time to admit them. She swallowed hard, revealing her anger at everything, at her dad, at him, at herself, for being born this way, for not being what he wanted, for being scared, for still needing people. He reassured her that she was allowed to need people. Her voice shook as she confessed that it hurt too. He understood. She looked at him now, really looked. He wasn't just a hero or her rival or her father's chosen successor. He was a boy with shaking hands and a scarred heart who had jumped into a battlefield just to bring her home. And he still chose to be there. With everything the clone said, she noted that he hadn't asked her to explain. He replied that he didn't need to. She asked why, and he simply said, "Because I love you." The words were soft, not heavy or dramatic, just simple, like a truth he had known for a while. Her breath hitched and she stared at him, wide-eyed, asking if he meant that. He didn't know when it started, maybe at the hospital, maybe before. He looked nervous now, not because he doubted her feelings, but because he understood the weight of what he was about to say. She let the silence linger for a moment before expressing her own feelings, her voice barely above a whisper. She loved him too. The words hung in the air, a secret they had both carried for far too long. Midoria didn't respond immediately. He gazed at her as if she were something both delicate and brave. Then, gently, he asked if he could come closer. She nodded in response. Rising from the chair, he crossed the small space to her bed and slowly climbed in, the mattress dipping beneath his weight. Their legs brushed against each other, and her blanket shifted to accommodate him. For a moment, they remained still. Then, carefully, she turned to face him, and he mirrored her movements, so close now that she could feel his breath on her skin. His hand reached for hers beneath the blanket, hesitant at first. She took it, and his gaze flickered to her lips. Her heart fluttered, her throat dry and stomach tight with nerves. Yet she leaned in and he met her halfway. Their lips touched, a tentative brush at first, unsure and trembling. Then again, softer and longer. His hand found her cheek, his thumb brushing the edge of her jaw as if he feared she might vanish. Her fingers curled into the front of his hoodie, pulling him closer, not to deepen the kiss, but simply to feel his presence. It wasn't perfect, but it was warm, a little breathless, and clumsy in a way that felt genuine. They slowly broke apart, their foreheads resting together, neither of them opening their eyes. Words were unnecessary. She shifted under the covers, tucking herself against his chest. He wrapped an arm around her, pulling her in gently, as if this moment were a dream he never wanted to end. They stayed like that, heartbeat to heartbeat, until sleep finally found them, together. The hallway leading to All Might's hospital room was filled with the scent of antiseptic and a heavy sense of grief. The bright lights above felt harsh, and her shoes echoed too loudly against the linoleum floor. Each step seemed to amplify her anxiety. It had been 2 days since the fight. 2 days since the clone. 2 days since the man she had spent most of her life resenting had nearly lost his life trying to protect her. She wasn't sure if she was ready to see him, but she walked on anyway. When she reached the door to room 413, she hesitated. Her fingers hovered over the handle, her heart racing as if she were the one who had just undergone surgery. What if he looked different? What if he looked the same? What if he didn't wake up? What if he did? She swallowed hard and opened the door. He was awake, barely propped up against a mound of pillows, tubes connected to his arm, and his chest heavily bandaged but awake. His eyes found hers almost instantly, softening as they met. "Why in sunshine? You're here," he said, his voice weak but warm. Her breath caught in her throat. He looked terrible, gaunt and pale, the skin under his eyes darker than she had ever seen. But he was still him, and he was smiling. She stepped inside without a word and quietly shut the door behind her. Instead of rushing to him, she lingered by the foot of the bed, arms crossed as if unsure how to be in the room. All Might shifted slightly, wincing as he did. He mentioned that the doctors had warned him not to move too much, but he had insisted they would have to tie him down to keep him from seeing his daughter. Something broke within her at his words. She blinked hard, feeling the weight of her emotions. That wasn't funny, she thought, but he chuckled softly, though it quickly turned into a cough. After a moment of silence, she gently sat in the chair beside his bed, close enough to touch him if she chose to. But she didn't, not yet. "They said you flatlined," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. He nodded once, confirming the gravity of her words. For a moment. Her throat tightened as she continued, "They said if you use your quirk again, it could be fatal." He didn't deny it. "Yes, that's true. My body's not strong enough anymore. Not for one for all. Not even for a second." She stared at the blanket covering his legs, feeling a sense of despair wash over her. "So that's it? It's over?" All Might looked at her, really looked, and nodded. "Yes. It has to be. The torch. It's not mine to carry anymore." Her chest ached with the realization. She had never seen him like this, not as the symbol of peace, not as the man who had vanished from her birthdays or stood tall in headlines. Just as Tashinori. Fragile. Human. "I hated you for a long time," she admitted softly. He nodded, acknowledging her pain. "I know. I thought it would feel good to watch you fall. To see you lose what you gave him." Another nod from him confirmed her words. "But it didn't. It just hurt," she confessed. A pause hung in the air before he spoke again. "That means your heart's still good." Finally, she looked up at him. "You scared me. I thought you were going to die, and all I could think about was. I never said anything." "Not really." He reached for her hand, and she let him take it. His grip was weak but warm. "Then say it now," he urged gently. She swallowed, blinking back tears. "You hurt me. So much. For so long. And I don't know if I can ever forget that. But I don't want to be angry anymore. Not like that." All Might closed his eyes, a tear slipping down his cheek. "I never wanted to leave you. I never wanted to make you feel like you weren't enough. I was just afraid of what villains would do if they found out about you. Afraid of what I'd do if I lost you. So I stayed away." "That wasn't protection. That was abandonment," she replied, her voice steady. "I know," he admitted. "And yet, you still jumped in front of me. I would do it again, even knowing it would cost me everything." Her chest clenched at his words, and then finally she leaned forward and hugged him. Carefully, gently, but fully. His arms came around her as best they could, and she let out a breath she hadn't realized she had been holding for years. They stayed like that for a while, enveloped in the moment. Eventually, she pulled back, wiping her face. "They said you might not be able to walk properly for a while," she said, trying to lighten the mood. Well, he smiled, then I'll just need help. She rolled her eyes, but her smile was soft. You're insufferable. Inherited trait, I believe, he replied with a hint of humor. Another pause settled between them. You were incredible out there, he said. Against that thing. You held your own when I couldn't. It nearly broke me, she admitted. But it didn't. That's the difference, he reminded her. She shook her head. I was terrified. Not just of the clone, but of what it said. Of how much of it was true. Fear doesn't make you weak. It makes you real, he said, his voice firm. She fell silent, contemplating his words. Then she asked, You really think I'm strong? I think you're the strongest person I've ever met, he replied, his tone sincere. It wasn't a compliment, it was a fact. She took a deep breath, feeling a warmth spread through her. Then she smiled, and for the first time in her life, she believed him. They talked a little longer about Recovery Girl's warnings, the doctor's advice, and how Eraserhead was already preparing a rehabilitation schedule All Might would likely dislike. But mostly they just sat together, not as a symbol and a student, not as strangers trying to rebuild, but as a father and his daughter. When she finally left, she didn't look back in anger. She looked back with love, and he was still smiling. It all started with something small. YN came down to the dorm kitchen a little later than usual, still tugging at the sleeve of her hoodie and blinking sleep from her eyes. Her hair was messier than normal, not chaotic, but in a way that suggested she had been sleeping peacefully just moments before. Trailing behind her about 10 seconds later was Midoria. He wasn't saying much, just rubbing the back of his neck and mumbling something about being sorry and that she didn't have to wait. Mina, already seated at the kitchen counter with a bowl of cereal and a keen sense of curiosity, blinked hard and slowly turned to Jairu, who was pouring tea beside her. Did they just? She whispered. Yup, Jairu replied without looking up. Kaminari leaned over from where he was frying eggs. Did YN just come down with Midoriya? Like, together? They weren't holding hands or anything, Kirishima added, sipping his protein shake, but that was not normal levels of eye contact. It's too early for conspiracies, Ida called from the dining table, trying to read the newspaper like an elderly man. Too late, Mina grinned. This is important. YN, completely oblivious to the attention, yawned and reached for the cereal cabinet. Midoriya quietly grabbed a bowl and passed it to her before she could ask. Their hands brushed briefly, and they both froze for a moment that felt longer than it was. She mumbled her thanks, and he responded with a nervous acknowledgement, as if it were the most daunting thing he had ever said. The room fell silent. Todoroki blinked, confused, and wondered if he had missed something. Yaoyorozu shared his sentiment, staring at the scene unfolding before them. Mina narrowed her eyes, sensing something unusual. Jairu smirked behind her mug, finding the situation endearing. Mina insisted it was more than just flirting. It was a palpable tension that hinted at deeper feelings. Kaminari solemnly declared they had entered a new phase in their friend's relationship. Midoriya and YN sat side by side at the corner of the table, avoiding direct eye contact, both acutely aware of the unspoken tension between them. YN stirred her cereal absent-mindedly, while Midoriya took long sips from his water bottle, as if it were a lifeline. Mina whispered dramatically about the slow burn of their connection, while Shiro suggested they simply ask them about it. The idea was met with disapproval. Mina insisted they should observe instead, like watching wildlife, to avoid scaring them back into awkwardness. Midoriya chuckled at something YN said softly, a small, fond moment that made her lips curve slightly. Mina watched with delight, sensing that they were in trouble. The cafeteria buzzed with noise, but when YN and Midoriya quietly excused themselves and found a peaceful spot outside in the courtyard, they both felt the relief of the quieter atmosphere. Midoriya sat with his lunch tray in his lap, while YN leaned back against the bench, casually picking at her food. The gentle wind and the sound of buzzing bees created a serene backdrop. YN broke the silence, noting that he was staring at her as if she were a complex problem to solve. Midoriya protested, insisting he wasn't doing that, but she raised an eyebrow, teasing him about how he looked deep in thought. He blushed, trying to clarify that he was still getting used to their new dynamic. She pressed him on whether he meant their mutual feelings or the act of pretending not to have them in front of others. He admitted it was both, and they shared a quiet laugh, acknowledging their lack of subtlety. Midoriya confessed he had been thinking about their recent conversation, particularly the moment when he had expressed his feelings. She asked if he regretted it, and he quickly denied it, affirming that he meant every word but felt uncertain about what to do next. YN admitted she felt the same way, which eased his mind a little. She playfully called him a dork, and he accepted the title with a smile, feeling a warmth in her words. Their connection deepened as they discussed the lack of a plan for their relationship. YN appreciated that he didn't try to control her, unlike others in her life. As their conversation continued, YN reached out, and their fingers met halfway, a quiet moment that went unnoticed by anyone else. In that small courtyard, surrounded by flowers and silence, something beautiful blossomed between them. Whatever they were becoming, it felt genuine, and for now, that was more than enough. It started with a knock at the door. The classroom had been unusually peaceful that morning. Izawa was mid-lecture, the marker squeaking faintly against the board. YN sat near the middle, her elbow resting on the desk, notebook open, half listening while doodling a sketch inspired by a silly inside joke Mina had made the night before. The knock came once soft but firm. Everyone glanced up. Izawa turned toward the door, his expression unreadable, and opened it. Outside stood another teacher from the administration. She leaned in, whispered something, and handed over a note. Izawa looked toward YN, and her stomach sank. YN, you're needed in the principal's office, he stated evenly. A few students blinked in surprise. Mina shot her a curious look, while Midoriya's brows furrowed with concern. YN nodded slowly, closing her notebook with careful fingers as she stood. She avoided meeting anyone's eyes as she left, not even Izuku's. The air in the hallway felt heavier the moment the door shut behind her. She remained quiet during the walk. The teacher escorting her was polite but offered no information, simply guiding her down corridors, past administrative doors, and finally into the heart of the school, the office no one visited unless something serious had occurred. Principal Nizu was already waiting inside. His tea steamed quietly at his desk, his paws folded over one another. Though his expression was kind, it bore an unusual solemnity. Miss YN, he greeted with a nod. Thank you for coming so quickly. Please, have a seat. She obeyed silently, her palms damp with anxiety. Something was wrong. I won't take up too much of your time, Nizu continued. But there's been a discovery. One that concerns you. I wanted to speak with you privately before any further actions are taken. She nodded once, her heart racing. It's about the clone. Exactly, he confirmed, and the words sent a chill down her spine. Nizu adjusted a small folder on his desk. It was thin, but inside were several sheets of paper and a pair of photos. One was blurred a lab. The other was clearer. It was her. But not quite her. I'll get straight to it, he said gently. After the incident, our field teams recovered what remained of the clone. Forensics confirmed it was an artificial construct, a biological mimic, built from a strand of your DNA. She blinked in disbelief. But my blood? Yes, Nizu nodded. We believe the League obtained a sample of your blood, though we're still not sure exactly when. It could have been during your kidnapping, but there are other possibilities. The point is, it was enough. Enough for them to build that creature, or more accurately, weapon. YN swallowed hard. Why? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Nizu turned to another page in the folder, his expression shadowed with quiet concern. They weren't just trying to mimic you. This wasn't a one-time disguise or temporary use of your quirk. What they built was a deeper kind of imitation, one that replicated your physical systems, your muscle memory, even your neurological responses. They were trying to create a version of you that they could control. One that wouldn't stop. Her fingers curled in her lap. They used my quirk, she said slowly. How? Nizu nodded. From what we've recovered, it was an unstable cellular duplication, an artificial construct programmed with your power. The clone functioned using your exact energy output patterns, but there was a critical flaw. He folded his paws on the desk. It had no limiter, no internal safeguard. The more power it used, the faster the body broke down. Accelerated cell decay. A system incapable of withstanding its own strength. Eventually, it burned out, Wyan whispered, realization dawning on her. Yes, Nizu said softly. It overloaded. And it died. She stared down at the floor, her eyes distant. And that's what would happen to me, she said. If I pushed too hard. Nizu hesitated, before giving a small nod. We now understand that your quirk is unique in one very dangerous way. It doesn't know how to stop. You can push your body to extremes beyond normal limits, beyond what any other strength-based quirk would allow. But at a certain point, that power becomes self-destructive. He looked her in the eye. You are capable of using 100% of your strength, even if it could harm you. Yn sat completely still, absorbing his words. So that's why they wanted me, she murmured. Not just because of my connection to All Might. Not even because of what I am. She looked up at Nizu, her voice trembling. It's because I don't break until I'm already breaking. Nizu's expression was solemn. Exactly. That's what makes you terrifying and valuable. To the wrong people, you're the perfect weapon. Because you don't stop. Her jaw clenched. I never wanted to be anyone's weapon, she said firmly. You aren't, Nizu replied gently. You're still you. And we're going to make sure you stay you. She remained silent for a while, staring at the file sitting between them. Do we know how to stop it? She asked at last. We're working on it, he assured her. Aizawa and All Might have already begun drafting a new stabilization regimen. You'll be monitored more closely and we'll be collaborating with Recovery Girl to determine if there are any short-term supports that might ease the physical strain. Emotional regulation will be key. We've also discussed potential medical options. Like pills, she said flatly. Only if absolutely necessary. She didn't respond, her mind racing. After a moment, she whispered, It feels like my body doesn't belong to me. Like I'm just borrowing it. Like someone else already decided what I'm supposed to become. Nizu's voice was soft. You are not a blueprint. You are not a clone. You are not a weapon. Finally, she looked at him. You are Yn, he said, and you are still writing your story. There was a long silence, and then, finally, she nodded. A small, quiet motion, but it was something. Even if the fear lingered and the questions outnumbered the answers, it was enough to start again. The sun began to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows over the campus hills. Most students remained indoors, focused on homework, training, or gathering in the dorm common rooms, leaving the world outside quieter and more serene. Izuku found himself drawn to the edge of the forest path near the school's training fields. He hadn't seen Yn after class, and she hadn't responded to his last text. A part of him understood that she might need space. She had been quiet and somewhat distant since the clone incident. However, today felt different. He discovered her near the creek, a shallow stream glimmering with the last rays of golden light. A gentle ledge of stones created a perfect spot for sitting, and she was already there. Her shoes were off, socks neatly folded, and her jumper lay in a small pile beside her. Her bag was tucked safely at her side, and her feet were submerged in the cool water, her ankles deep and calves pale in the fading light. She sat completely still, looking beautiful yet distant. Her hair was slightly tousled by the breeze, and her shoulders were slumped, indicating she wasn't entirely at ease. Though she wasn't crying or shaking, Izuku could sense the tension in her posture, the way her fingers curled around her knees and her jaw moved slowly, as if she were processing unspoken thoughts. Izuku approached quietly and settled beside her without a word. She didn't flinch but glanced at him for a brief moment before returning her gaze to the creek. She greeted him softly, and he responded in kind. He removed his shoes and socks, rolling up his pants to join her in the water, which felt refreshing as it rushed gently around their legs. They sat in silence for a while until she broke it, mentioning that Nizu had called her into his office that day. Izuku's heart raced with concern, and he asked if she was okay. She assured him she was, though the weight of her words suggested otherwise. She explained that the clone had not been trying to disguise itself as her but to replicate her entirely, down to her body and the way her quirk functioned. Izuku listened intently as she shared her thoughts. She expressed how the clone had broken down due to her body's inability to slow down, warning that if she pushed herself too hard, she could burn out just like the clone did. The silence that followed was profound, with only the soothing sound of the creek filling the air. YN continued to stare ahead, waiting for him to respond. When he finally spoke, he acknowledged the gravity of her situation, expressing his frustration that her strength had been used against her. He reassured her that she was not a weapon but someone strong because of her compassion and resilience. Her shoulders relaxed slightly at his words, and when she finally met his gaze, her eyes were glistening but steady. She thanked him for his support, and he smiled, feeling a sense of pride in his attempt to comfort her. Their conversation lightened as they exchanged playful banter, and laughter bubbled up between them, surprising even YN with its ease. As they shared this moment, the sun dipped lower, painting the trees in vibrant hues of orange and gold. For a brief time, the worries of the world faded away, leaving just the two of them by the creek, finding solace in each other's company. YN playfully splashed water with her toes, then suddenly flicked a stream of cold water in his direction. Izuku blinked in surprise as the droplets hit his arm, and he narrowed his eyes, pretending to be serious. She challenged him, and with a mischievous shriek, she dashed into the creek, water splashing around her ankles. Izuku laughed and followed her, abandoning his socks and letting his pant legs get soaked. They raced through the shallow stream, slipping and laughing as water sprayed in every direction. She darted left and right, nearly losing her balance before he caught her arm. In a playful struggle, he pulled her down with him onto the creek bed, where they landed with a splash. The water was shallow enough that she met smooth rock and cool current rather than depth. YN blinked up at him, her hair sticking to one side and her clothes drenched, but her smile remained bright. Izuku hovered over her, one arm braced beside her, the other around her waist from the fall. His knees were still half in the water, but his chest rose and fell just inches above hers. Remained still, and so did he. The light played across her face, reflecting off the stream around them. Everything felt quiet again, as if the water had stilled just for them. She reached up, her fingers brushing the side of his cheek before leaning in to kiss him. It was soft, warm, and quick. His breath caught, and before he could fully process it, she moved, rolling him onto his back with surprising ease. Now she was on top, her hands on either side of his chest, her knees pressed into the cool creek bed. He blinked up at her, stunned. She smirked, dripping wet, strands of hair framing her cheeks. She teased him about being distracted, and he admitted that he was. They stayed like that for a long moment, the water sliding around them, cool but calm, just the two of them in the sky above. YN hovered over him, her hair damp and clinging to her cheeks, her breath brushing across his lips. Izuku's hands remained at her waist, his fingertips pressing gently into the soaked fabric of her shirt. He could feel a tremble in her, or maybe it was in himself. Neither moved until she leaned down again, slower this time, without any teasing. When she kissed him, it felt like a promise. Izuku's hands slid up her back, fingers splaying between her shoulder blades as he kissed her back with a fervor that felt long overdue. She made a quiet sound of surprise, her hands gripping his face as she pulled him closer, her body pressing against his. The cool creek water flowed around them, forgotten, the stones beneath them slick but steady. His heart raced as she kissed him like she didn't want to stop, as if every moment of hesitation had led to this. Izuku let her take what she needed, giving everything back in return. His fingers tangled in her hair, and their mouths moved together as if they had been practicing this rhythm in silence for weeks. She gasped when he deepened the kiss, and he pulled her closer. Their breaths mingled, their hands searched, every part of them soaked and flushed, trembling with something that had nothing to do with the cold. When they finally broke apart, it was not with distance but with stillness. She stayed there, forehead pressed to his, chest rising and falling quickly, lips red and slightly parted. He looked up at her, stunned, in awe, completely overwhelmed and smiling. She let out a shaky breath, and they remained tangled and breathless in the shallows as the sky began to shift above them, turning orange and lavender. Neither moved to leave, for in that little creek with soaked clothes and a stolen kiss, it felt like the world had finally gone quiet, and they didn't want it to start back up just yet. The water had soaked through everything by now. Her shirt clung to her back, his curls dripped into his eyes, and their legs were tangled beneath the gentle current that rushed around them, but neither of them cared. YN rested her head lightly against Izuku's chest, her cheek over his heartbeat, which was still fast, just like hers. One of his hands stayed on her waist while the other moved slowly to brush through the wet strands of her hair. He asked if she was okay, his voice barely a whisper. She nodded against him, admitting that she should be panicking after the week she had and what she had found out, but she wasn't scared with him there. His lips parted as if he wanted to say something significant, but instead he just smiled. She settled back onto his chest, and they lay there for a while in silence. The sun dipped lower, casting long golden streaks across the surface of the water. A breeze stirred the trees above them, rustling the leaves as the sky began its slow fade into twilight. Eventually, YN shifted a little, turning her head to glance at him from where she lay. She suggested they should probably go, and he agreed, though neither of them moved. She laughed softly and nudged him, reminding him they would get sick. He took full responsibility for that, but she playfully insisted she would take him down with her. They both grinned, and her smile widened, as if the weight on her chest had lifted, even if just for now. Finally, they stepped out of the water, shoes in hand, clothes clinging to their skin. The air was cooler now, brushing against their soaked clothes and raising goosebumps along YN's arms. She sighed quietly, glancing down at herself, her shirt plastered to her body. She muttered about freezing, and without warning, she peeled her shirt off over her head. Izuku turned away quickly, nearly slipping on the rocks. She casually wrung the water out of her shirt, teasing him about not fainting. He kept his eyes averted, feeling his ears burn. She laughed softly at his reaction and tugged on her dry jumper from where it lay safely on the bank, letting it fall loosely over her shoulders. She told him he could look now, and when he turned back, his cheeks were still pink, but his eyes met hers instantly. He mumbled an apology, smiling, admitting he just hadn't expected that. She playfully acknowledged his surprise, picked up her bag, and slung it over one shoulder. As she looked at him, still half-soaked with a crooked smile, she asked if he was ready. He nodded, and they began walking, their bare feet leaving wet prints in the grass. After a few steps, their fingers brushed together. Neither of them spoke. A moment later, Izuku's hand gently curled around hers, and YN didn't pull away. In fact, she held on tighter. They walked the rest of the way to the dorms like that, side by side, quiet, their hearts racing for very different reasons. The stars began to twinkle overhead. Even if no one else was aware yet, something had shifted between them, and neither of them wanted it to return to how it was before. That evening, Class 1A's common room was alive with its usual Friday buzz. The couches were full, music played softly from a speaker in the corner, and a few students sat on the floor with snacks, trading stories from the week. The overhead lights cast a warm glow, and the faint smell of microwave popcorn lingered in the air. YN sat cross-legged on the carpet, her damp hair now dry and fluffy from her earlier shower. Izuku was beside her, fiddling with a piece of string he had twisted into a nervous knot. Their hands were close but not touching, and their shoulders brushed against each other occasionally. It had been like that since they returned from the creek, quiet and subtle, but not unnoticed. From the nearby couch, Mina leaned over and whispered to Jairu and Ida. All three huddled just enough to be suspicious without drawing attention. Mina insisted that something had happened. Jairu smirked, noting how they had been looking at each other like a cover from a shoujo manga all day. Ida, adjusting his glasses, remarked that it was statistically likely a relationship had begun to form, but they could not confirm unless they tested it. Mina suggested they send in Kaminari as bait. Jairu raised an eyebrow, questioning the plan, while Ida looked mildly horrified at the idea of using Denki as a catalyst for emotional confession. Mina argued it was foolproof. If Midoriya liked YN, he would get jealous, and if YN liked him, she would shut Denki down. It seemed like a win-win situation. Jiraiya found the idea a little evil but liked it nonetheless. They turned slightly to where Denki sat upside down on a beanbag, chewing on gummy worms. Mina called out sweetly to him, asking if he wanted to help with a social experiment. Denki blinked and asked if it involved flirting. When Mina confirmed, he inquired if he would get punched, to which she replied probably not, leading him to agree to participate. On the other side of the room, YN nudged Izuku gently with her elbow, asking if he was okay. He blinked up from the string in his hands, admitting he was just tired. She echoed his sentiment softly, and then Denki casually slid in on her other side, causing Izuku to stiffen slightly but remain quiet. YN greeted Denki with a simple, "Hi." He flashed her a grin, complimenting her on looking extra cute that night and noting that her sweater was working overtime. YN blinked in surprise, unsure how to respond. Izuku dropped the string in his hands, caught off guard. Denki continued, leaning a bit too close, suggesting they hang out sometime, mentioning a great takoyaki stand. YN, biting back a smirk, asked what he was doing. Denki innocently claimed he was just appreciating a beautiful classmate, but YN called him out for being assigned by Mina to do so. Denki's smile faltered as he glanced over his shoulder, realizing Mina, Jiraiya, and Ida were not being subtle about spying on them. With a sigh, YN turned back to Denki, acknowledging his effort. He admitted he had to go along with it since they threatened to hide his chargers. Now alone again, YN turned slowly to Izuku, who looked stunned and very pink. She asked if he was okay, trying not to laugh. He scratched the back of his neck, wondering if that was supposed to happen. When she leaned a little closer and asked if he was jealous, he admitted he was a little, his eyes wide. Her voice softened as she called that cute, and before he could stop himself, he called her cute in return. They both blinked at each other before laughing quietly, a little embarrassed but smiling. Across the room, Mina groaned and collapsed into a pillow, expressing her frustration at not being able to hear anything and wishing they would just kiss already. Jiraiya chuckled, reminding her to leave them alone, as it was not their story to rush. As the evening continued, filled with the warmth of something new, YN and Izuku sat shoulder to shoulder, closer than before, a secret growing between them like a flame they weren't ready to show the world, at least not yet. But soon. The dorm was quiet, the kind of quiet that made her forget the world was still spinning. It was a stillness that allowed her to let her guard down. YN lay curled beside Izuku on his bed, her legs draped over his lap while his fingers absent-mindedly traced the curve of her wrist. The TV was on but muted, neither of them was watching, just enjoying the warmth and softness between them. YN murmured that she missed this, and Izuku looked at her, his green eyes shining with light, expressing that he felt the same. She leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder, and he instinctively wrapped his arm around her. For the first time in weeks, maybe months, she felt safe. Then her phone buzzed, breaking the moment. At first, she didn't move, but the buzzing continued, urging her to check it. Reluctantly, she pulled it from her hoodie pocket and glanced at the notifications. The first was from Mina, asking if it was really her in a link to a news site with a headline that made her stomach twist. She tapped the link, and a grainy photo filled the screen. It was surveillance footage from a city alley at night, showing someone in a hoodie mid-sprint. The hair, the build, the posture, all unmistakable. It looked like her. The headlines screamed accusations, questioning her involvement in crime scenes and suggesting connections to villainous groups. Izuku noticed the shift in her body language immediately and asked what was going on, but she didn't respond. Instead, she stood up, feeling a sense of urgency. She needed to see more. As she entered the common room, the atmosphere was heavy with silence, despite the number of people present. Screens were open phones, tablets, and the lounge TV, all displaying her face or something that resembled her. Conversations hushed as she stepped in, and she could feel the weight of everyone's gaze. They weren't angry or accusatory, they were confused. Kaminari broke the silence with a soft question about whether she had been at those scenes. She shook her head, insisting it wasn't her. They waited, and she looked at them, her classmates, her friends, some who had been with her since the beginning and others who barely knew her. With her voice trembling, she shared the truth about the clone, what Nizu had explained, the blood, and the reappearance. She spoke of how the clone had tried to harm Izuku and had nearly taken her life, revealing things that haunted her in the quiet hours of the night. She finished with a whisper that it wasn't her. Silence enveloped the room again until Mina firmly stated that they believed her. Ida added his support, eyes wide with concern, while Kirishima nodded in agreement, declaring that there was no way she would ever work with those villains. Jairu gently assured her that they would all know if it were her. YN's hands trembled at her sides, but Izuku stepped beside her, his presence steady and reassuring. He didn't need to say anything, just being there was enough. Yet, when she returned to her room that night, the silence felt louder. She knew it wasn't over. The clone was back, or someone had created another one. It was out there, walking in her skin, committing crimes, and tainting her name. This time, the world was watching. It started slowly. Not everyone turned away in the halls, and not all the whispers were cruel, but they were sharper now. A first year stepped back when YN passed, and a third year turned his shoulder in the locker hallway, muttering something she didn't catch, but the word villain hissed like poison. She tried to ignore it, holding her head high and meeting eyes, but it only got worse. That morning, a group of students from the general course stood clustered near the entrance. They didn't speak as she walked past, but their eyes followed her. One of them raised a phone, and she didn't look back. YN barely made it through homeroom. At lunch, she couldn't eat. Even surrounded by her friends Mina, Jairu, and Izuku, her appetite vanished, and so did her voice. By mid-afternoon, her chest ached from keeping everything inside. When class ended, she packed up quietly, telling Izuku she needed to visit her dad, a protective lie. If he followed her now, she might fall apart in front of him, and she didn't want that. Walking down the hospital corridor, her hands were clenched in her jacket sleeves as she approached room 409, All Might's room. She paused at the door, hearing voices through the thin wall. One was his, the other belonged to Nizu. All Might's voice was low but intense as he insisted he wouldn't remove her from UA. Nizu replied gently, informing him that parents and the media were questioning her presence, with some demanding her suspension or expulsion. YN stepped back, her heart racing. She turned and walked away, not fast, just far enough that no one could stop her. The creek was quiet, the same place where she had once laughed with Izuku, splashed in the water, and felt like a person, not a burden. Now it was just quiet. Sitting on the bank, hugging her knees, she didn't say a word. The cool breeze brushed against her skin as the light faded. Everything felt heavy: the articles, the clone, the looks, the calls for her removal, like all the good she had fought for was unraveling thread by thread. She had tried to be strong, but right now, it wasn't enough. Her throat burned, and for the first time in a long time since the kidnapping, since the training field, since she had fought for her life, she cried. Not quietly, not with dignity. She sobbed into her hands, shoulders shaking, knees drawn up tight as if they could shield her from the world. Because maybe she was a threat. Maybe she was dangerous. And maybe they were right. Maybe she didn't belong there at all. The scratch of her pen was the only sound she noticed. Outside the windows, the sun filtered in through the blinds in soft stripes. Inside, Present Mick's voice echoed at the front of the classroom, animated and loud as always, but YN barely registered it. Her notes were neat, her eyes steady, her breathing calm. It felt good to be focused again. Then came the knock. A teacher stepped inside, someone she didn't recognize from her regular classes. His expression was unreadable, but he was holding a clipboard. He called her name, and her pen paused mid-sentence. The heads of her classmates turned slowly, curiosity lighting the room like sparks. When she acknowledged him, he informed her that she was needed in the principal's office. As she started to rise, tucking her pen behind her ear, he added words that changed everything. Bring your things. For a moment, she didn't move. Everyone in the room seemed to still with her. Izuku looked up from his seat 2 rows back, concern etched on his brow, but he didn't speak. The silence stretched like wire. YN slowly packed her bag. She didn't rush or look at anyone, but something in her chest twisted deep, heavy, a wrongness blooming that she didn't have the words for yet. She slung her bag over her shoulder and walked out without a sound. All Might was already there, standing in the corner of the room, arms crossed, his face a mix of anger and worry. His jaw was tight, and his eyes didn't meet hers at first. Principal Nizu sat calmly at his desk and invited her to take a seat. YN remained standing, asking what this was about. Nizu folded his paws neatly and assured her that she wasn't in trouble. However, he continued, due to recent media coverage and growing concern from the public and certain school board members, they had decided that a temporary suspension was in her best interest for health and safety. Her heart dropped. The principal tried to explain that it wasn't permanent, but she interrupted, demanding to know what she was being suspended for. Nizu patiently explained that she hadn't done anything wrong, but things were escalating, and the pressure was mounting. He mentioned her emotional state, which made her heart race. All Might finally looked at her, his tired eyes not arguing, which only made it worse. She stepped back, realizing the seriousness of the situation. They wanted her to take time away from the chaos, just for 2 weeks. She felt like they were sending her away, treating her like a problem they didn't know how to handle. All Might winced at her words, and Nizu maintained his even tone, stating that the decision wasn't made lightly. But she felt dismissed, and the weight of the situation pressed down on her. Eventually, Nizu informed her that she would leave the next morning, escorted to her mother's house, but she would still receive her classwork online. After 2 weeks, they would reevaluate. Without another word, YN turned and walked out, All Might's voice calling after her, feeling distant. The room was too quiet, the only sound the soft zip of a suitcase being closed. YN stood at the foot of her bed, folding the last of her shirts with stiff hands. The dusky pink sky outside her window signaled the end of the day, but the golden light felt too soft to be comforting. She hadn't cried since leaving the office. She had just packed, as if leaving was just a formality. A soft knock broke the silence, and she turned halfway as the door creaked open. Izuku stepped inside, his eyes flicking from her to the suitcase and back again. He seemed at a loss for words, finally stating the obvious: she was packing. When he asked why, she remained silent. He stepped closer, calling her name gently. Her throat tightened as she stared down at her half-zipped bag. Finally, she revealed that they were suspending her for 2 weeks, and she had to stay with her mom. Izuku reacted with disbelief, insisting that they couldn't just do that. She explained that it wasn't punishment, just a cool down, a time to reflect. His hands curled at his sides, frustration evident. When she turned to face him fully, she saw the fury and heartbreak in his expression, the helplessness that made her chest crack open. She confessed that she didn't want to go, and he acknowledged her feelings. They both understood that this wasn't truly for her, it was for the school's image. As she blinked back tears, Izuku crossed the space between them in 2 steps, wrapping his arms around her. His warmth enveloped her, making her feel safe. He promised to visit every day, no matter how far away she would be. YN admitted her fear, and he reassured her that he wouldn't go anywhere. Pulling back just enough to look into his eyes, she felt the weight of unspoken words between them. She reached for his shirt, and he looked down at her, breath caught in his throat. She expressed her desire not to be alone that night, and he promised she wouldn't be. Then, their lips met softly, slowly, but with a sense of urgency that had been building. They had waited long enough, choosing silence over fear, but now there was no time left to wait. As the kiss deepened, they moved together, slowly and deliberately, finding something solid in a world that felt like it was taking everything away. In that moment, they weren't giving anything up. The kiss broke apart, but his hands remained tangled in her hair, keeping her close. Her shoulders pressed against the wall next to the door, her breaths quick, as if she had just run a mile. Their eyes met, an unspoken question lingering in the dark between them. Her fingers traced the edge of his face, a light touch against his jawline. She let her gaze wander down to his lips and throat before returning to his eyes. His hand slid over her hip, his thumb brushing the skin just above the hem of her shorts. A rush of anticipation shot through him at the way her body responded. His eyes darkened as he leaned in, his mouth grazing her neck, igniting a fire within him. His hand moved up, fingers wrapping around the back of her neck, causing her head to tilt back. A gasp escaped her lips, and he pressed his body against hers, pinning her to the wall. Her fingers gripped the front of his shirt, desperate, her breath warm against his ear as she trembled. She whispered a plea, and he responded with a low, rough voice, asking what she wanted. Her body arched into his, making a sound that was almost a plea. Her fingers tightened, pulling him closer. This kiss was urgent, pressing her harder against the wall, his body taut with a sense of possession. Her body felt alive, every nerve ending on fire as one of her legs wrapped around his, drawing him even closer. The thin fabric of her clothes felt like a maddening barrier. He pulled back, his eyes dark and intense as he expressed his desire to touch her completely. She gasped in agreement, and his hands roamed over her, trying to memorize the feel of her skin. One hand slipped under her shirt, tracing her waist and stomach, sending shivers through her. His mouth was warm against her neck and collarbone, fingers trailing along the edge of her shorts, never venturing further. She could sense his restraint, how controlled every action was, and she yearned for that control to break. She whispered again, her words trailing off in a gasp as his fingers finally slipped beneath the fabric of her shorts. His touch was electric, deliberate, and she shuddered, arching into him, a desperate sound escaping her lips. His breath was ragged against her ear, barely holding himself together as he confessed how much he wanted her. Her fingers fumbled for the button on his jeans, and he exhaled sharply, his head dropping to her shoulder as she felt his heartbeat against her skin. Finally, she freed the button, and the zipper followed. His hand moved back, tugging her shorts down until they lay discarded on the floor, followed by his jeans. Her body trembled against his feverishly hot skin. He pressed kisses down her neck as he lifted her, guiding her legs to wrap around his waist. The heat of him against her was overwhelming, and her fingers tangled in his hair, pulling him closer. His control was slipping, and she could feel it in the way his touch became rougher, more impatient. He pressed her back into the wall, losing himself in her as she craved it. His body rocked into hers, and she let out a sharp cry, gripping his shoulders tightly. He carried her to the bed, lowering her onto the mattress. She stretched out beneath him, their legs tangling together, the cool sheets contrasting with her heated skin. He settled over her, kissing her jaw and throat, igniting a fire of want. His hand slid down her thigh, pulling her leg up across his hip until he was pressed right against her. Everything felt intense and overwhelming. His lips traveled across her neck, shoulder, and down her body, igniting a desire that was almost too much to bear. She wanted more. He pulled back just enough to look down at her, seeing her flushed cheeks and gasping breaths. She looked beautiful, and he was captivated. Then he moved again, trailing kisses down her stomach, over her hip, until he reached the place she longed for. The sound that escaped her was filled with need, and he responded with a low groan. His hands gripped her thighs, holding her in place as his mouth found her most sensitive spot. She was lost in sensation, every nerve ending on fire as she trembled, fingers clutching the sheets. His name fell from her lips like a prayer, and he was everywhere, his hands, his mouth, his body, until she felt herself nearing the edge. He was barely holding it together, his grip on her almost bruising as he watched her reactions, torn between wanting to see her shatter and wanting to savor every moment. She was on the brink, her fingers effing in the sheets, body arching for more. His hands skimmed upwards, fingers tangling with hers, holding on tight. He pulled away, his voice hoarse and edged with desperation as he urged her to look at him. Her eyes fluttered open, and the sight of him above her was almost her undoing. He hovered, desire and intensity in his expression, holding her gaze as he rolled his hips into hers. She gasped, feeling the weight of him, the way he held back, and the longing within her grew. He leaned in, his words soft against the side of her neck, urging her to give in. The tension in her body was palpable, as if she might burst from the anticipation. She gasped, her voice strained, barely more than a whisper. The satisfaction in his tone sent shivers down her spine. He moved against her again, and she felt overwhelmed, caught in a whirlwind of sensations that threatened to consume her. Desperation filled her voice as she pleaded for more, her need evident. He groaned, losing control as she tangled her leg around him, pulling him closer until all that existed was the heat of their bodies pressed together. Finally, he leaned down, his mouth near her ear, asking what she desired. She was on the brink, and the words spilled out in a rush, revealing her longing for him. In an instant, he kissed her, his body pressing firmly against hers. Each movement was filled with a possessive urgency, as if he had been waiting too long for this moment. She felt herself getting lost in him, intoxicated by the intensity of their connection. As they moved together, she could sense the tension building, her body responding to his every touch. He pulled back just enough to meet her gaze, urging her to let go. Then he intensified his movements, and she felt herself falling, overwhelmed by the sensations coursing through her. The pleasure enveloped her, leaving her breathless and satisfied. His hands roamed over her, tracing a path along her skin, igniting every nerve ending. He shifted onto his side, drawing her close, wrapping an arm around her waist. She rested her head against his chest, listening to his heartbeat, which matched her own racing pulse. Feeling languid and almost sleepy, she enjoyed the gentleness of his touch as he caressed her back. Every inch of her felt warm, as if she were glowing from within. When she lifted her head to look at him, his eyes were soft, and his expression tender. Her fingers traced the outline of his face, a mix of familiarity and newness. He captured her hand, pressing a kiss to her palm before pulling her back against him, holding her tightly. They cocooned themselves in the sheets, wrapped in warmth and intimacy. She nestled against him, feeling as if they were meant to fit together like this. In that moment, she wished for nothing more than to stay there forever, lost in each other's embrace. As morning light crept in, she blinked, adjusting to the sun filtering through the window. The room was quiet and warm, still enveloped in a sleepy haze. Izuku's arm remained around her, their limbs tangled beneath the blanket. She felt his steady breathing against her back, their skin touching. They lay in silence for a while, simply breathing, content in each other's presence. Then came a knock at the door, breaking the tranquility. She tensed slightly, and Izuku stirred behind her. A familiar voice called out, low and gravelly, announcing that it was time. Her heart sank at the reminder of reality. Izuku sat up slowly, rubbing his eyes. His hair was tousled, and they both looked disheveled from sleep. They exchanged no words, but the silence spoke volumes. She sat up too, brushing hair from her face, pulling on her hoodie and reaching for her jeans. Izuku followed suit, moving with a gentle calmness that felt natural between them. When they stepped outside together, All Might stood waiting at the entrance, hands in his coat pockets. The morning air was crisp, and the sky was cloudy. His car was ready, engine running. As they approached, All Might offered a small, knowing nod, but said nothing. YN avoided his gaze initially, feeling the weight of the moment. Izuku took her second bag and placed it in the trunk before closing it gently. When he turned back to her, his face was composed, but his eyes betrayed his emotions. They stood before each other, the unspoken words lingering in the air, heavy with meaning. She spoke softly, promising to call him, and he assured her he would always answer. He leaned forward, pressing a gentle kiss to her temple, unbothered by anyone watching. She closed her eyes, savoring the moment. Reluctantly, she climbed into the passenger seat. All Might exchanged a glance with Izuku before getting in himself. The door shut, and the engine rumbled to life. Izuku watched as the car rolled down the driveway and disappeared through the gates. Only when it was gone did he exhale, feeling the weight of the past week settle in. 7 days had passed, filled with headlines and silence from Yue's 7 days of waking up in her childhood room, staring at the same ceiling, wondering how everything had changed so drastically. YN had spent her time at her mother's house mostly in bed, not out of rebellion or exhaustion, but from a sense of emptiness. She ate when food was available, slept when the weight in her chest became too heavy, and did her homework in silence. She texted Izuku in small bursts, sharing updates, jokes, and pictures of her cat curled up on her lap. He always replied quickly, his support unwavering. He always said he missed her, that he was counting down the days. And now, finally, it was Saturday. He was coming over. Her mom had spent the morning cleaning the house as if royalty were arriving. She even asked YN what Izuku's culinary weaknesses were and whether she should buy fancy napkins. YN groaned, face down on the couch, and reminded her mom that they weren't getting married. Her mom replied dryly, suggesting that was what YN thought. The late afternoon sun filtered through the kitchen curtains, and something savory simmered on the stove. YN sat on the couch, freshly showered, her hair towel dried and tied back. She wore a soft hoodie and jeans, not trying too hard but still wanting to look nice. Her heart fluttered when the doorbell rang. She tried to play it cool, but her mom did not. Her mother practically sprinted to the door, apron flapping, singing that she would get it. YN dragged herself up and followed her into the entryway, just in time to see her mom swing the door open. Izuku stood there, slightly winded from the bus ride, flowers in one hand, wearing a green cardigan and the most nervous smile YN had ever seen. He introduced himself quickly, thanking her mom for having him over. YN's mom blinked, then grinned, surprised by his height. She accepted the flowers like they were a royal offering and invited him in, exclaiming how it had been a while since someone had brought her flowers. YN buried her face in her hands. Izuku stepped inside, bowing slightly as he slipped off his shoes, hoping he wasn't too early. YN reassured him that he was right on time and urged him to ignore her mom, who was in full embarrassing mode. Her mom proudly claimed to have invented embarrassing mom mode and said she was just getting started. Dinner turned out to be surprisingly good. The food was simple but delicious: roast chicken, vegetables, soft bread rolls, and a chocolate tart for dessert. Izuku thanked her mom several times before dessert was even served, and YN found it entertaining to watch. Halfway through the meal, her mom leaned on her hand with a smirk and teased Izuku about sending heart emojis to her daughter at 3 a.m. He nearly choked, trying to explain that those messages followed serious conversations. Her mom breezily reassured him that she thought it was cute, surprising her daughter by admitting she hadn't blocked him. YN narrowed her eyes, threatening to throw a bread roll, and Izuku blushed, mumbling that it was the scariest dinner he had ever attended, though he was smiling. After dessert, her mom shooed them toward the living room, insisting they be awkward teenagers somewhere else while she cleaned up. YN asked if her mom was sure, to which her mom replied that if she heard any kissing, she would throw a dish towel at both of them. Izuku turned bright red again and declared he would sit on the other end of the couch, to which her mom responded that he was a smart boy. They retreated to the living room, laughter still echoing behind them. YN curled up next to him on the couch, her legs tucked under her, while Izuku sat close but not too close. Their shoulders brushed, and he softly asked if she was okay. She nodded, feeling better now. He looked at her as if she were the only thing that mattered in the room, and she leaned her head on his shoulder. For a while, that was enough. The living room was quiet, the sounds of her mom tidying up fading into the background as the minutes passed. Eventually, it was just them, the muted hum of the refrigerator, and the soft glow of the lamp between them. YN was the first to speak, sharing that she thought she would feel better being away from it, all the articles, the stares, but she didn't. Izuku listened intently, not rushing to respond. She expressed that returning to a place that should feel safe felt different now, as if she had outgrown it or it had outgrown her. He nodded slowly, expressing that he understood. After gaining one for all, he had felt undeserving of it, thinking it should have gone to someone like her, someone who already knew pain and what it meant to stand alone. He had been just a kid who cried a lot and took too many notes. YN blinked, startled by his honesty. He continued, explaining that meeting her made him realize they weren't that different. They both carried burdens they didn't talk about and wanted to do good even when they didn't feel good themselves. She fell silent, and he shared that he still had nightmares about Kamino and what could have happened if he had been slower. YN shifted closer, and he revealed that he used to think being strong meant being okay all the time, but he wasn't always okay, and neither was she. That was perfectly fine. Her eyes shimmered with recognition and understanding as she reached out, lacing their fingers together. She admitted to pretending for a while, thinking that if she kept going and fighting, she could outrun her fears, anger, and grief. Izuku squeezed her hand, acknowledging that it always catches up eventually. They sat there for a long time, hands intertwined, the quiet wrapping around them like a blanket. She thanked him for coming that day, and he smiled gently, expressing he would go anywhere for her. She laughed softly, calling him cheesy, and he agreed. Leaning into his side, she rested her head on his shoulder again, and this time he leaned into her too. They didn't need anything more than that, not tonight. As the late afternoon turned to evening, the sky dimmed in a sleepy haze of gray and gold. The neighborhood felt unusually still, pressing into YN's ears like cotton. Inside the house, she sat curled on the couch in the same hoodie she had worn for the past 3 days. Her phone lay beside her, its screen dark, and a half-drunk cup of tea sat forgotten on the table. She hadn't moved much since morning, not since the last article, the last headline, UA student linked to League activity evidence or coincidence. She didn't need to click on it. They all said the same thing, that she was dangerous, unstable, and missing from footage while somehow still being seen in shadows and alleyways, with witnesses swearing they had seen her where she couldn't have been. Clone sightings. Glitches. But yet public fear didn't require proof, it only needed repetition. YN was pulled from her thoughts by the doorbell. Frowning, she stood and padded to the door, wrapping a blanket around her shoulders like armor. When she opened it, she blinked in surprise to see Hajime Riku standing on her porch, smiling gently. He had the same dark hair and soft, lopsided grin, wearing the same plain hoodie from the day they bumped into each other at the mall. His dark, warm eyes shone with what seemed like concern. He quickly explained that he hoped it wasn't weird for him to come by. He had seen the articles and heard about her suspension, and he thought she might need some fresh air. YN hesitated in the doorway, blinking at him. Riku rubbed the back of his neck, looking almost sheepish. He mentioned that they weren't particularly close, but he remembered her from middle school and how much she hated being stuck inside during breaks. YN huffed softly, a sound that was almost a laugh, and admitted that she still disliked being cooped up. Riku glanced over his shoulder before looking back at her, mentioning that he was going to the grocery store down the road and thought it might be nice to have company if she was up for it. She studied him carefully, feeling a sense of nostalgia. There was something about him that reminded her of a simpler time, before everything changed, before quirks, UA, and the pressure of being her father's daughter. Back when she was quirkless and life was less complicated. After a moment, she agreed to join him and went to grab her shoes. The sidewalk felt warm beneath their feet as they walked side by side, their shadows stretching long in the fading sunlight. Riku kept the conversation light, asking about her mom and joking about the cafeteria food at UA. He laughed softly as he recalled how flustered she had looked at the mall, saying it seemed like she was trying hard to pretend it wasn't a date. YN rolled her eyes but smiled, enjoying the distraction. He didn't ask about the clone, the school, or the accusations. He simply let her walk and breathe. As they turned a corner near the edge of the residential area, North noticed the street was a bit too quiet, the air too still. Riku continued walking, slightly ahead now, as if he knew where they were going. She didn't realize it immediately, but the silence made her skin itch. They turned down a quieter street where the trees hung low and the houses gave way to empty storefronts. The grocery store was still a few blocks away, but something about the stillness made YN uneasy. Riku slowed slightly and tilted his head toward a narrow alley to their left, murmuring something that barely reached her ears. YN instinctively glanced over and caught a glimpse of a girl, a flicker of a figure slipping from the shadows between two buildings. The girl had the same height and frame, her skin ghostly pale under the streetlight, and her hair clung to her shoulders in a way that made YN's stomach twist. The girl didn't turn around, but YN already knew who she was looking at. She stopped cold, her blood running icy. She whispered to Riku, asking if he had seen that, but he merely followed her gaze with mild curiosity, suggesting it was probably just a local. His tone was too casual, too calm, and YN felt her heartbeat spike as she started walking faster. When Riku called out to her, she didn't wait. She jogged into the alley, her sharp breaths pushing past her lips as her eyes scanned the surroundings: brick walls, broken crates, trash bins empty. Then she caught another glimpse just ahead, turning a corner. Same clothes, same hair, same height. It was her. YN took off in a full sprint, barely noticing when the alley opened into a wide, empty lot with cracked pavement and weeds sprouting through concrete. The girl was still ahead, slipping through a rusted fence, and YN instinctively followed, her legs moving on their own despite the panic rising in her mind. She ducked through the hole in the chain link and stumbled into a cold, abandoned warehouse. The metal roof loomed high above her, filled with the groan of wind and echo. Shattered glass crunched beneath her shoes, and the air smelled of dust and iron. But the girl was gone, and the silence felt deliberate. She had been led here, and now she was alone. The air inside the warehouse felt heavier, thick and pressing in around her. Then she heard it, a voice, faint at first, echoing across the empty space like wind through broken glass. It spoke of desperation and the need to be special, and YN spun around, her heart racing and fists clenched. The voice continued, taunting her about how she had always thought she was better than everyone, even when she was quirkless. YN's breath caught in her throat as she realized the voice was eerily familiar. It had her inflection, her rhythm, and her memories. She moved forward, scanning the shadows and demanding to know where the voice was coming from. The voice giggled, high and unhinged, suggesting she knew where to find it but didn't want to admit it. Her eyes stung, and her fists burned with rising heat. In a surge of frustration, she slammed her fist against the nearest wall, sending cracks through the rotting drywall. Silence fell again, only to be broken by the voice, which continued to provoke her with memories of Izuku and the feelings of resentment that lingered. YN shouted for it to shut up, her voice echoing in the emptiness as she spun in a circle, breathing hard, rage flaring within her like lightning under her skin. The warehouse echoed with every breath and thud of YN's boots as she charged toward the next wall, punching, kicking, and screaming in frustration. Nothing. A voice resonated in her mind, taunting her. It told her she was not angry at anyone else but herself. She paused, her chest heaving as she processed the words. The voice continued, reminding her of her insecurities, of the tears she still shed and the smallness she felt inside. It questioned if anyone would have loved her if she didn't resemble someone else. For a moment, her knees buckled, causing her to stumble back. The voice surrounded her, echoing from all directions, and she had no idea where it would come from next. YN took another shaky step back, her fists glowing faintly with restrained energy. Silence enveloped her, broken only by a single breath. Then came footsteps, soft, measured, barely audible over the wind in the rafters. From the far end of the warehouse, a figure stepped out from behind a rusted beam. It was her. Exactly her. Same face, same posture, but the smile was different, too wide, too knowing. The clone tilted her head and commented on YN's exhaustion, asking if the headlines were getting to her. YN's jaw tightened in defiance. The clone giggled, insisting she was YN, embodying every fear and doubt that YN had never voiced. She stepped forward, and YN raised her fists in preparation. But then, another step echoed from her left. Another version of herself emerged from the shadows, followed by more, each one with the same face but slightly off, twisted in some way. They surrounded her, closing in like a slow closing hand. In unison, they spoke, their voices layered together into something inhuman, declaring she would never be enough. YN stumbled back, overwhelmed by their words. She felt heat coiling in her chest but gritted her teeth, acknowledging her fear but refusing to run. The clones only smiled wider, whispering that she was breaking. Without hesitation, YN launched forward as soon as one of them twitched. Her foot smashed against the floor with enough force to crack it open. She drove her fist into the nearest clone's jaw, sending it flying back into a pillar. Another clone lunged at her, and she pivoted, twisting midair to slam her elbow into its temple. It dropped hard but quickly rose again. More clones came at her from every angle, their voices echoing in perfect sync, urging her to fight and break herself. YN screamed and unleashed a blast, her fist connecting with the ground and sending a shockwave through the warehouse. Dust exploded upward, and several clones went flying. But more remained, moving like her, anticipating her strikes and rhythm. They were her, and she was fighting herself. One clone caught her arm mid-swing, not to hurt, but to hold her back. Another wrapped around her waist, and a third grabbed her leg, reminding her of her strength and urging her to push further. Her muscles trembled, but she broke free with a guttural roar, swinging wide, the air around her arm rippling with unrestrained power. One clone's ribs cracked audibly, and another splattered against the wall. Yet something inside her groaned a deep burning ache behind her ribs that she chose to ignore. The clones circled her, whispering about the thrill of power and how she would rather die than feel powerless again. YN charged at another group, her eyes wild and her knuckles split and bleeding. She smashed through 2 more clones, leaving only twitching limbs behind. She was panting now, sweat dripping down her temple, her arms trembling. Her vision pulsed as the clones continued to taunt her, urging her to keep going. She staggered, her knees nearly giving way. They were not here to kill her, they were here to let her destroy herself. If she kept fighting at this level, she would hit her limit, and when that happened, there would be nothing left. Her body screamed in protest, every nerve alight with fire, every joint locking under the strain. Her vision blurred in waves red, white, then black around the edges. 3 clones remained, twisted versions of her, each smirking and waiting. YN let out a broken breath and then roared, lunging forward with renewed strength that sent cracks through the floor with every step. The first clone raised its arms but was too slow. YN's fist slammed through its sternum, the body splintering like wet paper. Another clone tried to dodge but she caught it midair, slamming it into the wall repeatedly until it stopped moving. The last one stepped forward, the original, the one who had spoken first. YN looked wild now, half-conscious, shaking, bloodied, and barely able to stand. But she charged anyway. The final clone launched forward at the same time, and they collided midair like a thunderclap. For a moment, nothing moved. Then the clone's body exploded outward from the impact. YN hit the ground hard and didn't get up. Her body twitched once, then again before going completely still. Blood seeped slowly from her mouth, and her fingers curled weakly into the dirt. Her vision spun, the warehouse a storm of light and ringing noise. She couldn't breathe. Her quirk surged in her veins, unregulated and unstoppable. Her cells were breaking down, and her chest felt like it was caving in. She whispered that she had gone too far, though no one was left to hear it. Then darkness enveloped her. The warehouse was silent. Glass crunched faintly beneath a slow, deliberate step. From the shadows near the exit, a figure emerged, tall, calm, and no longer pretending. Rika's eyes gleamed in the dying light of the broken windows, but something was wrong. His posture changed, becoming more fluid and confident. His hands, once tucked nervously in his hoodie pocket, now moved with eerie grace. Then the skin began to shift. The illusion cracked and peeled like melting wax, sliding down the figure's face and shoulders as the air shimmered unnaturally around them. Brown eyes turned gold, and short hair lengthened, paled, and curled. Rika's voice warped into a high, dreamy lilt as Toga fully revealed herself. She tilted her head and knelt beside YN's collapsed body, giggling as she remarked on how predictable YN was for thinking she was just going grocery shopping. YN's body twitched slightly unconscious, yet still humming faintly with residual quirk energy. Her breathing was shallow, her skin pale. Her fingers curled loosely in the dirt as if she had tried to keep fighting even after she fell. Toga leaned in, brushing YN's damp hair away from her face with a strange tenderness. She felt a mix of emotions as she observed YN's state. Toga pulled a small black device from her coat, a League-issue stabilizer collar, jagged and compact. With a swift movement, she clicked it around YN's throat. It hissed as it latched, releasing a mild suppressant to keep her quirk buried, just enough to keep her quiet. Toga sighed dreamily, imagining Dabi's reaction. Behind her, the echo of distant sirens hummed, too far to matter yet. Toga reached down, slid her arms under YN's limp frame, and lifted her easily. She whispered into YN's ear that she needed a vacation somewhere dark, where they could really talk. Calmly, she walked through the shattered warehouse doorway, disappearing into the city's skeleton streets before help could arrive. The first thing YN noticed was the heat thick and stale, clinging to the walls like breath held too long. The second was the rope. Rough cord dug into her wrists and ankles, tight but not agonizing, just enough to keep her still and remind her she wasn't in control. Her back ached from the cold metal floor, and her mouth tasted like dust. Blinking slowly, she saw the ceiling flickering with a cracked fluorescent light, accompanied by a buzzing sound just out of sight. Then she heard voices low and amused. She turned her head slowly and saw them, the League. Dabi lounged against a wall near a rusted pipe, arms crossed and smirking. Toga sat on an overturned crate, swinging her legs like a child. Spinner leaned against the doorway, absent-mindedly tapping a blade against his boot. Mr. Compress and Twice stood nearby, flanking a shadow she didn't recognize. And at the center, in a tattered coat and calm authority, Shigaraki. They didn't move. They didn't need to. She was already surrounded. Toga chirped that YN had fainted again. YN swallowed hard, her voice dry as she asked why she was there. Shigaraki stepped forward, slow and deliberate, stating that they were there to talk. When she tried to sit up, the rope held her back, and her muscles flinched, her quirk still dulled. Shigaraki assured her she wasn't a prisoner this time, just wanting a conversation. YN glared, questioning the ropes. Spinner reminded her that she had kicked through 2 walls last time. Dabi added that she had nearly taken out half their clone stockpile, indicating they were learning. Mr. Compress gestured vaguely, explaining that they had been watching her and that the heroes hadn't treated her any better than they would. YN blinked in disbelief. Toga leaned forward, eyes bright, discussing the media, her suspension, and the way people looked at her when they thought she was one of them. She asked YN if that hadn't hurt. YN stayed quiet because it had. Shigaraki crouched in front of her, explaining that she was different, and that the press, the government, and UA were scared of her. Dabi added that they had let the public tear her apart and that All Might had just let her pack her bags. Her breath caught as Dabi pushed off the wall, stating that they had let her drown in it. Toga rested her chin in her hand, staring at YN with wide, almost dreamy eyes, sharing her own experience of waiting for heroes who never came. Spinner reminded her that only one boy had shown up when she was in distress, questioning where he was now. YN swallowed, admitting he didn't even know she was gone. Shigaraki softly pointed out that she had given everything for people who wouldn't bleed for her. YN opened her mouth, but no words came because she had thought those things in the dark, in the quiet, in the cracks of herself she never let anyone see. Dabi assured her she wasn't broken but built for more. YN blinked rapidly, the lights above her blurring. Toga scooted closer, suggesting she didn't have to be a villain but should stop pretending to be a hero. Shigaraki stood, stating they weren't asking her to betray anyone, just the lie they had built for her. For the first time, YN didn't know if she could say no. Toga's fingers were gentle as they undid the knots, and YN didn't fight or run. She sat still, her wrists red and raw where the rope had rubbed. Her legs tingled with the sensation of blood returning. The entire League was still around her, watching with curiosity. Toga expressed their trust in her, stating she was one of them now and didn't need to be tied down. Dabi mentioned she could walk out that door, but no one was stopping her, though none of them believed she would. YN stayed seated. Shigaraki watched her closely, explaining they didn't need her to fight, just to think. When she asked what to think about, Spinner leaned in from the doorway, suggesting she consider who really had her back. Twice added that they had all turned on her in days, even those who smiled to her face, believing the worst. YN quietly mentioned that Izuku hadn't. The room stilled, and Dabi drawled that the green-haired boy liking her made him stupid, not right. Toga gleefully suggested he liked her because she wasn't like them, implying part of her already belonged with them. That realization hurt more than she expected, but she didn't argue. Her gaze drifted downward, fixed on the metal floor, painted in grime and dull stains. Her fists flexed on instinct, the familiar ache of suppressed adrenaline pulsing deep in her muscles. She felt a sense of not belonging anywhere. Compress asked softly if she didn't get tired of trying so hard to be good and hiding her anger. YN whispered that she wasn't angry. Shigaraki crouched again, stating she was just buried under shame. She felt the rising emotions in her throat like bile, like guilt, like fire. Rubbing her wrists slowly, eyes lowered, her mind swirled with everything they had said, every painful truth twisted into something darker. She wanted to argue, scream, and prove them wrong. But the voice in her head, the one she'd buried since childhood, whispered, "What if they're right?" She murmured that she didn't know who she was anymore, and none of them responded because they understood that was the first step. Then, something flickered in the corner of her eye. A muted television, dust-covered and bolted to the ceiling like a forgotten afterthought, had been on this whole time, a background broadcast no one paid attention to until now. Her gaze lifted. Footage played from a distant aerial view, the warehouse where she'd fought. The shattered ground, the claw marks, the blood and bodies. Her bodies. At least 6 different versions of her, crumpled, disfigured, mid-motion. All lifeless. She didn't need the volume to hear the message. The headline blazed in white across the bottom of the screen, "The Lost Hero, where is she now?" Clips rolled in sequence, video from the aftermath, aerial footage, then ground level. A shaky civilian camera showed the ruins, and a reporter pointed toward the damage. Then her mother. Tired eyes, red cheeks, a microphone in her face. Muted, but her lips said her name. Behind her stood All Might, shoulders squared despite the bruises. And beside him was Izuku, kneeling by the debris, touching a splatter of her clone's blood. His face looked pale, devastated. She could almost hear his voice even without the sound, urging her to come back. Her throat tightened. Dabi followed her gaze and scowled, demanding that they turn it off. No one moved. Toga's smile faltered slightly as she called out to her. YN stood up slowly, her legs trembling. Shigaraki quietly stated that they weren't her people. They never were. YN didn't answer. She just stared at the screen, where the caption remained frozen as the image cut to black. "We owe her everything." Turning back to them, her eyes were glassy, her expression unreadable. For the first time since she woke up, she didn't look lost. She remained silent for a long time. The silence pressed in around her like a second skin, warm, suffocating. Still, she stood firm, letting them think the news had shaken her. Let them believe the image of her as a hero could turn her against the world again. But inside, something had clicked. They weren't wrong about everything. The world had hurt her. All Might had abandoned her. The press had turned on her like wolves. But they were wrong about who she was now. The only problem was she couldn't fight them. Not yet. Her fingers brushed the collar around her throat, the cold metal humming against her pulse. It didn't burn, choke, or hurt, but it owned her. She couldn't feel her quirk. It was still there, somewhere under the surface, muted, restrained. She had no way of knowing how much energy was left. Her body still ached from the warehouse fight, muscles sore and splintered, every breath tight in her chest. So she did the only thing she could do. She gave them what they wanted. She sat down and said, her voice just a little cracked, that she was listening. The change in the room was immediate. Toga gasped, clapping her hands like a child on Christmas, proclaiming that she had known why and wasn't like the others. Dabi didn't react, but his smile stretched just a little wider. Shigaraki tilted his head, studying her like a chess piece, calmly asking if she was ready to hear the truth. She nodded once. It wasn't a lie, not really. She wanted to hear. She needed to know what they were planning, how far this went, what they thought she could be. What they thought she was. Because knowing gave her power. And right now, power was survival. Toga leaned in again, her voice soft and conspiratorial, assuring her that she didn't have to pretend with them. She didn't have to smile, say thank you, or apologize for existing. They liked her messy. YN smiled just a flicker and said that was good because she didn't feel very clean right now. That earned a round of dark chuckles. Even Twice offered a pleased hum, agreeing that messy was relatable and very marketable. Mr. Compress gave a little bow, extending a warm, albeit grim, welcome. Dabi wandered back to the wall, lighting a cigarette with a lazy flick, cautioning them not to kiss her feet just yet and suggesting they see if she lasted a week before rolling out the red carpet. Shigaraki stepped closer again, kneeling before her like a twisted king meeting a would-be traitor. He told her she had been lied to her entire life by her father, her school, her system. But he wouldn't lie to her. YN met his eyes, red and dangerous. He didn't promise safety, justice, or peace. He leaned forward just enough for her to smell the faint bitterness of ash and decay on his breath, promising that if she stayed with them, she would never be powerless again. YN held his gaze and quietly pointed out that he was still trying to use her. He admitted that they were, just like everyone else had. The honesty caught her off guard, but she tucked it away, folding it into the growing knot in her chest. That was the trick, let them think she was unraveling when really, she was just coiling tighter. She whispered that she wanted to know what they wanted her to do. Shigaraki smiled and said that for now, she should rest, heal, listen, and if she was willing, train. Toga bounced beside her, excitedly explaining that it would just be a little practice and that she would see how strong she really was when she didn't have to hold back anymore. YN's stomach twisted because that was what they wanted, wasn't it? No limits, no breaks, no rules. Her quirk unleashed until it burned her from the inside out. She nodded slowly, agreeing to train. Toga slid beside her, looping an arm through hers as if they were best friends already, whispering that she was going to love it there. YN didn't answer but leaned just far enough into the contact to make it seem real. Because that was what this was now, a performance. And if she played it well enough, long enough, maybe she'd get a chance to survive it. It started with a single report. Toshinori scrolled past it absently on the agency's encrypted monitor. Just another police alert, another flare of chaos in the decaying corners of Mizudafu. A disturbance had been reported in an abandoned warehouse sector near District 6. He read it once, then twice, furrowing his brow. That was close to where his daughter lived now. Not dangerously close, maybe 10 blocks out, but enough to wrinkle the edges of his calm. Still, it wasn't unusual. There were always disturbances. Always there were warehouse break-ins, gang hideouts, and villain skirmishes bubbling under the surface. He tried not to worry. He even attempted to go to bed, but sleep didn't come. Something gnawed at him, a twist in his gut that he hadn't felt since Kamino. He was halfway through pulling on a coat to check it out himself, maybe do a quick scan. Nothing serious when the second report came in. Unidentified bodies had been discovered. Cloned tissue. Multiple victims resembled the same individual with an unknown cause of death. Investigation pending. He froze. Clones. No names were attached yet, but the grainy, classified photos were enough. The hair, the build, her eyes. His knees nearly gave out. Then his phone rang. He almost didn't answer, but he did. Toshi. Her voice cracked, sharp with panic, raw with dread. She's missing. He closed his eyes, feeling something inside him crack open. She said she was going for a walk. Just to the store. I told her to bring pepper spray, but she just laughed. I should've. Where? Near the old shopping strip. On the corner of Takarama Avenue. Her phone's off. I waited an hour and then I called. His hands were already shaking. Stay where you are, he said, grabbing his keys. I'll find her. I knew this would happen, she whispered. They never stopped watching her. He hung up before she could spiral, because he was already spiraling. By the time he burst into the dorms, it was nearly midnight. The students were mostly asleep, the halls quiet, except for one light still flickering under a door Midoriya's. He stood there for a moment, hand hovering near the wood, then knocked softly. The door opened almost instantly. Toshinori. Son, he said quietly. I need to speak with you. Izuku stepped back, instantly alert. He didn't wait for small talk. There was a report of a disturbance. An abandoned warehouse not far from where she's staying. Izuku stiffened. She's not answering her phone, Toshinori continued. There were clones found. Bodies. They looked like her. He saw the color drain from the boy's face, but Toshinori wasn't done. Her mother called. She's missing. There was a second of silence. Then Izuku declared he was going with him. Toshinori raised a hand, but Izuku insisted he wouldn't stay behind. There was something fierce and unshakable in his voice, the same fire Toshinori had once heard in Nana's voice, the same stubborn love that had made him choose this boy in the first place. Toshinori closed his eyes, then nodded. Grab your gear. Izuku was already moving. They didn't say another word, because sometimes grief doesn't start with a scream. Sometimes it starts with the quiet click of a door closing and the long, desperate drive into the dark. It had been 3 days. 3 long, silent, simmering days. YN had stopped flinching every time the door opened. She had learned which floorboards creaked outside her room, which ones didn't. She had memorized the league's rhythms. When Twice wandered off muttering to himself, when Spinner went on his late-night walks, when Dobby disappeared for hours at a time and returned smelling like smoke and asphalt. They still didn't trust her fully, but they were getting there. Her collar hadn't been removed, a clear reminder that they weren't foolish. But her restraints were gone, and she was allowed to walk the halls of the hideout unescorted, as long as she didn't try anything heroic. Whatever that meant. Toga was the easiest to fool. She hovered like a moth, curious, emotional, constantly trying to connect. She brought her tea and bandages, asked questions that seemed innocent but weren't. YN played the part well. Soft, shaken, unsure. Tired enough to be pliable, but not so dead-eyed that she seemed suspicious. The others watched from a distance. Dobby said little but observed everything. Mr. Compress was more amused than cautious, as if he already knew how the story would end but wasn't going to spoil the show. Shigaraki never smiled, but he didn't threaten her either, which for him was practically affection. YN took what she could get. She stayed quiet, rested, and nursed the deep bruises down her arms and the soreness in her back from the fight in the warehouse. The League left her alone for long stretches, and during those stretches she searched. Nothing overt. Just observation, patterns, whispers, clues. There was a back room she wasn't allowed in. Toga always fumbled when it came up, even changing the subject entirely once. The power there was different, something technological, perhaps medical. She caught sight of a crate being rolled in once, thick with frost, labeled with serial codes. And a file left out on a nearby desk. She hadn't read it yet, but she saw the name on the tab, Replication Strain, Subject 1A. They were still working on it. Still trying to make another. The idea made her stomach turn, because now she knew how far they could go, how real the clones could be, how easily the world could turn on her with just a whisper of doubt. Even her own body had limits they were more than willing to exploit. But if she could find out how. If she could just learn what made her replicable. Maybe she could find a way to end it. One night, as the base hummed with quiet, a low generator buzz and a leaky pipe dripping steadily in the hall, YN sat in the corner of her room, legs folded, eyes unfocused. She looked down at her hands. They were healing, slowly. But beneath the skin, the ache of suppressed strength lingered. Her power, still dulled by the collar, curled tight inside her like a caged animal, not thrashing, but watching. Waiting. She couldn't rely on it. Not yet. So instead, she relied on her brain. They wanted her broken. Instead, she would be precise. Careful. Every smile a scalpel. Every quiet nod a scalpel. Every harmless question, every glance, every second she didn't scream or fight back, a knife sliding gently into the machine they'd built. Until it bled. And in the silence of the League's sleeping hideout, YN whispered only 3 words, "I'm coming back." The collar had become a second spine, rigid, constant, always humming just under her skin. It didn't burn. Not anymore. It just reminded her every waking hour that she was not in control. And that was the worst part. Because even though she was free to walk the halls, sit at the table, and speak when spoken to, she was still theirs. Still half-caged. Still playing a game where the rules kept shifting, and losing meant more than death. But trust was a currency. And she was buying as much as she could. The League had relaxed slightly. Toga no longer followed her room to room. Dobby had stopped throwing barbed comments every time she so much as breathed. Shigaraki acknowledged her with a nod, not a greeting or approval, but a sign of recognition. That meant something to her. She leaned into her exhaustion, playing the part of someone tired, quiet, and curious. She was not broken, but cracked enough that they thought she was vulnerable. Dobby had started calling her soft eyes, and one morning, Toga braided her hair and whispered that they would create a place for her. A real place. She smiled through the discomfort, even as her stomach twisted. But today, she decided to push further. They were gathered around what passed for a meal in the League, mismatched cans and a half-burnt kettle, when she brought it up. She asked if she could pose a question, and all eyes turned to her, some lazy and some sharp. Shigaraki tapped his fingers against the armrest of his chair, acknowledging her. She took a breath and continued, addressing the collar she wore. She understood why it had been necessary at first, but after nearly a week of being there without trying to escape or fight, she felt she had earned some trust. Silence followed her words. Spinner leaned forward cautiously, reminding her of the consequences if they were wrong. She met his gaze, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Twice chuckled from the corner, appreciating her honesty. Shigaraki remained silent, his red eyes unreadable as he observed her. He scratched his neck absent-mindedly before standing slowly. He agreed with her, stating that they had been testing her. She had played along, listened, and obeyed. He suggested that perhaps she was simply waiting, tired, or maybe she was starting to see the flaws in their system. As he reached for the collar, she held her breath, not moving or blinking. When he touched the release mechanism, it came off with a soft hiss. The weight of freedom washed over her, and her body seemed to remember what it meant to be whole. Her strength surged within her, warmth flooding her core. Her power pulsed beneath her skin, real and hers. Yet she did not flinch or run. She exhaled and stepped back, simply thanking him. The silence that followed was thick and charged. They waited and watched, even Dabi's smirk faltering. Nothing happened. She calmly sat back down, obedient and unarmed. In that moment, the League began to truly believe her. Toga beamed, Compress clapped once, and even Shigaraki tilted his head as if she had become useful in a new way. They did not realize it yet, but she had just passed their most important test. In doing so, she had gained something even more valuable than power. The warehouse was cold, not just in temperature but in atmosphere, as places touched by violence often were. Izuku stepped over the shattered remains of what might have once been a steel container. The floor bore scorched streaks of black and red, some from burns, some from blood, and some he could not identify. He tried not to dwell on that part for too long. A few UA forensic bots buzzed quietly along the edges of the space, collecting data and scanning debris. Pro-heroes moved through the shadows in silence, communicating only in short bursts over comms. But they found no trace of her presence, only the aftermath. Claw marks marred the walls and deep impact points scarred the floor, some showing signs of brute force trauma. In the center lay piles of ash, where someone had once stood. Clones, dozens of them, had been destroyed, but not before causing chaos. Izuku stood beside the largest scorch mark, clenching his fists so hard they trembled. She had been there, had fought, had suffered, and now she was gone. All Might's voice broke through his thoughts, low and worn. He asked if Izuku had found any luck, and Izuku replied that nothing concrete had turned up. She was not there, not dead, not alive, just vanished. All Might stepped beside him, assuring him they would find her. Izuku's heart screamed in response. Every part of him wanted to tear the place apart, to scream and demand the world return her. But all he could do was stand there and feel the weight of despair. The trail had gone cold. Her presence, once so bright and overwhelming, was now gone. Not even one for All's heightened senses could detect a flicker of her energy. Yet he still felt her somewhere, remembering the way she had looked at him that night, the softness in her voice, the trust they had shared. And now, that was all he had, a memory, a hope. He whispered to himself that he should have walked with her, repeating it for the 100th time. All Might gently reminded him it wasn't his fault. Izuku snapped back that he had promised to protect her, insisting that he didn't care about being just 17. His voice cracked as he confessed his love for her, now lower and filled with pain. All Might did not offer false hope or platitudes. Instead, he placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder as they stood together in the ruined warehouse, surrounded by ash and dust, the boy who still had everything to lose and the man who had already lost so much. It started with a whisper, the kind that hums beneath the skin, growing into an unease that could no longer be ignored. Room 17 had always been off-limits. Toga dismissed it as a boring old storage room. Spinner merely grunted and turned away, while Dabi never mentioned it, which only fueled her suspicion. Passing by at night, it always felt colder, quieter, as if it didn't quite belong to the same building. Tonight, The lock was undone. Was it a mistake or an invitation? She glanced down the hallway, where the others were in the lounge. Dobby sprawled on the couch, twice arguing with himself, and Toga humming at the table. No one would notice her absence. She stepped inside, the door hissing as it opened, cool air brushing her face, tinged with sterilizing chemicals and something older, metallic, and wrong. What she saw took her breath away. Dozens, no, hundreds of containment tubes stretched wall to wall, each filled with translucent liquid and containing a copy of her. Some were motionless, others twitched faintly, and some had only half-formed features, like melted wax sculptures, failed experiments. The lights inside the tubes glowed with a sickly green, and every single face, twisted or not, was hers. She staggered back, hand flying to her mouth. This wasn't replication, it was mass production. Moving slowly, she tried to process it all. Small monitors were hooked up to the base of each tube, tracking heart rate, neural activity, and energy output. Some bore names like Variant C or High Burn Number 6, while a few had red marks through their screens, indicating terminated. In the corner, she found a file cabinet, hastily closed, with a few folders sticking out. She pulled one open and found notes hand-scribbled, messier than Ujiko's usual writing. Probably Dobby's or maybe Toga's. She read quickly. Adrenaline tolerance increases under stress. Recommend exposure to trauma stimuli. Unit 4 combusted in under 3 minutes. Lacking quirk modulation. Still no stable version. Only Subject 0 reached 90% output. Subject 0. That had to be her. A line scribbled at the bottom read, "If the original breaks, so will the rest." Her blood turned to ice. That was the plan. They weren't just copying her, they were anchoring all the copies to her biology, pain tolerance, and emotional thresholds. If she died, the whole system would collapse. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears as she approached the central terminal, where a larger screen glowed faintly, displaying a countdown. Days? Hours? She didn't know, but something was coming, and she had less time than she thought. A sound echoed in the hallway, causing her to snap her eyes toward the door. She quickly closed the file, tucked it into her sleeve, and backed away from the terminal. When the door creaked again, she slipped out the other side, quiet, calm, her expression blank. Just another lost girl wandering the halls. But inside her? Rage. Fear. Purpose. Now she knew the truth. Why they needed her alive. It was the kind of waking where one doesn't remember falling asleep. The room was dark and quiet, except for the soft hum of machinery from the hallway outside. The hideout always felt colder at night, as if even the walls were holding their breath. Disoriented, she blinked. Her body ached, but that wasn't what froze her blood. It was the feeling that someone was watching her. Sitting up, her heart raced. The bed creaked slightly as she turned and nearly screamed. A face. Her face. Sitting at the edge of the shadows, lit only by the blue glow of the monitor from the hallway. Same eyes. Same posture. Same everything. Except the expression was different, frightened, hollow, human. The clone lunged forward, covering her mouth with both hands, pleading not to scream. It was terrified, shaking, but she could feel the warmth of its hands against her skin. After a few seconds, the clone slowly let go, and they stared at each other, one real, one not, but both breathing, both afraid. The clone stepped back, giving her space. It revealed that it shouldn't be there, that it had escaped without their knowledge. They thought it was defective and would shut it down if they found it. YN finally found her voice, asking if it was one of them. The clone flinched, expressing its desire not to be. Its honesty struck a chord. YN frowned, asking what it wanted. The clone looked down at its hands, feeling as if they didn't belong to it. It spoke of waking up with pieces of her memories, flashes of moments with her father, Izuku smiling, and feelings it didn't understand. It hated things it couldn't remember but still felt they were its own. YN's heart thudded as she realized the clone remembered Izuku. The clone nodded slowly, expressing confusion about its feelings for him. Silence hung between them, and YN quietly stated that the clone wasn't supposed to think like this. The clone acknowledged that it had been told it was wrong, that it was broken. YN narrowed her eyes, insisting the clone wasn't broken but proof that they had created something they couldn't control. The clone curled up on the floor, admitting it didn't want to die or kill, it just wanted to stop feeling like someone's leftover parts. YN knelt beside it, sharing that she had felt that way too, even before the clones and everything else. They looked at each other, not as enemies or opposites, but as two people carved from the same pain. The clone revealed that preparations were being made, mentioning Dabi talking to Ujiko about activating all of them at once. A chill ran through YN as she realized they were going to unleash the clones, over 300 of them, some unstable, some like the clone beside her. YN sat back against the wall, her hands trembling slightly. They needed to stop them. The clone nodded, having hoped she would say that. After a moment of quiet, YN looked at the clone, asking what she should call it. The clone blinked, and YN smiled faintly, stating it deserved its own name. The clone hesitated before finally saying, Ekko. YN reached out, and they shook hands. Just like that, the plan began. It started the night after they shook hands. Their plan wasn't just to destroy the clones. It was to save the ones who could still be saved. The ones like Ekko. The ones like her. Each night, when the base was quiet and the League had either retreated to their rooms or wandered off for surveillance missions, Ekko would slip through the lower halls and deactivate the surveillance blind spots she had mapped. YN would follow in silence, her pulse steady, the air around her finally calm without the hum of the collar that once muted her strength. The clone chamber was colder than the rest of the base. Dozens of tanks stretched from floor to ceiling, some flickering, some half filled with fluid. Rows of suspended bodies, all resembling her, all wearing that same expressionless vacancy. But Ekko knew how to find the ones who weren't empty inside. She would lead YN down the row and stop in front of one pod, perhaps one with a clone twitching faintly, or one with eyes fluttering as if dreaming. They're awake, Ekko would say softly. YN would press her hand to the glass, asking silently if they could hear her. Sometimes there would be nothing, sometimes a faint movement, a glance, or a blink. On the fourth night, a whispered, hoarse voice from inside the pod pleaded, please. That was when they began. Every night, they would choose a different one. Ekko would gently override the pod's control lock, and YN would help pull the body out, weak and dripping with gel. The clone would shiver, dazed, like a newborn learning to use its muscles. Then YN would speak to them softly and slowly, you were made to be me. But you don't have to live like this. She would kneel, helping them sit upright, draping a blanket over their shoulders. You're not just someone's memory. You're here. You're you. Sometimes the clones cried, sometimes they reacted with confusion and fear. But YN would hold her ground, and Ekko would step in, calming them, showing them she was the same. She had scars to prove it, both physical and emotional. After a while, each one would sit still and listen. We're going to stop this, YN would promise them. And when we do, I want you to run. To live. You deserve more than this lab. She always watched their reactions carefully. Some of them nodded. Some didn't speak but didn't resist when Ekko returned them to their pods. The moment the glass sealed again, YN's chest would twist. They weren't just strangers. They were parts of her, reflections, victims, and perhaps. By the end of the first week, they had 8. 8 defective clones who could understand. 8 who had heard her voice, looked her in the eye, and seen something more than programming. She didn't know if it would be enough, but it was a start. Each night, when they crept back to their quarters, Ekko would look at her a little differently, less like a leader, more like a sister. You're good at this, she said once as they lay in their beds, the hum of the machines fading in the distance. At what? YN asked. Giving people something to believe in. YN stared at the ceiling, wishing someone had done the same for her a little sooner. Ekko didn't reply. She didn't have to, because they both knew they were doing it now, together. Soon, when the time was right, they would strike with an army that had once been hers but would finally belong to themselves. The countdown was real now. Ekko had returned to the lab early that morning, her eyes wide and breath caught in her throat. She had dragged YN back to the console she had discovered days ago, the one with the glowing red countdown etched into its surface. The timer had dropped below 24 hours, blinking steadily beneath the words phase initiation. According to what they had pieced together from stolen documents and quiet eavesdropping, the League's endgame was close. A mass release of the clones, armed with her face, her voice, her power, everything needed to plunge the world into chaos and turn the public fully against her. 13. Out of 300, only 13 had responded to her voice. Only 13 had blinked or cried or begged not to go back in the tubes. It wasn't enough. Not yet. YN stared at the countdown, at the map Ekko had drawn in pencil, and at her own notes hand-scrawled on a stolen napkin, diagrams and names and paths. Her hands shook slightly. Ekko noticed the tremor. She stated the obvious, acknowledging YN's fear. YN did not lie in response. They were sitting in the back storage room, the one Ekko had unofficially claimed as their meeting space. It was dim, warm, and far enough from the tanks that the bubbling of clone fluid and the low hum of machines were muffled. Just crates, dust, and a cracked floor surrounded them. YN looked at Ekko. She still looked just like her, with the same eyes and skin. But now there were differences. A cut on her cheek, a more even tone in her voice, softer movements. Less mimicry. YN quietly expressed a need for Ekko to leave. Ekko froze, surprised by the request. YN clarified that it wasn't for good, she needed help. They couldn't win with 13 clones, not without someone on the outside. Ekko's expression tightened as she realized what YN was asking. YN nodded, explaining that Izuku was probably already looking for her. If Ekko could reach him and explain what was happening, they might get back up Aizawa, Ida, anyone. Ekko doubted Izuku would believe her. YN reassured her, stating that Ekko was not just a copy anymore, she was a person. If Izuku truly saw that, he would listen. A long pause followed, heavy with unspoken emotions. YN could feel her heart thudding in her chest, dreading this part of the conversation. She had seen it in Ekko's eyes, the way she lingered when Izuku's name came up, the way she flinched when YN talked about their nights in the dorms, and how her voice became quieter whenever he was mentioned. YN gently pointed out that Ekko cared about him. Ekko did not deny it. She whispered about the confusing feelings she experienced, an echo of something YN had felt, yet it was also hers. She thought about the way Izuku looked at YN and how he would fight for her. Ekko looked away, expressing a wish that someone would look at her like that. The silence that followed was heavy. YN reached out and gently touched Ekko's hand, offering an apology. Ekko responded that YN did not have to be sorry, she understood it wasn't real or fully hers. She just wanted it to be something. After a long pause, Ekko stood, dusted off her pants, and pulled her hood up. She declared her intention to find Izuku. YN was surprised but supportive, realizing Ekko was the only one who could do it. YN could not leave, the League still thought she was theirs. If she vanished, they would hunt her down before they had a chance to fight. But Ekko was still invisible to them. YN stood as well, trying to interject, but Ekko interrupted, assuring her that it was okay. YN had saved her, and now Ekko would save YN. They didn't hug. They didn't need to. But as Ekko turned to the door, YN called after her one last time, asking her to tell Izuku that she was still fighting. Ekko smiled, responding that she thought he already knew. And then she was gone. Alone in the quiet again, YN turned back to the countdown. 23:44, the war hadn't started yet. But it would. And this time she wouldn't be the only one fighting it. Perspective. It was strange how easily her feet carried her, as if they remembered. It felt like muscle memory, not hers but someone else's, guiding her through the woods and down the winding back path toward UA High. The sky was thick with cloud cover, the moon just a ghost behind the haze. There was no wind, only the occasional creak of branches and the quiet crunch of her footsteps over damp gravel. UA loomed ahead, dark but never asleep. Ekko could see the floodlights posted around the perimeter and the security drones buzzing overhead in programmed arcs. But she knew the gaps. She remembered the gaps, not because she had ever attended, but because YN had, and Ekko was born with her memories. She slipped through the barrier near the west gate. A subtle dip in the field gave her just enough time to roll beneath it, pressing herself flat against the earth until the sensors drifted past. In minutes, she was through the trees, up the hill, and ducking under the side fencing behind the dorm building. It was exactly as she remembered. Brick walls, tall windows, and the balcony where they had once watched fireworks. Ekko stared at it for a second too long before slipping through the cracked service door and into the stairwell. The halls were dim and quiet. A few lights buzzed faintly from the common room, but there were no voices. Everyone was asleep. Ekko padded barefoot down the corridor of Class 1A's dorms, her eyes scanning the doors. The one she needed was halfway down, still covered in Midoriya's messy handwriting reminders, motivational notes, little post-its still clinging to the frame. She raised a hand, hesitated, then knocked once, gently. No answer. She cracked it open. Inside, the room was faintly lit with the glow of a night lamp. Books piled on the desk, a hoodie draped over the chair, and a half-eaten protein bar on the shelf. And him Midoriya. Asleep on top of the blankets, curled on his side, notebook still open under one arm. His hair was a mess, and his face looked too tired for someone his age. She stepped inside and he stirred. His voice cracked, groggy as he blinked up at her, then recognition washed over him, followed by relief. He shot upright, nearly stumbling over his sheets. He rushed across the room and hugged her tightly, his arms wrapping around her back, his face pressed to her shoulder as if he couldn't believe she was real. Something in her chest broke because she wasn't YN. She whispered that she wasn't, but her throat stuck. His warmth, his scent, the way his hands trembled, she had no right to feel what she felt, but she did. For just a second, she wished she was YN, that he looked at her that way. When she finally pushed back, he looked at her confused, breathless, eyes shining. She softly explained that she was one of the clones. Silence followed, the word hanging in the air like smoke. His brows furrowed, and disbelief clouded his expression. She quickly reassured him that she wasn't there to hurt anyone, that she was different. She remembered too much and wanted more. YN had found her and saved her. Midoriya looked like he wanted to believe her, but his jaw was clenched, guarded now. He asked where YN was. Ekko explained that YN was still in the League's hideout, unable to leave without causing chaos. They had been working from the inside, planning. She stepped back to show him a folded paper she pulled from her pocket, a crude map, hand-sketched with details about the clone facility. She revealed that there were over 300 clones, and they planned to activate them all, sending them into cities to take down infrastructure. It was more than just framing YN. They wanted to throw Japan into chaos. Midoriya's face paled as he processed the information. They only had 13 defectors, not counting YN or Ekko. He took the paper with shaking hands, struggling to accept the reality of the situation. Ekko took a breath, steadying her voice. YN had asked her to find him, believing he could help stop this. Midoriya stared at the map for a long time, his shoulders slumping before he finally nodded. Then they would stop it. Chapter end. They were different today, subtle but noticeable. Twice that morning, Spinner had whistled to himself as he walked past her. Mr. Compress tipped his hat with a hint of smugness. Even Shigaraki, twitchy and detached as ever, wore a kind of electric confidence, drumming his fingers against his arm as if already celebrating. They thought they had won, that she was none the wiser. YN sat quietly in the corner of the main room, legs crossed, an old report in her hands that she wasn't reading. Her mind moved faster than her eyes could. There were 16 hours left. She had memorized the countdown, seeing it every night in the clone lab before Ekko and she returned the defectives to their tanks. They had 13, 14 including Ekko, and 15 counting herself. 15 people against 300 copies. It was still a suicide mission, but it would be on her own terms. A voice called to her, breaking her thoughts. It was Dabi, leaning in the hallway entrance, flames flickering lazily off his knuckles, his expression unreadable. He told her it was time for relocation. Her breath caught in her throat. She blinked in disbelief, asking what he meant. Dabi explained that it was boss's orders and that they were moving her. Her heart raced. She had thought she was staying there. Dabi shrugged, saying they didn't need her healed, just mobile. Her pulse remained steady, but every muscle in her body coiled with tension. They were relocating her because she wasn't part of the final battle. If she died, the clones would die too. They needed her alive to fuel them, to anchor them, to suffer for them. She would go with him, but only until the moment the tanks cracked open and the battle began. Then she would vanish, rip through the chaos, and find her way back to the others, to Izuku, and help stop the monsters wearing her face. Dabi motioned for her to follow, and she walked behind him silently, counting each step like a ticking bomb. 15 hours. 43 minutes. And everything would burn. Ekko observed the room filled with over 40 people, none of whom looked at her as if she belonged. She stood at the back of the planning chamber, squeezed between a half-dismantled map projector and a rolling whiteboard covered in sector coordinates. The UA staff and pro-heroes Endeavor, Ryukyu, Edgeshot, Best Jeanist gathered around the central table, their heads bowed in serious discussion. She remained silent, still, watching and listening, feeling a deep ache within her. Occasionally, Izuku would glance back at her, quick and apologetic, as if to remind her that he hadn't forgotten her presence. All Might had greeted her with a soft, kind thank you when she first arrived, but the others only spoke to her when they needed something. She didn't blame them, she just wished it didn't hurt so much. She knew them all too well. That was the hardest part. Every laugh, every quirk, every stubborn tick of the Class 1A students was etched in her memory. She recalled Kaminari sneaking snacks under the desk, Jiraiya tapping her foot during long lessons, and the warmth in Ochako's smile when she told a joke that didn't land. Ekko remembered it all, but none of it belonged to her, and they all knew that. Hawks spoke from the front, pointing out the vulnerabilities in their strategy. He noted that Zone 4 was too exposed, warning that if they flooded the urban sectors first, the train lines would be compromised. Ryukyu added that they didn't have enough personnel to cover everything, emphasizing the need for aerial support while ground units focused on population centers. Endeavor grimly concluded that if the clones spread, the country would fall apart. Izuku leaned forward, indicating the satellite layout. He pointed out that the enemy would likely target high-density zones first, aiming for the heart of the city. He suggested cutting off access at a specific intersection near the highway split, which could trap the majority of the enemy forces. Everyone nodded in agreement. And Ekko? She remained quiet, feeling like just a clone data and skin stitched together in someone else's image, a weapon meant to mirror a girl she could never fully be. She swallowed hard, her gaze drifting to the edge of the room where a few people still cast wary glances her way. Midnight, Aizawa, Snipe. She couldn't blame them either. After all, she bore the face of a traitor. All Might called her name, not unkindly, and she blinked, straightening. When he asked her to remind them of the clone layouts, she stepped forward. She explained that there were 3 primary groups: combat-ready clones designed to attack in unison, crowd control models specializing in area manipulation, and a final group that was experimental, consisting of defects who were emotionally unstable and not meant to be released. When Jeanist asked if those clones could be turned, she met his gaze and replied that some already had been. As murmurs rose around her, Ekko stepped back, retreating to the edge of the board like a shadow returning to its post. No one thanked her, no one smiled, and she didn't blame them. No matter how hard she tried or how much information she provided, they would always see her as a ticking bomb, a stranger wearing someone else's heartbeat, a ghost in the room. She remained still as the war room filled with voices discussing numbers, routes, and attack contingencies, but it all faded around her. Not just the words, but the space itself felt distant, as if she were watching it unfold through glass. Izuku laughed, not at her, but because someone had made a joke, perhaps Kaminari or Mirko. What mattered was the way his eyes crinkled and how his shoulders relaxed when he smiled, a sight that felt like home. Ekko held her breath for a moment, just watching. She remembered what it felt like to be the reason he looked that way, even if it wasn't her and never could be. She recalled the first time he held her hand, the way he leaned his forehead against hers after a battle, and how he had said, "I love you," as if it were fragile and meant everything. To the original, it truly did. Now, he wouldn't meet her eyes for longer than a second. He was always kind, but distant, respectful and grateful, yet never warm. How could he be? She wasn't YN. She was merely a memory of her, wrapped in the wrong skin. She turned slightly, her eyes flicking toward the other end of the room where All Might stood with Nizu. He appeared quieter now, shoulders tense, age etched deep into his face. When his gaze landed on her, it softened for just a moment before hardening again. She tried to smile, but he didn't return it, offering only a slow nod before looking back at the map. She bit her tongue until it hurt. She didn't expect him to call her daughter or hug her, or even look at her the same way. But a part of her, the lonely, twisted part, longed for something, a sliver of kindness, a ghost of recognition. She remembered him, not as the symbol of peace or the hero, but as the man who had made her laugh once in a quiet hospital room, the man who stood by her side when she had whispered, broken and afraid, that she didn't know who she was anymore. He had promised her she wasn't alone. But now she stood in a room full of people, feeling like a walking shadow, a replica too perfect to be trusted, too human to be accepted, and too close to the real thing. And still, too far away. The shack was small, barely more than a forgotten cabin on the edge of nowhere. Choked the windows, and the only light came from a hanging bulb that flickered as if it were struggling to stay alive. Dabi leaned against the doorway, arms crossed, his eyes half-lidded yet never relaxed. His presence was like a lit match in a locked room, just waiting to ignite. YN sat on a worn cot, attempting to appear casual. One foot tapped lightly as her gaze occasionally drifted to the cracked wall clock above the rusted sink. 1 hour, 29 minutes. Each glance was a reminder, don't panic. Don't move too fast. Breathe. She began, her tone light, asking if this was where he took all his prisoners or if she was just lucky. Dabi didn't even blink, stating she wasn't a prisoner. YN countered, noting her lack of a phone, the absence of an exit, and an escort who never left the room. Dabi remarked that she wasn't exactly trustworthy, to which she replied with a thin smile, acknowledging she couldn't blame him. The clock ticked on. 1 hour, 28 minutes. Her pulse was calm and calculated. Ekko was likely already in position. Izuku had to be. Please. She asked lightly if he ever grew tired of the running and hiding, suggesting that he might want something simpler. Dabi raised an eyebrow, questioning what she meant, like a white picket fence. She smirked faintly, pointing out that he burned a lot of bridges and would eventually run out of places to go. His eyes narrowed, but he remained silent. The clock ticked behind her. 1 hour, 27 minutes. Suddenly, Dabi pointed out that she wasn't being subtle. Her heart lurched as he gestured toward the clock, accusing her of watching it all morning and implying she thought he was an idiot. YN laughed too quickly, claiming she was just bored and had been staring at it for hours, noting how loud ticking could get when there was nothing else to focus on. Dabi didn't find it amusing. He leaned forward, boots hitting the floor with a dull thud. YN muttered something about the mass clone attack he was launching, and silence fell. The weight of her words hit her like a slap, and she froze. Dabi's eyes lifted slowly, his posture stilling like a predator catching scent. He demanded to know what she had said. Panic surged through her as she tried to explain, claiming she had overheard others talking. But his flames flared, and his voice turned low and dangerous as he stated she wasn't supposed to know. YN sprang to her feet just as the first blast hit, the cot behind her exploding into smoke and splinters. She rolled, grabbing a rusted metal chair and hurling it at him. It clanged uselessly off his arm, but it bought her precious seconds. She dove for the window, shattering the glass and slicing her palms as she hit the ground outside and rolled into a sprint. Behind her, she heard his roar, not of pain or surprise, but pure fury as heat ignited the forest in his pursuit. She ran, branches whipping her arms and thorns slicing her legs. The world blurred in shades of green and shadow. Her breath burned in her throat, her knees ached, but she didn't stop. If she could make it back in time, if she could get there before the clones were unleashed, another fireball scorched the dirt behind her. She leaped over a fallen log, tucked into a dive, and came up gasping. He was close. Dabi bellowed that she was a traitor, questioning if she thought they would save her or if that boy would come to her rescue. YN didn't look back. She didn't need saving. She was going to fight. And if she got there in time, she wouldn't be fighting alone. The clock in her mind ticked down to 1 hour. She just had to last that long. The wind tore at her face, biting and sharp as needles. Branches clawed at her arms, her shirt snagging and tearing along the edges of the underbrush. Her lungs burned, her legs screamed, but she couldn't stop. There were only 45 minutes left. The sun began to dip, painting the world in blood-orange light. Somewhere far behind her was the ruined shack, smoke still curling in the air from where she had struck Dobby with a final desperate blast before bolting through the wall. He hadn't expected it, the fury in her, the betrayal in her voice, the raw strength that cracked the shack's foundation wide open. But she had known. The moment his hand flared blue, she realized the game was over. The instant she had uttered the word, clone, she had seen the understanding in his eyes, that feral glint. They had never intended to let her live past this point. Not if she stopped being useful. Now she was running, her heart pounding to the rhythm of her countdown, gravel digging into her shoes, the forest howling as if it wanted to stop her. But she wasn't afraid anymore. She wasn't a weapon. She wasn't a mistake. She was YN, and she was going to stop them. Her mind raced even faster than her body. Ekko. Izuku. Were they already fighting? Had they started evacuating cities? Would they wait for her, or would she be too late? The League had built everything around her DNA, her quirk, her face. They needed her alive to keep the clones functioning. But they also knew she had no off switch. They were counting on her burning herself out, using her own body against her. Not this time. She vaulted over a rusted gate, ducked under low-hanging signs she remembered from her first night in captivity. She was close now. She could feel it. Concrete replaced dirt beneath her feet, and the path narrowed. She nearly tripped on broken metal and forgotten tubing but caught herself and surged forward again. 30 minutes. She could do this. She had to. The last hill nearly broke her. Her breath was ragged, her vision blurred, and her legs threatened to give out beneath her, but the moment she saw it, she pushed harder. A hidden post nestled between jagged cliffs and a false ridge, camouflaged with brush and concrete plating. Just like Ekko said, a forward command. The hero's secret line of defense. She staggered toward it, half stumbling, half crawling, until the hidden door clicked and hissed open from the inside. Two pro-heroes, one she barely recognized in her dazed state, froze the moment they saw her. She was bloody, dirty, and torn. Her shirt clung to her back, her fists were scraped raw, and dried blood matted her hairline. She didn't even know which wounds were hers anymore. But she was here. Alive. Voices shouted, alarms triggered, and a dozen heads turned toward her from inside the makeshift war room. And then she heard it. YN. Izuku shoved past a crowd of pros, a map table, and someone shouting his name. None of it mattered. She was already moving as fast as her legs would allow. When they crashed into each other, she collapsed into him, burying her face against his shoulder, trembling from exhaustion and the sudden, unbearable relief. He held her like she might vanish, like if he let go, she'd turn into smoke. She breathed his name, her voice cracked. He whispered that he had her, over and over. Behind him, murmurs rippled. Someone asked how she got out, while another was already reporting it to Nizu and All Might. But none of that mattered. Not right now. Her fingers clutched his uniform like it was the only thing anchoring her to reality. Then, off to the side, almost hidden in the far corner of the base, stood Ekko. Still silent. Her expression unreadable. She didn't speak or move. She just watched as the original returned home, and the world, once again, reached for her instead. YN clung to Izuku, afraid she might fall apart, and for a moment, she allowed herself to feel it, to breathe. But then she saw Ekko, still and frozen at the edge of the room, half-shadowed, as if she didn't belong, as if she hadn't been the reason any of this was even possible. And that wasn't right. YN gently pulled away from Izuku, her fingers trailing down his arm before slipping free. His hands lingered on her waist, reluctant to let go, but when he saw where her eyes had landed, he nodded. He understood. She took a slow step forward, then another. Ekko's expression didn't shift. Not anger. Not relief. Just quiet resignation, as if she already knew what was coming, as if she'd prepared herself for the worst. YN spoke softly, acknowledging Ekko's role in her survival. Ekko looked away, stating that YN would have figured it out eventually. YN shook her head, closing the distance between them. She insisted that she wouldn't have succeeded without Ekko's help. Ekko swallowed, but YN urged her not to downplay her importance. That made Ekko look up. YN smiled, soft and sure, her eyes glassy but burning with something steady. She declared that Ekko was brave, smart, and had chosen her over others, even when she didn't have to. Ekko had helped and protected people. YN emphasized that Ekko was not just like her, she was her sister. Ekko's breath caught, as no one had ever called her that before, not even herself. YN continued, expressing that she didn't care what Ekko was made from, she was real, with a heart that belonged to her. The silence that followed was thick and trembling. Then, Ekko did something she hadn't done since she first opened her eyes in that lab. She cried. A single sob broke from her chest, and YN pulled her into a hug. Ekko buried her face in YN's shoulder, holding her back tightly, as if her life depended on it. And maybe it did. This wasn't about being saved anymore. It was about being seen. For the first time since she was created, Ekko wasn't just a weapon. She was a person. She was family. It started with a sound. A sharp, echoing screech across the communication lines, then silence. Then the announcement that they were loose. The command post erupted. Monitors lit up with red warnings. Blinking alerts danced across maps of Japan as signal after signal flared to life. From Tokyo to Yokohama, Osaka to Hiroshima clones. Hundreds of them, maybe more, all triggered at once. Each one wearing her face. Each one wired to burn the world. All Might was already barking orders, the pro-heroes moving into formation. Teams were dispatched across the city. The air vibrated with urgency, movement, panic, purpose. The war had started. YN stood frozen, her heart pounding, the stale air of the command post now suffocating. This was it. Izuku turned toward her and Ekko, his expression serious but tight with emotion. He insisted they needed to stay behind, that both of them were still hurt and that Ekko's intel was more valuable than anything right now. But YN's fingers curled into fists as she shook her head, refusing to accept his request. Izuku stepped forward, brushing a hand against her arm, gently asking her to stay. His voice was soft, filled with fear, but she didn't flinch. Instead, she turned to Ekko beside her, who looked just as torn, caught between loyalty and fear. YN reached out, taking Ekko's hand firmly, steady. If Ekko was going, she would go too. Ekko hesitated but felt the same tide, the gravity, the promise of what they had started together. She squeezed back. Izuku looked between them, and YN declared that she had watched the world fall apart in her name. Now, she was going to help put it back together. A beat passed, and then Izuku's expression broke, not in fear, but in love, awe, and understanding. He didn't argue again, knowing there was no stopping her. Not this time. Not ever again. The sky was red. Smoke curled from rooftops and debris, while sirens howled in the distance, mingling with the chaos of screams and the sound of concrete splitting. Ash swirled on the wind, falling like snow as YN, Izuku, and Ekko stood at the edge of the battlefield. It was chaos everywhere. Clones surged through the city like a tidal wave, indistinguishable from the real thing. They wore her face, her scars, her memories. They were her over and over again, locked in battles against heroes who couldn't tell friend from foe. More horrifying still were the clones fighting clones. The system had broken. Too many variables, too many identities. The League had overreached, and now even their own creation was turning in on itself. YN's breath hitched at the sight of the twisted mirrors of herself clawing through crowds, some screaming incoherently, others eerily quiet. She spotted pro-heroes she recognized, holding back, unsure of whom to strike. Then came a blur of movement. Ekko pointed across the fractured plaza, shouting, "There!" From the alleyways, a group of 13 clones sprinted at full speed. The defects, the ones who had chosen her. Their eyes locked on YN instantly. They didn't stop or hesitate, running to her, stumbling past fire, rubble, and other clones who tried to stop them. When they reached her, they skidded to a halt, breathing hard, eyes wide with something almost reverent. One whispered her name, while another, a younger clone with a scar near her collarbone, stepped forward and asked what they should do. YN looked out at the battlefield at the storm made in her image. She turned to face them fully, her chest rising with each breath. This wasn't just survival anymore, this was ownership. Of her body, her life, and the face they'd stolen and twisted. She nodded once, stating they would stick to the plan, protect the civilians, the heroes, and each other, striking only what they knew was hostile. An older clone with burns on her forearms frowned and asked about the others. YN's voice dropped as she acknowledged the ones that wouldn't stop, the ones too far gone. After a pause, she stated they would take them down. No hesitation, no regret. The defect clones saluted in unison. Izuku stepped forward beside her, the energy of one for all humming just beneath the surface. He declared he would push through the north line to reach the League's front, instructing YN and Ekko to watch each other's backs. Ekko nodded, her eyes fierce. YN reached for Izuku's hand before he could take off, their fingers squeezing tight, conveying everything that needed to be said in a single look. Then he was gone, a green blur staring into the fire. YN turned to her sisters. Her army. She declared it was time to take their face back. And then the world erupted. The streets became a battlefield. Glass rained from windows above as buildings trembled from the impact of nearby clashes. Fires spread like veins across the city, casting everything in a pulsing orange haze. Sirens wailed and steel groaned. A clone, identical to YN down to the defiant crease in her brow, was thrown through a car windshield. YN ducked beneath a flying kick and swept the attacker's legs, sending her hard into the pavement. There was no time to breathe. Another clone charged at her, screaming with chaotic joy. YN hesitated for just a moment, and Ekko was suddenly there, driving a fist into the clone's ribs. The clone fell hard, twitching but not dead. Ekko asked if YN was okay, already scanning for the next threat. YN nodded, panting, admitting that the clones looked too much like her. Ekko reminded her quietly that they were her, but they were not the same. All around them, defect clones moved in coordinated pairs. There weren't many, barely 13 against hundreds, but they knew what to do. Ekko had drilled it into them. They fought not for dominance but for freedom. One clone used her body as a shield to protect a group of trapped civilians, while another tackled a rogue clone midair, preventing her from harming a retreating hero. They weren't flawless, but they were fighting back, and they were slowly winning. YN ducked under a blast of energy from another berserk clone and lunged forward, her knuckles cracking against the girl's jaw. The clone went down, twitching and shrieking something incomprehensible. YN swayed slightly, her breath coming harder. Too much power already. Ekko's voice cut in sharply, warning her not to push. YN gritted her teeth, feeling her muscles beginning to scream from the eerie numbness that always came before pain. She insisted she was fine and urged Ekko to keep moving. They fought back to back, rotating and reading each other like pages in a book. Clone after clone came, some silent, some feral, but YN and Ekko danced through them, striking hard and fast, always pulling back just before their limits. Ekko called out a warning as a clone crackling with unnatural static dove toward them. Ekko rolled under her, snagging her foot midair and slamming her into the ground hard enough to knock her unconscious. YN sprinted past the downed clone, catching the eye of one of her defect girls, the one with a scar over her brow. She asked if she was good, and the clone nodded, panting that she was still breathing. A siren shrieked, and another building collapsed nearby, causing YN to flinch as debris kicked up into the sky. Out of the smoke came another wave of clones, wild-eyed and howling. YN turned to Ekko, acknowledging that this was just one sector. Ekko nodded grimly, noting that there were dozens more. For a heartbeat, they stood there, blood on their faces, ash on their skin, the weight of the world around them. Then they both moved again, faster and smarter, together. They were outnumbered, outmatched, and outpowered. But they had one thing the others didn't: each other. It happened fast. Too fast. One moment, they were holding the line, fractured but firm, working in a rhythm built on trust and survival. YN was mid-swing, her fist driving into the jaw of a snarling, feral clone, when she heard it, her own voice. She froze. It was her voice, down to the inflection. Controlled. Like the voice she only used when she wanted to hide the storm underneath. YN turned slowly and saw herself. A new clone. Steady. Eyes sharp and calculating, not wild. Not broken. Her stance was relaxed, familiar. Like someone who had trained. She tilted her head slightly, almost fond. Honestly, the clone remarked, I thought I'd be taller. Then another appeared beside her. And another. And another. 4 of them. Each one standing upright. Alert. Stable. Not like the others. YN's chest squeezed. These weren't just corrupted echoes. They were refined versions. Tested. Smarter. Dangerous. And they were here to finish what the first wave started. Fall back, Ekko said, her voice suddenly sharp in YN's ear. Something's wrong. But it was too late. The first shot rang out. It hit one of the defect clones, the smallest, directly through the chest. She dropped without a sound. Another scream. 2 more defect clones fell, bleeding out onto the concrete before anyone could reach them. YN screamed, racing forward only for one of the new clones to block her path. She looked just like YN, same stance, same expression. But colder. I thought you wanted to lead us, the clone said softly. And now you run with failures. YN's hand trembled. She punched. The clone dodged too fast and responded with a blow that nearly cracked her ribs. YN staggered back, her heart racing, eyes wide. They weren't just mimicking her moves. They were improving on them. Ekko, she shouted. Fall back. Protect the others. But another defect went down before she finished the sentence. Spine slammed into a building wall with a sickening thud. The new clones didn't scream. Didn't growl. They moved like wolves in a pack, precise, efficient, eerie in their silence. They fought like YN. They thought like YN. They were her. And they were killing her sisters. The sky burned orange above them, the light dimming, as if the world was bracing for the end. The better clones were relentless. They didn't speak anymore. Not in full sentences. But they watched. Calculated. Moved like a single organism. And worse, they remembered. They anticipated YN's punches, dodged echoes. Grabs, predicted feints, slipped through formations like water. The defect clones, sweet, fierce, fragile things, didn't stand a chance. But they fought anyway. One of the first defect girls, the one who always made jokes even during planning, tackled one of the better clones into a wrecked bus and detonated the last of her unstable quirk in a burst of raw energy. The blast took them both. YN felt it in her bones. Her knees nearly buckled. No. Don't stop. Ekko yelled, yanking her back from an incoming attack. You can't stop. Another defect, the quiet one, ran directly into the path of 2 clones, using herself as a shield so that YN could regain her footing. Her scream was swallowed by concrete and flame. YN staggered forward, fury and grief twisting in her gut. Ekko screamed, throwing a punch so hard it shattered one of the clone's jaws. The clone collapsed, convulsing. A kill. Another fell, a calculated takedown by one of the defects, who had been holding back until now. But she didn't last another minute. A strike to the back of her head silenced her mid-breath. 3 down. Ekko shouted. When the second-to-last defect clone went down, protecting Ekko, the silence that followed was louder than any explosion. Her body hit the ground in a heap. And then there were 3. YN, Ekko, and 1 surviving clone, not a defect. A better one, injured, bleeding, but alive. The last enemy clone still standing. She looked so much like YN it made her breath catch. They circled each other now, the battlefield cleared by loss. Fires crackled nearby. Sirens were further away now. The main force of the heroes had pushed onward, scattered by a city-wide war. But here this one street was silent. YN could barely stand. Ekko's lip was split, knuckles raw. The clone bled from the temple, eyes wide, panting, still grinning. This was it. No backup. No plan. Just them. And the last face in the mirror. The final clone stood across from her, wounded, limping, but still burning with rage. YN charged. Their bodies collided with a sickening crack, fists flying, heels digging into the rubble, sweat and blood and pain blurring into one brutal rhythm. YN's quirk surged. The ground cracked beneath their feet as the force of her blows sent shockwaves across the concrete. But the clone was faster. Smarter. A reflection who knew her every move before she made it. With a twist and a brutal shove, YN was thrown back, hitting the pavement hard enough to knock the air from her lungs. Before she could rise, the clone was on top of her, pinning her down. One hand around her throat, the other pulled back ready to strike the final blow. YN's heart pounded in her ears. But she didn't fight back. She looked straight into her own face, twisted, shaking, desperate. "You won't do it," she said. The clone's expression faltered. YN coughed, but her voice stayed steady. "If you kill me, you kill yourself. You kill all of you. Every clone. Every scrap of memory. Everything you were fighting for." The clone's fingers tightened. "I don't care." "You do," YN whispered. "You don't want to die. You just want to live. But you can't have mine." "I just want revenge," the clone spat, shaking. "You stole everything. You got the father, the friends, the boy. And you were never supposed to exist," YN cut in, her voice breaking. "But that wasn't your fault." The clone's body trembled violently, rage, grief, and exhaustion crashing all at once. And just as she raised her arm again, a fist slammed into her from the side. The clone tumbled off with a grunt, rolling across the broken pavement. Ekko stood over YN, panting hard. Her knuckles were already bloody. Her shoulders sagged. But her eyes were focused. She didn't hesitate. She went in. The fight was fast. Message. Two near-identical forces clashing with feral strength. They both screamed pain and fury and betrayal in every strike. But Ekko wasn't holding back anymore. She was fighting for more than survival now. She was fighting for a future. For YN. And finally she landed the final blow. The clone collapsed. Still gone. But Ekko didn't rise. Her body trembled. Veins glowing faintly beneath her skin. Muscles twitching uncontrollably. Her breath hitched once. Twice, Ekko fell to her knees. YN quickly scrambled up, catching her just before she hit the ground. Ekko smiled softly, a peaceful expression on her face, tears gathering in her lashes. She rasped that she was no longer just a clone. As her breathing slowed, YN held her tighter, knowing even before it happened that Ekko had burned too bright. YN cradled Ekko against her chest, her own body aching and battered. Blood from her wounds mixed with Ekko's, and the chaos of the battlefield around them faded into a distant blur. The screams, the crackle of fire, the rumble of distant quirks, all drowned out by the sound of Ekko's shallow, stuttering breaths. YN pressed her hand gently to Ekko's cheek, urging her to stay with her. Ekko's head lolled slightly, and her lips twitched into the faintest smile as she murmured about feeling tired and warm, questioning if that was what dying felt like. YN, filled with desperation, urged her not to say that. YN's voice trembled as she spoke, expressing her determination that Ekko would not leave her side. She had promised to show Ekko the dorms, and she intended to keep that promise. Ekko blinked slowly, her lashes fluttering as she shared her desire to see YN's room and the posters that adorned the walls. YN let out a choked laugh, tears streaming down her face as she thought about how Ekko would have teased her for having an All Might poster. But Ekko gently reassured her, saying she would have liked it. A heavy silence settled between them, yet YN held on tightly, unwilling to let go. She wrapped her arms around Ekko's fragile, warm frame, hoping that her grip could somehow anchor Ekko to the world. After a long pause, Ekko whispered her realization that she wasn't supposed to feel this way. She had never intended to want anything: life, a future, a family, or love. She had believed she was merely a shadow until YN's gaze had made her feel real. YN responded with fierce conviction, affirming that Ekko was indeed real and brushing a hand against her. Through Ekko's tangled hair, YN held her sister tightly, feeling the weight of their connection. Ekko's breath hitched, a short, painful sound that spoke volumes. All she had wanted was to hear those words. Tears flowed freely from YN's eyes as she bent over Ekko, trying to hold her together, as if to prevent her heart from breaking. She whispered that Ekko was not alone, that she never had been. Ekko murmured a name, and YN looked down, curious. She urged her to continue, and Ekko's voice cracked as she expressed her gratitude for feeling seen, even if it wasn't truly her. YN's throat tightened with emotion, knowing that Izuku would want to thank Ekko too. She had saved them, saved YN. A tear slipped from Ekko's eye as she reflected on her existence, feeling as though she had never been meant to be anything. Yet YN had made her someone. Leaning closer, YN pressed their foreheads together, gripping Ekko's hand tightly. She declared her love, a sob escaping her as she did. Ekko smiled, tired yet peaceful, and returned the sentiment, calling YN sis. In that moment, Ekko's body became still, the light fading from her eyes, but her expression remained soft and serene, as if she had finally discovered what she had been searching for. YN couldn't move, her hands trembled as they held Ekko's cooling body. A silent sob caught in her throat, unable to escape. The battlefield around her blurred, the noise collapsing into a sharp, aching quiet. She pressed her forehead to Ekko's once more, wishing she could borrow warmth, but it was gone. She whispered a plea for just a little longer, but there was no response, only the heavy silence of a life that had burned too bright and too fast. Tears slid down her cheeks as she rocked Ekko gently, hoping to soothe the pain. Hers or Ekko's, she couldn't tell. The war raged on around them, but in that moment, YN was just a girl on her knees in the dirt, clutching a body that resembled her own, breaking in a way that no one else could see. It was over. The battlefield had finally fallen quiet, save for the distant hum of medical drones, the low murmur of pro-heroes checking on survivors, and the metallic groan of twisted wreckage being cleared from the roads. Smoke curled into the sky as if it were morning too. The last clone had been taken down 10 minutes ago. The heroes stood victorious but not without cost. And in the middle of it all, YN remained still. She knelt in the dust, Ekko still in her arms. The girl's body was limp, her skin pale and cooling rapidly. Her lips were slightly parted, as if she had meant to say one last thing but never had the chance. Her face, identical to YN's in every way, was stained with blood and soot, yet peaceful. Too peaceful. Izuku approached softly, breathless from battle, his costume torn at the sleeves. His green eyes locked onto her with careful sorrow as he stepped closer, cautious, as if he didn't want to break what was already shattered. But YN didn't respond. She didn't move. She clutched Ekko's body tighter, burying her face into her sister's shoulder, as if she could hold her soul in place by sheer will alone. She had fought so hard to make her real. And now she was gone. Izuku knelt beside her, his voice gentle, like a bandage wrapping around an open wound. He told her that the medics were there and that they needed to take Ekko. But YN rasped a refusal, her fingers curling into Ekko's torn uniform, knuckles white. She whispered that they would take her away, and she wouldn't get her back. Izuku's heart cracked at the edges. He understood the pain she felt. He reminded her that Ekko had saved her and everyone else, and they couldn't let that be forgotten. YN shook her head, insisting that she had promised not to leave Ekko. He reassured her that Ekko wasn't leaving her. She carried everything Ekko had been within her. A sharp sob escaped YN, primal and raw. She pressed her forehead to Ekko's again, just as she had during her final breath, and whispered that she couldn't let go. Izuku told her she didn't have to let go completely, just enough so they could take Ekko home. She remained silent, not moving for a long time, until the medics approached, waiting silently and respectfully. One of them exchanged a look with Izuku, a question without words. He placed his hand over hers, the one clinging to Ekko's shoulder, and urged her to let him help her. Her breath hitched, but she nodded once, barely. Together, with trembling hands, he helped her loosen her grip. It felt like peeling back something sacred as Ekko's body was carefully lifted and wrapped gently by the medics. The stretcher hovered closer. But as they tried to move her, YN surged forward again, arms thrown around Ekko in a final, desperate hug. She pleaded for just one more second. wanting to hold on a little longer. Izuku slowly pulled her back, his arms locking around her from behind. She struggled at first, tears falling freely now, her cries quiet and broken. He held her tighter, whispering that he had her. She buried herself in his chest, fists twisted in his uniform, unable to watch as they wheeled Ekko's body away. She couldn't bear to see it, for if she did, it would mean it was real, and she wasn't ready for that. All around them, the end of the war echoed in scattered cheers, sighs of relief, and mourning silence. But for Wyan, it was still happening inside her chest, in the hollow space Ekko used to fill. As the sun began to rise, casting golden light across the broken battlefield, she clung to the only thing she had left and wept. The hospital room was quiet. Not peaceful, never peaceful, but still. The kind of stillness that made the walls feel like they were pressing inward, making the clock on the far side of the room sound louder than it had any right to. Yn lay motionless on the hospital bed, the lights dimmed low, her arms tucked beneath the thin blanket. Her body ached in ways she couldn't describe, not just the healing bruises or the cracked ribs or the burns spidering across her skin. It was deeper than that, a rotting sensation from the inside out. The nurses came and went, quiet and efficient, never lingering long. They didn't speak unless necessary, as she had asked them not to. No visitors. Not even Izuku. Especially not Izuku. She didn't want him to see her like this, pale, wasted, with dark shadows under her eyes and bandages trailing down her arms like vines. She didn't want him to see what she was becoming or, worse, what was left of her. She had burned too hot again, just as they had warned. Another inch further, and she would have died beside Ekko. Part of her wished she had. She stared up at the ceiling, eyes unfocused, her throat tight and dry. The hum of the four and the soft click of the monitor were the only things tethering her to time. Ekko was gone. Dead in her arms. The girl who wasn't even supposed to exist had become more of a sister to her than anyone ever had, and she was gone. Because of this quirk. Because of the war it had dragged her into. Because of her. If she had never stepped in front of that Nomu. If she had kept her head down. If she had just stayed quirkless. None of this would have happened. Her eyes stung, but she didn't cry. There were no tears left, just the aching hollow weight of 1,000 what-ifs piling up like bricks on her chest. She had spent her childhood wishing for a quirk, longing for something that would make her special, something that would make her seen. And when it finally came, it tore her world apart. Again and again. It had taken her father, her anonymity, her peace. It had made her a weapon. It had made her a target. It had killed Ekko. She would have given anything to go back to be the quirkless girl hiding behind her books and her bitterness. Because at least then, she didn't have blood on her hands. At least then, she didn't have to question who she really was every time she looked in the mirror. Now she couldn't even look at herself. The monitor beside her beeped steadily. Too steady. Like her body hadn't gotten the message yet that she didn't want to keep going. A quiet knock interrupted the silence. She didn't answer or even look. The door creaked open slowly and hesitantly. She didn't need to look to know who it was. There was only one person whose presence filled a room like that. Gentle, yet too big. Too familiar. All Might entered and took a seat by her bedside. He wanted to check on her, his voice quieter than usual, revealing a weariness that came from deep within. It was the kind of tiredness built from grief and helplessness. She acknowledged his presence but remained silent. He continued, sharing that recovery girl had assured him she would make a full recovery eventually. Still, she didn't respond. He shifted in his seat, trying to find the right words. When she was discharged, he explained, she could return to UA. He had spoken with Nizu about making arrangements for counseling and a phased return to light coursework. But she interrupted him, stating firmly that she wasn't going back. The declaration made him freeze. Slowly, she turned her head to meet his gaze for the first time. She reiterated her stance, softer this time, admitting that she couldn't return. He swallowed hard, attempting to comfort her. He understood it was difficult, but he urged her to keep going, not just for Ekko, but for herself and everything she had fought for. She turned away, looking out the window at a world that continued to move on, filled with lights, cars, and people who had no idea what it felt like to shatter from the inside out. She whispered that she was tired and that she wasn't the hero he wanted her to be. All Might stood slowly as if he might say something comforting or brave, but instead he simply looked at her, his eyes heavy with grief, pride, and helplessness. He nodded once, placing a hand on the door, assuring her he would be there when she was ready before leaving her alone in the quiet hum of the hospital room. It had been a week since the war ended, a week since she had held Ekko's broken body in her arms, and a week since she had spoken to anyone from Class 1A, not even Izuku. She had left the hospital 2 days ago, but it didn't feel like coming home. The walls of her childhood bedroom felt tighter than before, too pink, too quiet, too much like a place that belonged to someone else, someone who had once believed the world was simple and worth fighting for. Now, she just stayed in bed, eating little and sleeping even less. She lay under the sheets, her back to the window, listening to the distant world move on without her. Her mother had tried to reach her at first with gentle encouragement, then firmer suggestions, but eventually accepted that YN didn't want to talk. She had asked her mother to keep everyone out, and so far, her mother had kept her word. Until that morning, when a soft, hesitant knock came at the front door, followed by muffled voices. Her mother's voice was familiar, and then she heard Izuku's tired and desperate, asking for her. Her mother responded firmly, explaining that YN had asked for space. YN strained to hear more, but then came the sound that broke her heart all over again. Footsteps retreating down the front path, slowly, as if he were still hoping she would come running out. But she didn't move. She curled tighter into herself beneath the covers, and for a moment, the world was still again. Then came a gentle tap at her window. She opened her eyes, unsure if it was the wind. Another tap, a little louder this time. She turned over slowly, the blanket still draped over her shoulders, and there he was, Izuku, outside her window, eyes red and hair messy, one hand braced on the glass as if he were holding himself back from falling apart. She hesitated. She had told everyone to stay away, but he looked like she felt hollow, lost, desperate for something steady in a world that had taken too much. With a deep breath, she forced herself to sit up and moved slowly to the window. Her fingers hovered over the latch, and then, with a quiet breath, she unlocked it and pushed it open. Izuku climbed in carefully, as if afraid he would break something just by stepping too hard. When his feet touched the floor, he didn't speak at first. He just stood there, eyes on her, breathing unevenly. She remained still, silent, not angry, just unsure. Finally he spoke, his voice cracking. He knew she was hurting, but he reminded her that this wasn't just hard for her. She flinched, tightening her arms around herself and whispering that she understood, though her words sounded unsure even to her. Izuku shook his head slowly, his voice rising not in anger but desperation. He stepped closer, hands clenched at his sides, knuckles white. He reminded her that he had been there too, fighting through hell, not just against villains but against her. He had fought copies of her that didn't just look like her, they were her. They moved, sounded, and cried like her, and one of them had begged him not to hurt her, reaching for him as if he could save her. YN felt her breath catch in her throat. Izuku continued, his voice lower now, revealing the weight of his pain. He had to confront the reality of what he had done, and he kept seeing her face, the real her, when he closed his eyes. He ran a shaky hand through his hair, his breathing becoming sharp and fractured. He expressed his own fear and feelings of uselessness when she had disappeared, how he had fought so hard to bring her back, the real her. And now he was standing there, vulnerable and raw, meeting her gaze with an intensity that spoke volumes. And something shattered between them. YN's gaze lifted slowly, painfully, to meet Izuku's. He expressed his struggle to give her space and respect her journey, but felt shut out, as if he hadn't lost something too, as if he hadn't lost her. His voice trembled as he confessed uncertainty about having her back. Silence enveloped them. YN's throat burned as she clutched her blanket, searching for stability. She whispered an apology, but the words felt inadequate, unable to convey the weight of her feelings. Izuku released a breath he had been holding, his shoulders sagging under the burden of sleepless nights. For the first time, YN truly saw the toll it had taken on him, not just from the battle, but from losing her entirely. She felt lost, unsure how to return what had been taken. Izuku continued, his voice breaking as tears streamed down his cheeks. He had thought he was doing the right thing by saving the real her, but despite her presence, he still felt her absence. And then he broke down, crying in her childhood bedroom like the boy he once was carrying too much for too long, watching the person he loved become a battlefield. Standing at the foot of her bed, his eyes were glassy, his chest rising and falling as if he were barely holding it together. YN felt the weight of everything, the loss, the war, the silence pressing down on her. Slowly, she shifted the blanket back, her bare feet touching the cool floor. Without a word, she stood and took a step toward him, then another, until she was in his arms. The embrace was desperate, the kind people fall into when they feel like they're drowning, and the other person is their only lifeline. Izuku held her tightly, as if afraid she would vanish again. YN buried her face in the crook of his neck, her breath hitching as she finally allowed herself to cry. Her sobs were deep and shaking, releasing the guilt, grief, and self-loathing she had buried for so long. Izuku cried too, his hand never leaving her back. He held her tighter, whispering her name like a prayer between gasps for breath, pleading with her not to leave again. She couldn't find her voice, only nodding into his chest, clutching the back of his shirt as if it were the only thing tethering her to reality. They remained like that, sinking together, two broken pieces clinging to each other amid the wreckage. For the first time since the war ended, she allowed someone to hold her through the storm. Eventually, the sobs faded into silence, and her breathing steadied. Izuku gently guided her back toward the bed, still holding her hand as if she might vanish if he let go. The mattress dipped beneath their weight as they lay down side by side, facing each other. The soft fabric of her blanket wrapped around them like a fragile cocoon. He reached up, brushing a few strands of hair from her eyes. His hand lingered, fingertips curling lightly into her hair, stroking slowly, over and over, as if it were the only thing anchoring him to this moment. YN closed her eyes, allowing herself to breathe deeply this time, letting herself feel what she hadn't been able to before, safety, warmth, and the sound of someone else's heartbeat in the same room. Izuku listened as she spoke softly, expressing her uncertainty about returning to UA. She felt that she couldn't pretend everything was normal again after what had happened. The thought of walking through those doors filled her with dread, as every hallway and corner would remind her of the past. Izuku remained silent, his gaze fixed on her, absorbing her words. She reflected on her quirk, once thought to be a source of strength, but instead it had brought pain and loss. If she hadn't had this power, perhaps things would have been different, and Ekko would still be alive. Izuku's voice was low as he reassured her that it was okay to feel tired, to grieve, to be angry, and to question everything. He urged her not to let the pain dictate her future. She admitted her fear, and he acknowledged that he felt the same way. As she nestled closer, their foreheads brushing, she felt a sense of shared burden for the first time in a long while. In the quiet of the room, YN's thoughts wandered to Ekko, who still lived in her memories. She missed her deeply, recalling the nights they would sneak out through the ventilation hall, past the storage doors, believing they wouldn't be caught if they moved slowly enough. A small smile appeared on her lips as she remembered standing in front of the clone chamber, watching the sleeping figures in their tubes, and how Ekko would point out the new ones, whispering which seemed different. Ekko had always been determined and hopeful, as if the clones were her responsibility. Izuku tightened his embrace as YN continued, sharing how they would return to their room, where Ekko would ask questions about UA, even though she already knew everything. YN would describe the classrooms, Aizawa's naps, and the lunch lady's towering rice servings. Izuku smiled at the fond memories. YN recalled how Ekko often asked about him, enjoying hearing her feelings spoken aloud. They had a unique bond, finishing each other's sentences without even trying. Tears welled in her eyes as she remembered their laughter, the way they would cover each other's mouths when they got too loud, acting like carefree children amidst the chaos of their lives. As a tear slipped down her cheek, Izuku gently wiped it away. YN expressed that Ekko was more than just a copy or a friend, she was like a sister to her. Izuku held her tighter as she acknowledged the pain of loss, But he reminded her that Ekko had created her own story and had given everything for them. They fell into a heavy silence, and although YN's chest still ached, she allowed herself to close her eyes again, letting the memories wash over her. She knew Ekko deserved to be remembered, and she vowed never to forget. Izuku's hand moved steadily through her hair, providing a soft and grounding presence. She had been silent for a while, her thoughts lingering in the sterile, humming lab. Memories of the dark corners where she and Ekko used to whisper filled her mind, along with the silence that followed her sister's last breath. Then, softly, as if he were afraid of breaking the moment, Izuku spoke. He mentioned that if she hadn't intervened that day, if she hadn't stopped the Nomu, none of this would have happened. She remained with her head lowered, absorbing his words. He continued, emphasizing that he wasn't just referring to the pain but to Ekko everything she was and everything she became. Finally, she turned to face him, her forehead still resting near his chest. He noted that if she hadn't saved those people, if she hadn't been brave enough to show the world her abilities, perhaps the League wouldn't have taken an interest. Maybe she would still be hiding, and none of this would have occurred. He paused, taking a slow breath, careful with his words. But that also meant Ekko would never have existed. YN felt a tightening in her throat as he reminded her that Ekko got to live because of her. She had laughed, dreamed, loved, and chosen to fight for something better because YN had shown her what that looked like. Tears threatened to blur her vision as he added that Ekko loved you, even from behind enemy lines, because it was YN's world. She wanted to be part of it because she believed in her. YN swallowed hard, expressing her uncertainty about believing in it anymore. Izuku reassured her that it was okay to lose faith but urged her not to forget that it was still real, that she had made it real. He gently touched her hand, understanding her desire to disappear and her belief that returning would feel like pretending none of this had happened. But he reminded her that she could go back because it had happened. She looked up at him, her eyes shining with vulnerability, as if she wanted to believe him even if it hurt. He continued, stating that even if she chose to stay in that room forever and never set foot in UA again, people still wouldn't forget her. She was already out there, and the press would keep digging. The world wouldn't leave her alone. Izuku gently pointed out that at UA, she would be surrounded by people who loved her, real friends who knew the truth and fought for her. She remained silent for a long time, and then, barely audible, she admitted her fear. He acknowledged her feelings, leaning down to press his forehead to hers, sharing that he was scared too. For the first time in days, something inside her cracked, not painfully, but gently. It was a small break, a breath of air, suggesting that maybe, just maybe, she could come back from this. Not because she had to, but because she wasn't alone. Her room looked like a war zone, just not the emotional kind, for once. Clothes were scattered across the bed in soft heaps. A half-zipped duffel bag rested on the floor, already bulging from the effort of being packed. Her desk had turned into a station of chaos: hair ties, textbooks, and old UA notebooks she wasn't sure she'd even need again. In the middle of it all sat Izuku, cross-legged on her bed, folding one of her t-shirts with absurd concentration. She teased him by plucking a hoodie from his lap, remarking that he didn't have to fold every single thing like it was a jigsaw puzzle. He responded with mock offense, insisting he was helping and that she had asked him to stay. She corrected him with a smirk, saying he had just shown up with snacks and moral support. He added proudly that he was also willing to fold. She rolled her eyes, but the smile lingered this time, not the strained, brittle kind she'd worn for weeks. This one felt real. Warmth. Safety. It had been a slow shift. She still wasn't back at UA, not officially. But something had clicked in her since that night he climbed through her window. The heaviness hadn't disappeared, but it didn't sit quite as paralyzing anymore. It had room now. To breathe. To feel. To heal. It started with texting Mina again. Then Kaminari. Then even Bakugo, who replied with a short, "About time." Now, her phone buzzed every few hours with messages. Chickens. Dumb memes. Invitations to just come back already. They didn't push, they just made sure she knew they were there. And Izuku. Well, Izuku was always there. She glanced at him now, how comfortably he existed in her space. He had her stuffed frog under one arm like it belonged there. His curls were still damp from his morning shower, clinging to his forehead. He looked up suddenly and caught her staring. She shook her head, saying it was nothing, just that she was glad he was there. He softened, replying that he would always be there. She crouched by her suitcase, smoothing the edges of a notebook as she tucked it into the side pocket. She admitted she didn't think she'd feel ready, not this soon. He reassured her that she didn't have to be ready, she just had to want to try again. She paused, realizing that was what this was about, not being healed, just willing. She confessed that she still missed her friend and hated what had happened to her. Izuku reached for her hand, his thumb brushing over the back of her palm in slow, steady strokes. He told her she wasn't what they made her, she was everything she chose to become in spite of it. She blinked down at their hands, acknowledging his words as kind of poetic. He joked that he practiced in the mirror for dramatic effect, making her snort and crack the moment of heaviness just a little. They went back to packing, stuffing the last of her notebooks into the duffel, folding her UA uniform jacket, and laying it on top like a final piece in a puzzle. She stared at it for a long second, expressing her fear that it would be different when she returned, that she might feel like she didn't belong anymore. He immediately reassured her that she had always belonged, even when she didn't believe it. She looked at him again, this time not looking away, and declared her desire to come back. He whispered for her to come home, and for the first time in weeks, she truly believed she could. She stared at him a moment longer, her heart beating steadily beneath her ribs, not anxious this time, but full. Full of him. Full of the warmth that had gotten her through the worst. Then, slowly, without saying a word, she moved across the room. Izuku blinked in surprise as she gently climbed onto his lap, her knees pressing into the mattress on either side of his thighs. Her hands settled on his shoulders, fingers curling softly into the fabric of his hoodie. He asked her if everything was okay, his voice barely a whisper. Her eyes searched his face, brushing a strand of hair away from his cheek as she quietly expressed her feelings. His breath caught, and there was nothing rushed in the way she leaned forward, just gravity and something long overdue. Their lips met again, and this time it was firm, warm, and filled with longing. All the weeks of distance, fear, and yearning tangled into one kiss as her hands slid up the back of his neck. Izuku melted into it, instinctively curling one hand around her waist while the other braced her back. Their kisses deepened, slow at first, then more fervent. She tilted her head, and he gasped quietly as she playfully nipped at his lower lip. His grip tightened, pulling her closer, as if the space between them was suddenly unbearable. She smiled against his mouth and kissed him harder. They tumbled back onto the bed, still tangled, her hair brushing his cheek as she leaned over him. His hands roamed over her waist, her back, her arms as if to memorize every inch of her all over again. Her lips broke from his only to trail lower, down the edge of his jaw, her breath warm against his skin. He groaned softly, head tipping back, eyes fluttering shut. She murmured that she was right there, and they shifted again, her pulling his hoodie off slowly, him pushing strands of hair behind her ears so he could see her, really see her. Each kiss came heavier, more desperate, but beneath the heat, there was reverence and tenderness. They weren't just kissing, they were holding everything they'd survived. Time blurred. Nothing existed beyond the four walls of her room, and the way their mouths found each other again and again, like reminders, like apologies, like home. At some point, she ended up on her back, his body pressing against her, his weight both a comfort and a tease. His hands slid beneath the hem of her t-shirt, tracing the soft skin above her waist. Her own hands roamed over the planes of his back, up the ridges of his shoulders, into the dark mess of his hair, and her thoughts narrowed to just this, just him, just his touch, his taste, his smell, his everything. Until he drew back slightly, their foreheads resting against each other as they both gasped for air. Her gaze met his, half-lidded and dizzy. His arm tensed as he adjusted his position, and the sudden closeness sent a rush of warmth through her. She felt a sharp breath escape her, and for a brief moment, she was certain she had forgotten how to speak. Izuku stared down at her, cheeks flushed and lips parted, asking if everything was okay. The next morning dawned golden, soft light filtering through the window panes. YN stood in the front hall of her house, her hoodie sleeves pushed up, suitcase handle in one hand and her duffel bag slung over the other shoulder. She hadn't worn her uniform, not yet. It felt too formal for this kind of return. All Might stood on the porch, waiting beside the open trunk of his car. He gently asked if she was ready. YN didn't answer right away, staring back at the living room where her mom watched her from the doorway with a bittersweet smile, fingers curled tightly around a mug of tea. After a moment, she nodded once and said she was ready to go. The drive back to UA was quiet but comfortable, with little needing to be said. All Might let her rest her head against the window, humming softly to the old radio station he had tuned in. When they passed the gates and the familiar buildings came into view, her heart raced in her chest. It was real. She was coming back to where it all started, and maybe where she could start again. As he parked by the dorms, she told him she could handle it from there. He insisted on carrying the heavy stuff, and she laughed, calling him the symbol of peace. He grinned and effortlessly lifted the duffel bag. The moment she stepped through the dorm entrance, she was met with an explosion of sound and light. The common room was adorned with banners that read, "Welcome home, Queen of Chaos." Her favorite song blasted from Jairu's speaker setup in the corner. There were disco lights, sparkles everywhere, and her friends were dressed in vibrant outfits. Kaminari wore a sequin jacket and huge sunglasses, while Shiro sported bell-bottoms. Even Bakugo had a tiny glitter star painted on his cheek, though he quickly turned away when she looked at him. Stunned, YN muttered in disbelief. Then Mina rushed forward and hugged her tightly, almost causing her to drop her bag. She exclaimed how much they had missed her and mentioned that they had a whole disco committee meeting just for her return. Before YN could catch her breath, she was passed from hug to hug. Jairu, Ida, Tsu, Tokoyami. Even Todoroki gave her a firm, silent nod of welcome, which felt like a standing ovation coming from him. Mina grabbed her wrist, insisting that she had to dance with them, leaving no room for arguments. YN tried to protest, but Mina was determined, playfully saying she was lucky not to be wearing bell-bottoms. Laughter bubbled up in YN's throat as she was pulled into the middle of the floor. She glanced around, instinctively searching for him. And there he was. Izuku stood near the back, a shy smile on his lips. His eyes met hers, soft and proud, and he mouthed that she deserved this. Her heart swelled. She let Mina spin her, allowed Kaminari to attempt a dip, which he failed, and embraced the joy of dancing and being pulled into the light again. The laughter, the music, the cheesy decorations, it was everything she didn't know she needed. For the first time since everything had shattered, she felt whole again. The music pulsed, glitter lights flashing across the ceiling as her friends spun and swayed around her in wild disco delight. Mina had already taken Kaminari's jacket, Shiro was attempting a questionable breakdance move, and even Aoyama struck dramatic poses under the flickering lights as if it were his personal runway. YN stood off to the side for a moment, catching her breath and sipping a strangely fruity soda that someone had insisted tasted like liquid glitter. She glanced toward the back of the room again. Izuku was still there, watching her quietly, with so much in his eyes. Without thinking, YN walked toward him, weaving past classmates until she stood right in front of him. Her cheeks were slightly pink from dancing and the warmth of the room, and she noticed how his eyes softened the moment she stepped into his space. He smiled and remarked that she looked happy. She confirmed that she was. Izuku's hands twitched slightly at his sides, unsure of what to do with them. He asked if she wanted to dance with him. She smirked, playfully saying she thought he would never ask. The current song was upbeat, a lively 80s track, but as she reached for his hand, time seemed to slow down. Wasn't the music or the lights, it was the gentle way he pulled her in. His hands found her waist, hesitant at first, while she rested hers around his neck. They moved slowly, not in time with the beat, but to the rhythm of their own hearts. YN let her head rest against his shoulder and whispered that she missed this. His hand tightened a little at her waist as he replied that he missed it too. All around them, their classmates danced and laughed, but none of it touched the quiet bubble they had created in the center of the room. He leaned his head down slightly, his nose brushing her hair, and remarked that she was really back. She whispered that she thought she was. They didn't kiss, not here, Not yet, but they didn't need to. Because right there, under the glitter lights and amidst the echoes of their friends' joy, they held each other like home. And that was more than enough. The story begins with a group of friends embarking on an adventurous journey. They were excited, their hearts racing with anticipation as they set off into the unknown. Each of them had their own reasons for joining this quest, but they were united by a common goal. As they traveled through dense forests and across rugged mountains, they encountered various challenges. The landscape was breathtaking, but danger lurked around every corner. The friends relied on each other, their bonds growing stronger with each obstacle they faced. One night, as they camped under the stars, they shared stories of their pasts, revealing their fears and dreams. Laughter filled the air, but there was an underlying tension as they discussed the rumors of a dark force that threatened their world. They knew they had to be prepared for anything. The following day, they ventured deeper into the territory where the dark force was said to reside. Shadows danced among the trees, and an eerie silence enveloped them. They felt the weight of the unknown pressing down, but their determination pushed them forward. Suddenly, they were ambushed by creatures that emerged from the darkness. The friends fought bravely, their skills and teamwork shining through as they defended themselves against the relentless onslaught. Each strike was calculated, and they moved in harmony, showcasing their growth as warriors. After a fierce battle, they managed to fend off the creatures, but not without sustaining some injuries. They regrouped, their spirits unbroken despite the challenges they faced. They knew that this was just the beginning, and they had to continue their journey to confront the source of the darkness. As they pressed on, they encountered allies who joined their cause, each bringing unique abilities and perspectives. Together, they formed a formidable team, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The friends felt a renewed sense of hope, knowing they were not alone in their fight. With each step, they grew closer to their ultimate goal, their resolve unwavering. The journey was fraught with peril, but they were determined to protect their world from the encroaching darkness. Their adventure was far from over, and they were ready to face whatever challenges awaited them.